Zioris dozed peacefully in the mountains, completely oblivious to a weird magic stone glowing just a few steps away. Suddenly, the stone snapped to life, ripping open a swirling portal that sucked the wind in like a storm caught in a throat. Shocked out of his wits, Zioris stumbled back fast, throwing an arm up to block as that wild surge of energy erupted right in front of him. Rai's childhood friend came charging in from the distance, yelling as he threw something at him and accusing him of ditching work. They bickered while the others stared, Zioris snapping at her recklessness, and Rai just shrugged like, whatever dumb thing came next, he'd walk out of it. Zioris went stone still when a wooden sandal slammed into his back, thrown with ruthless accuracy by someone lurking behind him. Fam flashed a soft smile and checked whether Rai's outburst finally snapped him fully awake. Zioris demanded why they were here, and the girls immediately reminded him. His training promise was on the clock today. After practice, Fam's face turned red as he thanked Zioris, clearly wiped out from the magic lesson, but still buzzing with joy. Zioris stared at her and the shock hit him. Fam's body looked way too mature for someone her age and vibe. Zioris lauded Fam's ability to throw people off balance, half laughing that her charm could end fights before they even start. During training, Rise crumpled from sheer exhaustion, snapping that Zioris's drills were way too intense. She snapped that the pace was too much, but Zioris didn't even flinch. He demanded they push on, or else get hit with even tougher exercises. Fam gently snapped at Zioris, telling him to take a break, and the three of them nodded and agreed almost instantly, grins lighting up their faces. Later, Rise shot Zioris a question about his plans, and Zioris answered, confirming he'd be headed to vocational school in just 10 days. Every 15-year-old from Kadatsu village gets shipped off to Jilly's vocational school. Also, they can figure out what they're destined to do with their lives. Rise and Fam huddled up, staring at Zioris like time was a countdown, debating what job title he'd land once his run finally ran out. Zioris turned down hero work and tough assignments, begging for something easy, anything that would let him finally breathe and rest. First, he championed freedom over ambition, no strings, no cages. Fam couldn't stop praising his talent, and even with a job title, the rules still let him move like he wanted. Zioris casually dropped advanced techniques, and Rise snapped, yelling that mastering magic with that kind of ease wasn't even normal. Zioris remembered how magic once came to him with effortless ease as a kid, and he decided to bury that power away in silence. Rise practically begged for more training, but Zioris cut him off and said his remaining days were already packed from start to finish. She froze with embarrassment, choking on her own feelings, while Zioris stood there in perfect silence, waiting for her to finally speak. With a cheeky wink, Rice told him to write letters once they were finally settled, then promised they'd celebrate together. 10 days went by, and Zioris tore off for Jealous, finally rolling into the city with his breath stolen by its sheer grandeur. Zioris wandered through the capital's chaos, getting swallowed by the non-stop crowd and the strange new atmosphere. He spotted weird marks all over countless people, and the truth hit hard. This whole place was packed with slaves. He fought to keep his focus, scanning for an opening while Kadatsu's calm, peaceful vibe made the whole moment feel even stranger. A man strode up to Zioris, assumed he'd go to Velgel, and even pitched the idea that he'd fit right in as a slave merchant. Zioris burst into laughter and swatted the idea away like it was the dumbest joke imaginable, utter nonsense. No doubt about it. Zioris remembered how slave merchants played people for fools, shoving them into chains and calling that grime a profession. The thought sickened him, so he slammed the brakes on everything, dropping the job like it was a joke. The very next day, students poured into the exam hall, and the place erupted with noise and tension. Zioris overheard this brutal hatred for slave merchants, and he simply shrugged it off, acting like the harsh judgments didn't even touch him. Nira's Glory stepped forward and introduced herself to everyone as the exam officer for Velsel's entrance test. Niris told the students, clear as day, in this place, titles mean nothing. No matter your social class, everyone gets treated the same. She laid it out, you use a divine crystal and your identity card to reveal your title. Students could flip their extra titles on or off, and right then, the test was about to explode into action. A proud student bragged about snagging the night title, and Zioris just watched quietly as the excitement surged in him. Zioris had to admit Knight sounded downright prestigious, but it also screamed too much hassle for his laid-back, easygoing way of living. Zioris scanned the crowd, taking in all the different species mixing together, and then boom, one graceful elf girl stole his attention. Seeing her breathtaking beauty and those pointed ears, he couldn't help but wonder, could she be an elf? Zuris was next to be called. He shot forward, introduced himself, and strode up to the crystal to get registered. Zioris' hands shook as he slid his card into the crystal. Then he held his breath, waiting for the result like it might change everything. To his absolute shock, his title unlocked the name Hero, a legendary rank nobody had seen since the Great Ancient War. Zeoris panicked as the hero title turned into a nightmare, exposure, church control, and the crushing threat of losing his freedom. Then the Demon Emperor stepped in, an infamous, demon-only title, and it scrambled his head so badly that pure frustration took over completely. Then Great Sage arrived, an ancient elven title with weight and legend. Zeoris dropped to his knees and begged for something small, dull, and easy to forget. At last, he spotted the slave merchant's accursed role, one wielding dark magic that could drag anyone into slavery. Staring at that final title, Zeor blurts out a mutter of disbelief, still too shocked to take it all in. Zeoris went into full panic the moment the slave merchant outcome hit. He refused to swallow the exact title that had been foretold earlier. He tried to shut the idea down in his mind. He knew it was rare, and the whole thing carried a heavy cloud of blame and controversy. None of those titles even felt usable. His thoughts spun in panic as the pressure crushed in, dragging a brutal reputation down on him like a weight. A staff member leaned in and pushed Zeoris to decide fast, because everyone else was lined up and staring at the seconds. Even Plebin was nowhere to be found. No matter how he fought, the future still stared back like pure chaos. Frozen by doubt, Zeoris stared into the chaos and wondered what the heck he was even doing in a pile of unwanted, crushing titles. Suddenly, the elf girl shot forward with fearless confidence and crushed everyone's expectations by choosing the slave merchant title. Zeoris froze when he finally recognized her, the mysterious, graceful elf he'd been quietly obsessed with all day. Temptation tugged at him, he almost joined her. But he snapped back to reality, knowing that wasn't nearly enough to justify a decision like that. Racked with inner turmoil, Zeoris shoved his emotions down, clenched his fist, and warned himself, think it through hard. With pure determination blazing in him, Zeoris announced his choice to the world. He'd claim the slave merchant title too. Inside a famous classroom for nobles, only the kids with legendary heroic titles get special training. A lowly commoner steps in, and the elite students pounce on him with instant mockery, sneering that he doesn't belong anywhere near them. They sneered at his plain clothes and so-called slave merchant title, totally missing the iron resolve quietly burning under the surface. Tension snaps tight until a girl slams her hands down, stopping the whole confrontation with authority dead in its tracks. She steps up, calls out their so-called equality, and rips into their prejudice, fighting tooth and nail to defend that boy's right to stand there. The elf girl steps right up to the bullies, standing shoulder to shoulder with the boy, her silent resolve burning through the air. The noble girl snaps in rage, blasting the slave merchant as unworthy, like he doesn't belong anywhere near their prestigious classroom. The elf keeps her cool and declares equality, showing her status matches theirs, then flips the insult right back in their face. Cornered and panicking, the noble girl snaps the elf's card open, and her shock hits hard when she sees what's on it. Even with noble titles on her name, the elf proudly became a slave merchant, leaving everyone stunned when her real power finally came to light. Nyrus Glory, the homeroom teacher, steps up, introduces herself, lays out everyone's roles, and somehow smooths down the earlier tension like a wave rolling out. Zio scans the class rules, clocks that dorm access is restricted, sees they get free afternoons, and realizes he'll have to earn every last coin. Nearest hammers it into everyone's head to read the paper closely, especially the dorm rules, and memorize where tomorrow's gathering is. Class ends, Zio finally exhales, stretching with relief, shocked by how massive that dorm is from all the way across. Elsewhere, his friends can't believe the title Zio picked. They choke on the idea that he's actually a slave merchant. Zio bursts into the colossal dormitory and freezes, shocked to find it's reserved only for the elite Golden Lion class. He spots the elf girl closing in, greets her with a grin, and spills his name like they're finally meeting for real in class. She introduces herself as Palusts, then laughs and shortens it to Potty and slips an invitation, "Come on, let's go in together." The dorm receptionist beams as she confirms their arrival, hands out room assignments, and flat out warns them not to complain. Zio grabs his room key right beside Pelastus, and his brain instantly spirals with thoughts about how weirdly close they ended up. XCO freaks out when he hears they'll be next-door neighbors, immediately panicking about whether that mixed-gender dorm setup is even safe. Plastus clocked the unease on himself, but Zio waved it off with a laugh, trying to shove the tension right out of the room. He's ordered to guard Palusts, and he nods nervously, but inside he's terrified his own self-control is about to slip. Right outside their doors, Palust can't hide the blush as Zio steps up and offers his care and respect, all formal and sincere. Blushing, Palustus stammers back the words he just said, and suddenly cracks open, showing a raw, unexpected vulnerability behind her usual confident mask. Zio stares at the dorm setup again, stuck in that nagging doubt about whether rooming next to Patty is really okay. Zio loved his room for exactly one breath. Then faint noises started leaking from Patty's side, and paranoia slammed into him. He tells himself the room really is perfectly soundproof, then turns serious and starts plotting how to rake in money fast with a job. Determined, Zio strides into town and locks onto a building, hunting for any work opportunity he can find. He dashes into the Adventurers Guild, politely asking for help, and the receptionist beams at him with a warm welcome. XCO strides into the guild, checks in, and immediately gets the rundown on how quest rankings work, and how promotions really happen. Surprisingly, he's actually glad promotions are a struggle. He wants cold, hard money, not emergency hero duties. When they ask Zio to hide that slave merchant title, he nods instantly, no hesitation, no grumbling, just straight agreement. The receptionist lines in and drops a painful truth. Years ago, her sister was sold to a slave merchant. Hurt from what she's lived through, she spirals with raw emotion, snapping into a rage as she relives the nightmare of the injustice her sister suffered. After that outburst, the receptionist blurts out an apology. She's just realized she accidentally hit Zio way too hard. A mysterious girl steps up to train Zio as an adventurer, and the second she speaks, Zio clocks her as suspicious. Even with her new promotion hanging in the air, people still dismiss Mylena as a rookie adventurer. Guild rules don't care what she's achieved. Alina signs off on Melena's qualifications, turns to Zio for his verdict, and Mylena shoots right back that she can absolutely handle beginner training. Zio politely declines, but the guild won't let it drop. They shove the idea back into his hands and swear Melena's rock-solid reliability. Mylena goes straight to Tudorzio and files the quest herself. Then she drops the bombshell that drags him into a collaboration he never saw coming. With a bright smile, she demands they honor the meeting promise, while the guild stamps it in official ink. Zio has to comply. Next morning, Zio looks completely drained when Nyrus shows up, strolling in like it's no big deal. Pallas steps in politely and asks what class is planned, then Neris beams, praising how healthy and ready they all are to start. Neris fires back about the ticking clock and makes it brutally clear. No shortcuts, only hands-on experience matters for slave merchants. Naira leaves the students slack-jawed when she drops the bombshell that their very first hands-on lesson is an actual slave auction. The secret auction drags slaves in from across the globe. Zioris gets crushed by the horror, but Naira snaps that this is the learning they can't afford to skip. She shoots them a hard warning. Don't leak the location, no matter if they're thinking of buying someone. Neris breaks into a creepy grin as he delivers the warning. Every violator across the nation will be hunted, their lives shattered. Zioris is rocked to the core by Nyrus' sudden change, terrified of what this lesson is about to unleash. In a calm little neighborhood, the crew spotted a hidden house hiding the secret slave auction. Nyrus led the crew up to the door and knocked with fearless confidence, while the others hovered in tense silence, watching every move. A tough-looking man cracked the door open just a few inches, glaring at the visitors like he could spot trouble the second they breathed. The man's eyes sharpened like a blade, and Lucas suddenly felt it. Was this guy dangerous or ready to strike? Right when the tension was at its peak, he suddenly broke into a warm smile, realized who was standing there, then nodded and promised to train her 2 students. Lucas exhaled in relief as the man's whole attitude flipped on a dime, welcoming them inside with a warm smile and zero hesitation. The host yanked open a hidden door hidden behind the bookshelf, and Lucas froze, shocked by the secret mechanism. Stuck behind, the man couldn't keep up, so he shoved Neris forward and had him lead the students into the passage. Neris shouted that a trap was waiting, and if things went sideways, an explosive failsafe could snap into action. Neris strode deeper underground with rock-solid confidence, promising they'd hit the destination any minute. They stormed into the auction hall, clean, quiet, and tense. Then Naira flashed her ID at the reception desk. A staff member thrust a catalog into their hands, filled with the day's slaves, and Lucas couldn't help but read it. Lucas tore through the booklet, shocked to see 40 slaves listed for sale right then and there. Neris told them to watch the auction closely, and if anything felt off, to speak up and ask questions without holding back. The moment the bell rang, staff rushed in and shouted for everyone to get ready. The auction was about to officially kick off. The first slave they brought out had murdered his old master, and the buyers just stared, because his criminal past was right in front of them. Even after the announcer kept shoving for bids, the crowd stayed frozen in silence. No one dared to pay for someone this dangerous. Lucas blurted out, if that man can't sell his goods, will they throw him straight into those deadly mines? Neris snapped that every unsold slave gets thrown into underground labor, where surviving is almost a miracle. Marked as a reject, the criminal slave got dragged off, unsold, ignored, and staring down a death sentence. A shy beast girl was rolled into the auction block, and they kicked things off with a jaw-dropping starting bid of 500,000. Lucas couldn't believe his eyes. Bids shot through the roof, and these rare, wildly popular beast girls sold for big money fast. Marie, a masked woman, bought the girl famous for training slaves, then refused to resell her as if she were just merchandise. The host hyped up the main event, an adorable young elf girl, priced sky-high at over $1,000,000. Even though she kept getting caught stealing, her looks still sparked ruthless bidding. Lucas watched everyone circle in like they couldn't resist. Right when the bidding hit 3.1 million gold, a jaw-dropping final bid slammed in at 4 million. The winning bidder, the elegant elf girl Pallas, just calmly took the staff's congratulatory praise like it was no big deal. Lucas stood there in shock when a student dropped a fortune to buy a slave of her own race right in front of him. Pallastes confessed she'd placed a bid to rescue the elf girl from slavery, not to claim her as property. She laid out her rescue plan step by step, starting with the village chief to break free the elves who'd been enslaved without reason. Pallastes slapped a list of kidnapped elves on the table and laid out exactly how legal purchases were her cruel game plan. She picked this region's school on purpose, because its clothes by slave markets would feed her mission perfectly. The freed elf beamed with deep gratitude, and Lucas and Plastas handed her the money she needed to get back home. End of class. Lucas realized slave merchants weren't just chasing profit. They could actually save lives, and that hit him so hard he felt newly inspired. Lucas dared to dream up Kadatsu Village, using slaves only for a while, then tearing off their chains and freeing them after 5 long years. Lucas stared at Kadatsu Village's expansion plans and instantly realized he'd need extra labor help right now. To smash his goal, Lucas jumped into guild quests knowing he'd only walk away with partial rewards. At the guild, he suddenly ran into a buzzing receptionist he'd totally wiped from his memory. She beamed and shoved the quest options at him, sure he'd jump at the chance. Then Lucas showed up stone-faced, totally unimpressed and ungrateful. As she broke down the quest types, Lucas spotted a desperate emergency mission in Kurobito Forest, stacked with a reward. Lucas spotted something strange in the documents and dived in, digging through the pile with sharper, more intense focus. After rummaging through sheet after sheet, he finally spotted the exact one he'd been hunting for, the one he remembered earlier. Your next mission was simple but intense. Collect 10 Connie leaves from Sunshine Hill, right by Kurobito Forest. The receptionist lit up and praised his pick. Those leaves were rare, super valuable, and perfect for crafting high potions. Lucas finally admitted to himself that his plan wasn't some genius move at all. It was basically as dumb as the foolish adventurers she always mocked. With full confidence, the receptionist backed his choice and urged him to start right away, like she was pushing him straight into action. Lucas declared his very first quest, even with guilt gnawing at him, toward Melina. Then he shoved the doubt aside and charged forward with full resolve. Lucas and Melina rolled up to Sunshine Hill, soaking in the cool breeze and that wide, peaceful stretch of green like the world finally slowed down. Lucas crouched and inspected the canil leaves, and the truth hit him hard. They only sprouted in darkness, sealed deep in the thick forest where sunlight never reached. Melina shut down his idea to push into Kurobito Forest, warning him it's way too deadly for anyone who's just starting out. Just then, smoke started pouring out of the forest, way too weird for daytime in that part of the world. Even after Melina shouted no, Lucas dug in and insisted they investigate anyway, figuring that somewhere inside, someone might be in immediate danger and desperate for a rescue. Lucas suggested splitting up the work, but Melina shot it down hard. She didn't trust him to go alone. Lucas laid out the threat in plain words and then spilled his secret. His magic was real, begging her to say yes. Melina stared at Lucas' power and fearless nerve, and before he could even blink, she snapped into full-on support mode. With courage sparking, Melina stepped in to join him, ready to back him up, even after she'd worried the forest would be too dangerous. They charged up to the smoky forest edge, not realizing they were snagging canil leaves as they followed the trail deeper inside. Lucas shoved through the bushes and right in the thick of the woods, spotted a weird open space he never should have found. Between the leaves, they spotted goblins cooking and bustling around like nothing was wrong. Then they realized it was a fully active, secret village hidden right there. Startled, Lucas flinched so hard he warned the goblins. Melina peeked through the chaos, confused for a split second, then snapped to it as the danger kept swelling. Melina clocked the signs of Goblin Village and knew this wasn't some ordinary stop. This place was packed with elite monsters regular adventurers couldn't survive. In the middle of it all loomed a ruthless goblin queen. While Melina panicked, spun on her heel and sprinted off to grab help. Melina told us the goblins had zero magic resistance, yet somehow they were still way stronger in the body than the usual ones. Lucas thanked her for the tip, then calmly hatched a plan that instantly threw Melina for a loop. He shot them a fearless challenge, then turned to Melina and demanded her help to round up the magic stones afterward. Even with Melina fighting back, Lucas shoved for silence, braced himself for war, and ordered her to stay out of it. Chanting the spell, Lucas blasted out raw magic, leaving Melina stunned and the goblins scrambling into full-blown chaos. Lucas unleashed his magic, and the goblins crumpled on the spot before they even had time to understand what hit them. Melina gasped, totally stunned, and Lucas just calmly laid it out. Dark magic was rare, sure, but once it hit, it was devastatingly effective. He confessed the attack looked terrifying, but it was only basic magic, and the Goblin Queen shrugged it off. Undeterred, Lucas snapped off another spell with total confidence, pouring dark energy into a tighter, deadlier form. He lunged forward and drove a brutal strike straight into the Goblin Queen, smashing through her defenses like they were nothing. Right in front of Lucas, the Goblin Queen collapsed, then disintegrated into nothing as he stood there, stone calm, watching every last piece vanish. Lucas slammed the battle shut, telling Melina to grab the stones. She shook hard, crushed by his sheer power. With eyes brimming with tears, Melina swore her loyalty, fully blown away by the sheer mastery of his dark magic. Lucas brushed off his small efforts, then showed everyone his kill log, over 200 goblins wiped out. And yes, the queen was on the list too. They rushed back to the guild to report their win, and a receptionist met them with cool, professional calm. Melina proudly turned in the quest report, and the guild receptionist's eyes widened at how fast they pulled off the win. She gasped when she realized they'd slipped into Curabito Forest, an area usually locked down to only D-rank adventurers. Melina calmly dropped the real truth and showed a massive magic stone, shutting down every doubt in an instant. She broke down the whole goblin village showdown in Lucas' win, then the receptionist snapped to action and decided to alert the higher-ups. Blazer, the guildmaster, burst into the room fast, because he already knew everything, and he was ready to jump straight into the truth himself. Blazer demanded proof of the loot, and Melina's hands shook as he scrambled to reveal the magic stones. Blazer crouched over the stones, inspecting every edge, and knew they were real. Then the queen's crystal flashed in his hand and proved their impossible claim was true. Blazer froze in shock. He never saw two brand-new novices unleash that kind of power and take on a whole village. Lucas shoved his guild card forward as proof, and Melina finally cracked and admitted he'd handled it all by himself. Zioki's reward hit a jaw-dropping 18 million gold, and despite his low rank, he carved out a fortune with nothing but grit and sheer determination. Blazer verified the payout and pressed Lucas for any complaints. Lucas snapped it off right away politely. Rewards clutched in their hands, they took off. Staff started to question it, but Blazer shut them down with the rules crystal clear. Melina froze in place, convinced she didn't deserve a single coin, because the price tag was more than a whole year's income for someone stuck at the bottom. Lucas leaned in and told her, "You've got this," because her help, her skills, and her knowledge mattered more than anything, and he never could have pulled it off without her standing right there. Melina clenched her resolve and swore loyalty forever, while Zioki's cheeks flared as she begged her to speak softer again. Zioris drifted through the silent streets, replaying 10 uneventful days ever since he watched the Goblin Queen finally fall. Outside the guild walls, adventurers whispered in shock about a blood-chilling scene. Someone had been brutally dismembered, and the horror of it was everywhere. He caught wind of vicious rumors, and they matched what everyone feared. The victim was a young girl discovered near that cheap Kaizent inn. Shaken to the core by the murder, Zioris rushed to warn Melina, and vowed to move with even more caution himself. Just as he reached the door, a guild official snapped him back, her voice dead serious, crisp, and unnervingly formal. Zioris finally met Ubenta, the guild's cool, formal vice master who didn't crack a smile even for a second. A senior guild officer leaned in and said, "We've got an emergency," then immediately apologized for dragging him in without warning. They cornered Zioris, grilling him about where he was last night, because they were convinced he had a hand in that murdered adventurer case. Zioris said he'd stayed in the dorm, and another student backed him up, calling out how he'd behaved just fine these past few days. Still reeling, Zioris demanded to leave, totally clueless that the way he spoke might have screamed he knew what was hidden. Zioris went stone cold with shock when he heard that Melina, his best friend, had been killed just yesterday. Stunned and drowning in emotions, Zioris snapped for answers, trapped in disbelief as the brutal truth hit her all at once. He staggered, barely holding himself together while everyone pushed him to sit down and really listen. "They told us Melina died near Kaizenth in just after midnight, and her body was discovered in a horrifying state." Because Zioris had just handed Melina money, he immediately landed on the top of the list as a prime murder suspect. Zioris brushed off every warning and muttered that the killer could come for him next, just like they did to Melina. With fury in their chest, Zioris swore they'd face the killer head-on, right up close if they dared to come near. He sprinted through deserted alleys, praying his magic would still snap into action before the clock hit 0. When Zioris finally hit Kaizenti Alley, a dark bloodstain snapped his attention, the exact spot where Melina was murdered. With hope clenched in his fist, Zioris hurled a revival magic zeal crystal in a last-ditch bid to rip Melina back from death. The spell finally sparked to life, and as it glowed softly, Zioris stared, breath caught, unsure if it had done anything at all. Melina's body slowly stitched itself back together from glowing light, her bandaged eyes shut, perfectly still, yet unmistakably whole. Zioris crept up to her with caution, then asked if she'd talk, desperate for even the smallest sign of a response. Melina reeled in a haze of doubt, staring at Zioris like it couldn't be real, and wondering if Zioris was even alive. When Melina caught how see-through her magic was, panic hit her hard, then Zioris snapped it into place. The magic was spirit type, locked under the dark classification. Melina snapped that the spell only let her soul linger for a short time. Only Zioris could see her. Zioris swore he'd deliver justice and demanded the details, while Melina recalled a man tied to a mysterious female adventurer. Melina pointed her out, tan skin, crimson hair, and a half-plate armor set. Yet every local adventurer there looked totally clueless about who she was. Seeing the clock run out, they quickly agreed to track down an information broker and snag reliable leads fast. Zioris finally stumbled into the red light district, where the broker ran the show. And the moment hostesses closed in, their flirty charm made him feel wildly out of place. Zioris slipped into the bar without a sound, spotted the broker alone at his table, and went in ready to pry out the info. Zioris' broker snapped at his reckless boldness, but the moment Zioris met his gaze with unshakable eyes and steady confidence, the broker shut up and listened. Zioris dangled a massive fortune, demanding every detail about the woman tied to Melina's murder. The broker checked her, and there was no doubt. This was Nasha, the infamous woman who matched Zioris' description perfectly. They called Nasha the bloody wicked girl, and her rage was legendary, known for violent chaos and ranked as a B-class adventurer. The broker leaned in and admitted that Nasha kept showing up at Kobar Arena and then dropped the bomb. A huge tournament is set to start tomorrow. Zioris thanked him, brushed off the broker's grumbling, and chose to crash and recharge, waiting for the tournament to finally kick off. The very next day, Zioris and Melina stormed into the huge arena, eyes sharp and minds set on winning. Melina ripped into Zioris for refusing to let her crash at his place, and he stumbled through a nervous defense of his careful call. Since Nasha was hooked on gambling, Ziora urged her to hunt down a bookmaker right after the tournament to find the one she wanted. At the bookmaker, Zioris swept his eyes across the crowd, desperate to catch sight of Nasha or any of her followers. A man pointed out one thug as the one attacking him, and then the whole group shadowed him straight into a cramped alley. Zioris and Melina stayed locked on their targets, every nerve screaming as the tension spiked and a confrontation finally boiled over. Suddenly, Nasha burst onto the scene, her men flanking her like a wall, confident, terrifying, and exactly how the broker promised. Zioris finally squared up to her, eyes blazing, jaw set tight, as she snapped out Nasha's name with pure, clenched resolve. Nasha mocked Zioris to her face, and with a calm, no-nonsense tone, he let her know their fight wasn't over. He still had unfinished business with her. Zioris snapped, accusing Nasha of murdering Melina just outside Kaizen, in his eyes blazing with ironclad determination. Whispers of a murder lurking near Kaizen Tai hit them like a punch, so they start digging into that mysterious red-haired woman. She stays stone-cold silent as the boy fires accusations at her, while his partner just glares back, bandaged up and giving nothing away. Her allies push for the boy to be killed. One of them even cracks a creepy joke about gender like that makes the murder okay. The boy's mind replays the girl's brutal dismemberment, scene by painful scene, while the woman shows zero remorse and doesn't care at all. Demanding the truth, he storms forward and accuses her of killing Melina. She snaps back coldly, instantly, with not a trace of guilt. After catching Melina depositing gold, she finally comes clean and confesses she killed her, acting like it was just a smart little win. The furious boy shoots back, demanding answers, and when she shrugs it off like it's nothing, that calm hits him like fuel. He spirals even harder into rage. With pure grit, he unleashes his power and snaps a spell into the world. And at last, the woman's cold face cracks as real concern kicks in. Her underlings leap to intercept him, laughing in his face, treating him like some helpless kid and mocking the power in his veins. He barrels in with zero fear, ready to strike, while the boy just stands there, stone calm and silent, waiting for the exact moment to move. A thug strides in like he owns the place, weapon swinging wildly as he roars, aiming straight at the boy. A brutal hit slams into him and stops him cold. Then the boy explodes back, smashing the attacker with a ruthless strike. Shock hits the last two like a truck, and they freeze, completely stunned by how the power flips so suddenly. The second thug drops to the ground, shrieking as his legs get crushed by some invisible power, or a deadly technique only he can't see coming. Panic detonates in the crowd, everyone scrambles to deny it, while the woman glares like a storm, demanding answers about the chaos that just erupted. The thug starts to panic as his own body betrays him, smashing his ally with a horrifying, total loss of control. Desperation claws at him, He hurls his weapon aside, screams for mercy, and shakes in terror as that brutal power yanks his limbs like they're not his. The woman stumbles in, eyes wide at the chaos. Then she grabs the boy and demands an explanation. With nerves of steel, the boy calmly lays out his magic, a high-level dark spell that snatches control for a brief, terrifying moment. Fury sparks in her eyes as she yanks out her blade and charges forward. She growls that he'd better not underestimate her. The woman gasps, stunned by his unshakable stare, and her rage twists into full-blown fear. She slashes in, but he snaps his guard up. Then his raw strength crashes through, and the dagger's strike leaves visible pain across her face. Clutching her head, he whispers a terrifying incantation, and a brutal dark spell snaps to life. She gasps as something darker closes in, while he keeps chanting those soul-shattering phrases, cursing her right on the edge of destruction. Weakened to the bone, she begs for forgiveness, confesses her crime, and throws herself at his mercy, desperate to save her life. The boy slams her plea down and vows vengeance, and then he starts the final step of the spell. The woman snaps her eyes open, dread flooding in, because her soul is staring at her own still, unmoving body. He speaks in calm certainty that her soul has been torn apart, and she erupts in a horrified scream at the surreal truth she can never undo. As her panic spikes, he whips around and readies himself to transplant Melina's soul into her body. Smiling like he already won, he blurts out his plan. Then the woman screams in protest as his choice snaps into reality. She gasps like she can't believe what she just saw, while the boy exhales cool and steady, leaving her soul hanging in dead, breathless silence. She erupts into full panic, barking for it to be restored. Then he just refuses, completely unshaken by her desperate screaming for mercy. He tells her the chilling truth: souls without bodies vanish fast. Then she feels it hit like a final bell, knowing her inevitable end is already crawling closer. Right when he finishes, his face flips in shock. Pain slams him, and his legs start giving out as he collapses. Sweat pouring, breath snagging, he collapses. Then a pale light blooms around the girl's soul, and you can feel something wild about to hit. The boy jolts awake in bed, totally dazed, then realizes he's somehow back in his own room. He swings his head sideways, and there, right beside him, a girl with beast ears is peacefully asleep. Inside the building, shock detonates and erupts into a thunderous blast, shattering the peaceful morning silence. She wakes up like nothing happened, then confirms. Yep, she's Melina trapped in Nash's body, and immediately grumbles about the brutal ritual that just got dumped on her. She tells him how she found him slumped and knocked out, then scooped him up and hauled him to safety, only for him to stare at her like he can't believe her brand new animal-like look. She tells him the truth. Everything changed the moment she ripped off that ring hiding Nash's beastkin identity. She declares, "I'm Nasha now," demands he start calling her that, and then orders him to make her his slave. Stunned, he listens as she lays it out. Being his slave keeps him safe from whatever danger comes next. She swears it's safer to stay by his side, because if she dares to be an adventurer again, someone's going to try to assassinate her. Her cheeks flush as she admits it. Since he's the one who tucked her soul into this beautiful body, he's responsible. Nasha throws down a daring bargain. If he says yes and becomes her slave, she'll obey him with eager, unstoppable devotion. Embarrassed and drowning in nerves, he grudgingly gives in, and Nasha bursts into a radiant smile, thrilled to get exactly that flustered yes. In that instant, she clamps him in a tight hug and promises lifelong loyalty, while he panics on the spot, begging for decency and a steady head right now. Palestes lay still in bed, forcing herself to heal while Zioris was told, "Protect her, no matter what danger crawls in." Hearing those words hit her again, Pilest's cheeks flared red, and she froze on the spot, not knowing whether to feel joy, fear, or something in between. She pushed herself upright, still foggy with confusion, and her thoughts spiraled. Zioris getting shoved around by that loud, bold Nasha. Palestes overheard Zioris lay out his plan to free the slaves. Then the next 5 years vanished as he helped rebuild the village. Fueled by Zioris' unwavering dedication, Palestes decided to crank herself up even higher. She was going to be truly helpful, not just trying. Nasha practically begged to become Zioris' slave, then yanked him along straight to a merchant to lock in the contract. Zioris cast a spell to twist Nasha's words, making her spit out weird, cat-like phrases that left her completely confused. Nasha smirked as she picked the perfect spot for her slave seal, and Zioris pressed it down instantly. No questions, no hesitation. Zioris broke down the dorm registration steps, and Nasha lit up, grinning like, "Got it. I'll follow right after my class ends." Palestes just stood there, stunned as they closed the distance fast, acting nothing like they usually do. Zioris and Nasha ran into Palestes in the hallway, and the moment hit them like a punch. This timing was absolutely awful. Nasha blared her name and called herself Zioris' slave, and Palestes just froze, confused at first, then shocked, then instantly pissed off. Still rattled, Palestes hesitated as Nasha's bright, cheerful greeting only made the whole awkward moment hit harder. Palestes blew up with suspicion, pressing Zioris hard about whether he'd done something inappropriate to Nasha behind closed doors. Rage seethed through Palastes as betrayal hit, and he snapped at Zioris that he was lying about his village mission and his true motives. Pallas yanked her sword up, furious to the bone, while Zioris snapped in panic, begging everyone to see it as nothing more than a misunderstanding. Zioris rushed through the details of the murder case, swearing Nasha was tangled in it, and that he had to step in to protect her. Nasha confessed she'd lost her memories in the attack, then admitted she'd caused the trouble before everyone managed to save her. Palastes grilled Nasha's reasoning, sure Zioris was offering more protection than some official adventure guild, and it didn't smell right. Still not buying it, Palastes decided to put Nasha on the spot himself, demanding proof that she had the strength and the right intentions. She tossed her excuses aside like trash, and he froze, completely unready for the icy seriousness burning behind her eyes. She didn't hesitate. She drove her blade down in a clean, deadly swing, aiming straight for his lower body. He barely dodged in time, frozen in shock. Then she zeroed in on him with deadly seriousness, her face staying calm, steady, and unnervingly composed. First, she flashed her deadly swordsmanship reputation, and watched him dodge the exact strike she swore would connect. He finally clocked it. She wasn't bluffing at all. Her words landed and her attack backed them up, showing real skill was driving every move. He begged for recognition after proving he could deliver. While she stalled, her face twisted with doubt and conflicted feelings. She blushed bright red, marched right up to him, and made it crystal clear that nothing shameful had happened between him and anyone else. Seething at their constant refusals, she snatched up a sword while everyone else flailed, panicked, and screamed. Once her breath finally steadied, she dashed to the dorm manager's office while everyone else in the group got ready ahead of time. They huddled over their future plans when Zioris got dragged into questioning about how he was bringing Nasha to a slave auction. Zioris wanted to crash the auction, but his cat-tiered buddy dug in and wouldn't budge. Their fun back and forth got cut short the moment their teacher stormed in, stared at the strange beast girl, and peppered her with sharp, curious questions. The teacher waved the slaves in, but when Zioris showed up, he slammed the door shut the moment he realized Nasha wasn't going to stay for good. She laid out the slave system. Only the permanent kind could march into the auctions, while the temporary slaves were trapped in shifting contracts, traded like they weren't meant to last. Once she got the rule, Nasha swallowed the truth. She couldn't go because her name wasn't on the list. Nasha couldn't contain her excitement. She just knew she'd have to sign herself over as a permanent slave to join legally. As the tension snapped higher, Arya slammed the truth into everyone's heads. If they didn't bolt right now, they'd be way too late. Once the deal was sealed, Nasha erupted in celebration at finally making the cut, while Arya sat there radiating a heavy, ominous darkness. They finally burst into the venue, and his very first slave auction rolled along smoothly, with not a single snag to be seen. He snatched up a 16-year-old culinary prodigy, and a young beastkin who could handle trade like a pro. After the auction ended, Nasha lit up and praised him, then leaned in, eyes wide, and asked what made him trade his dreams for the life of a merchant. He laid out his dream to lift his hometown, and she swore loyalty all over again like it was a vow carved in fire. Broke as hell, he set his sights on a guild visit, panicking at the thought of having to explain Nasha's situation to the staff. They barreled into the guild, ready to spill every detail to Alina, until trouble suddenly crashed the party. Lucas let out a heavy sigh, and Melina just watched in silence, because that hesitation screamed trouble was already brewing. Elena's piercing glare pinned Lucas in place, and panic detonated in his chest as he scrambled to talk his way out of his involvement. Lucas snapped in rage when Melina warned him that deception stood no chance against Alina. Melina admitted Alina's distrust cut deep, dragging their shared history into doubt, while Lucas visibly trembled with uncertainty. Melina shrugged and admitted they'd sleep over all the time, proving just how tight Alina and she really were. Lucas demanded total secrecy about how he was tied to her death, pushing a simplified story that made it sound far less serious than the truth. Melina weighed Lucas's revised version, nodded and accepted it, then pointed out that the attached soul angle was already a mess. She couldn't shake the fact that the whole setup made zero sense, especially where that slavery part even logically fit. Melina figured Alina wouldn't buy something this flimsy, but Lucas wouldn't budge. He insisted they reuse Patty's earlier explanation. Melina didn't just stay confident. She let Alina in on a backup plan, ready to spring into action if things turned urgent. When they demanded details, Melina grinned like trouble and shut down the conversation. She wouldn't reveal her secret backup plan. Melina and Lucas announced their plan was done, then burst into the guild office with fake, over-the-top excitement like they were daring the world to stop them. Alina didn't flinch, she stayed still, didn't buy a single second of their show, and calmly kept working like their chaos was exactly what she expected. Alina shot the strange woman beside Lucas a cold, cutting question. eyeing her like she couldn't be trusted and demanding to know exactly who she was and what she was really after. Alina cut in, I scolded, reminding them it had only been days since Melina's supposed tragic death. Alina recoiled in disgust, ripping into Lucas for flaunting another woman so fast, then calling it his merchant excuse. Melina beamed and introduced herself as Nasha, the slave of Lucas, leaving Alina stunned mid-breath before she could even think. Lucas panicked as Alina zeroed in on Melina's slave claim, and doubt started clawing at him the moment everything sounded off. Fuming, Alina blasted Lucas for moving on in disgrace, then called slave merchants morally bankrupt and utterly heartless. Lucas tried to calm Alina down, but Alina snapped that the whole group was heartless, no matter what. Melina finally blurted out that she had the real truth behind the accident, instantly yanking Alina's attention. Before Melina spilled a single secret, she grabbed Alina's attention and demanded she wait, because the real context had to come first. Melina swore that no matter what it looked like, her soul never shifted. She was still Melina, just living inside Nasha's body. She struck a playful cat pose to prove who she was, and Alina just froze, stunned, utterly baffled. Alina snapped, rejecting the claim and demanding proof that couldn't be faked. No trust me talk, and not just pointing to things they both supposedly owned. Melina dropped a private memory of Alina's fairy dog, Brute, then somehow described it with impossible, devilishly specific details that left her completely stunned. Alina started to doubt, sensing the whole research scheme, but Melina didn't blink. He swore she'd answer anything to prove she was really who she claimed to be. Alina peppered Melina with personal questions about his habits, and Melina shot back with total confidence, naming his favorite sweets and his dislikes without hesitation. 2 hours dragged by while Lucas sat there in silence, his energy draining as Alina kept grilling him, refusing to believe a word. Melina spilled Alina's secret digs about the guildmaster, and it instantly proved she truly knew things firsthand. Alina finally snapped, accepting the truth and recognizing Melina's identity, then her defenses crumbled as her heart softened. Once the confusion was finally gone, Alina demanded every last detail about the incident that got Melina killed. Alina scanned the report, and then it hit her. Nasha planned the whole attack, rolling in 3 C-rank adventurers, and still died afterward. Even after she understood the case, Alina couldn't stop staring at that mysterious figure, because it somehow forced itself to bond with Melina's soul, and it just didn't feel natural. Elena pushed Melina hard about how she was tied to Zioris, and Melina snapped back that it wasn't random, it was protection, built from everything Nasha had been through. Cornered about other options, Melina leaned in and promised she'd spill everything, only if Alina swore total secrecy and vowed not to tell a single soul. Alina's mind basically short-circuited. Heat rushed to her face as she went utterly still, stunned by the private truth she'd just uncovered. Lucas panicked when Melina got flustered, scrambling to stop him before he blurted out that humiliating reveal again. Melina leaned on Alina for emotional backup, then fired back with teasing, daring her to chase full-on romantic fulfillment. When evening rolled in, Lucas and Melina wrapped everything up fast, then promised Alina they'd be back real soon. Once they were gone, Alina finally exhaled. Then the guildmaster popped up and teased her for being way too chatty. After roasting that brain-dead ogre with an insult, he slapped down a pay cut. Then Alina panicked and apologized fast. Nasha stood in front of the closet, scanning outfit after outfit like every choice could make or break the day, because she was heading out with Zioris. After waving off the first option, she grabbed another dress, still tangled in doubt, still not convinced she'd made the right choice. 20 days later, Nasha and Ziori finally locked in their very first public meal, alongside their companion. Patty came barreling up with a bright wave, and Nasha and Ziori lit up with smiles, gladly welcoming her in. Nasha strode forward in her chosen dress, and the whole square turned to stare as she owned every step. Ziori's and Nasha snapped into the same reaction at once, both totally stunned by her stunning look and smooth, graceful entrance. Nasha fidgeted and swore she'd only just arrived, even though she'd been alone in secret for a full 30 minutes. Zioris apologized in a super awkward tone, and right then Nash's friend elbowed him in the side, ripping into him for his awful choice of words. Zioris spotted a flash of Nash's skirt and froze at the change, then blurted out, "Wait, does this look weird?" With a warm smile, Zioris praised her looks, and Nash's tension melted as her gentle grin finally appeared, clearly relieved that the compliment was real. They pulled up to the restaurant and instantly learned the hard truth. Because it was so packed, you needed same-day tickets just to get in. Nasha bolted forward with eager urgency to grab one, leaving the rest staring in shock for a moment before they scrambled to catch up. And as Nasha vanished from sight, Marie's guilt crashed down, because she'd let Nasha shoulder it all again. Zyrus leaned in and spoke softly, reminding Marie that Nasha chose to step in and help. As they walked side by side, Marie finally lowered her voice, and apologized for that earlier mix-up from Nash's very first meeting. Marie finally admitted she'd attacked Zyrus back then, before hearing him out, and the guilt of that choice still haunts her to this day. Zioris looked stunned by her concern, while Marie kept talking, pushing out just how dead serious she'd been. Even though she was shocked back then, Zira forced a soft smile and reassured her that everything was finally okay now. Still rattled by his forgiveness, Marie shot him a quiet look of gratitude and thanked him with a soft nod as they walked past a fabric vendor. Hand in hand, they strolled through the buzzing market in perfect rhythm, and this calm, growing connection settled between them like it belonged there. Marie hesitated in front of a shelf packed with strange plush dolls, then quietly spotted the one that had her hooked. Zerys teased her with a soft grin, totally stunned that even Potty, the serious one, could still be into sweet, adorable little things. Now she's back with tickets for everyone, beaming like she just won the world and calling out, "Come on, hurry." Right before they headed out, Zioris shot a last look back at the dolls, and something in him just wouldn't let go. In that buzzing restaurant, reserved tables snapped up fast as the group got ready to dive into their meal. The whole crew started piling in orders, and Nasha lit up as she cheerfully picked her favorite grilled goldfish to kick things off. Zioris praised the place, and Marie admitted she'd happily come right back, even with those long lines every single day. Plates piled to the sky as Nasha gobbled it all up with pure delight, brushing off Zioris' gentle scolding about overeating. While Nasha was eating, someone dropped a sweet compliment, and her eyes lit up with pure gratitude and stunned surprise. Zioris clocked Marie's calm, easy grin and realized she was finally having fun again after way too long. Marie finally cracked and admitted she'd never had a real close friend who was a girl, and Nasha was the first one. Nasha beamed with pride, urging Marie to lift her glass and toast their bond. No hesitation, just growing friendship cheers. As the night wound down, Marie thanked them from the heart, then headed off on her own. Zora stopped her cold and pressed a tiny plush doll into her hands, the same one she'd been staring at all along at the stall. Marie panicked at the price, but Zioris chuckled softly and flat out refused to take a single coin. Zioris swallowed his pride and admitted he messed up before, then begged her to forgive him by accepting the doll as his apology and repayment. Marie's heart fluttered, his honesty and kindness got to her, and she rewarded him with a warm, grateful smile. Nasha grinned teased as Marie clutched the doll. Then someone's urgent shout ripped the moment away and called out to Zioris. A huge crowd surged in, faces Zaris had saved before, now showing up together to thank him for everything. One of them stepped up and said they'd come today just to thank him before they headed out of the village. The girl choked up as she thanked Zioris, swearing they'd give everything they had to rebuild their lives in Kadatsu. Zioris grinned at their thanks, Nasha beamed with pride, and they all rushed off toward the departure. The group stared as the wagon vanished into the distance. Sure, the freed people would haul their futures forward with pure steel. Zioris just shrugged and tossed out a joke about money like, "We're gonna need cash soon," while acting like life would keep sprinting right past them. Meanwhile, two unfamiliar girls marched up with tough faces, frayed clothes, and collars that practically screamed, "A brand new fight is starting right now." Zioris' heart slammed as soon as he recognized Rise and Fam. He couldn't believe they had shown up out of nowhere, and their sharp question hit him like a punch. Rise and Fam went silent and confronted Zio face to face, eyes locked and serious, like they had an urgent problem they couldn't solve yet. Two women slam into Zio's path, firing questions at him and demanding to know why he showed up out of nowhere, while Zio answers with unnerving calm. It jolted everyone with a forgotten promise, and suddenly the whole group was on edge. Zio finally admits it. He totally forgot to send that letter the moment he arrived in Jilly's, and the guilt is written all over his face. The women trade quiet whispers about Zio's forgetfulness, and it slips out that their trip to Jealous happened weeks ago. Rai fights back tears, admitting she waited far too long for letters that never showed up. Zio stares at his friends like, "Why are you serving that stunning stranger?" And the doubts start spreading fast between them. Tension snaps in the air as accusations start flying. Then Zio leans in and demands their identities, ready to hear the truth. Plastis Morty, the smiling schoolmate, slides right in, calm as can be, and somehow melts the tension in the air. Childhood friends Fam and Rise are introduced, instantly deepening Zio's bond with the women standing right there. Palestes Murdy drops a bombshell. She's been studying slave trading, and Zio and the whole crew just go silent. Rise demands Zio spell out the slave merchant accusation, and when the truth hits, shock rips through him, because Zio's forgotten secret comes roaring back. Zio freezes for a second, weighing whether to drop his real title in front of his companions as worry gnaws at them. Zio turns to Nasha and begs for help, praying she can break down the explanation in a way his brain can finally handle. Right as Nasha braces to speak, the whole crew hangs on every breath, because they're about to finally learn the truth behind Zio's identity. Nasha boldly proclaims she's Zioria's slave, pledging to live for him, serve him, and stay by his side until death. Fam steadies a rattled rise, while Zio frets that every word she spoke only made things worse. Fam repeats the vow, living, sleeping, and dying together, and the moment hits harder than ever, forging an even tighter bond between them. Rice tries to slip away, but Zio yanks her back and blurts the real, hidden circumstances. Fam lunges in and cuts him off, snapping that any perverted thoughts are unacceptable, and she demands Zio listen to her explanation all the way through. Zio refuses to go after them, saying they need time and that they won't be talking anytime soon. Nasha flashes a smile and tells Zio she'll step in, right when the perfect moment to reconcile finally hits. Zio and Nasha sweep through town, but there's nothing, no trace of the others anywhere. Nasha grills Zio about how he even knows where they are, and the questions make it crystal clear. She doesn't fully trust his certainty. Zio stares at the town's size and can't shake the question. Why hasn't this crew gone out to eat yet? Zia can't stop wondering if they have to drag themselves back to that information broker again, because they're totally lost on what happens next. A crowd swells in an instant. Zio pushes through, asking what's going on, and quickly learns the commotion came from a fight nearby. Zio blurts out, "Does anyone know where those two girls disappeared to after they caused that whole scene?" A bystander blurts out that the mediator dragged the girls away to shut the whole conflict down. Nasha's spiraling over the girls and those mediators she's got her eye on. They cash in by settling fights in the neighborhood. Zio decides he'll cut through the chaos by paying mediators, and now he's plotting to rake in way more money fast. He's trying to dodge every fight, because he knows money can smooth over even the nastiest moments without anyone raising a voice. Zio showed up at the mediator's headquarters, then made a sharp call, holding Nasha back outside for the moment. Zio bursts inside alone and screams for everyone to rise up and keep Fam's safety locked down. Inside, Rise squares up, all grit and focus, staring down the mediators who call the shots in dead silence as the moment hangs. Zio spots something terrifying, and Fam plus Rise shout his name nearby, demanding he look fast. Fam and Rai blurt out Zio's name, frantic and desperate, trying to yank his attention back while he's inside. Two mediators stare down Fam and Reese, grilling them about who they really are, because their sudden arrival inside has everyone on edge. Two men stepped in and cornered Zio, grilling him about who he really was, every word dripping with suspicion as the tension snapped tight in the room. A girl snaps into urgent action and calls Zio's name, her voice cracking with real worry after that unsettling incident. Zio grips a bag full of money, calm as can be, as he lays out exactly what those local girls set in motion. The man gapes at Zio's age, stunned that someone this young could even be a moneylender. The girls break down Zio's plan to lend money, and it instantly throws everyone into confusion and fear. Zio slams down a firm denial of those cruel terms, daring anyone to think he's only got one thing on his mind: bodies. He throws out 300,000 gold, begging to save the girls, then demands they're freed on the spot right now from their captor. The men hit the streets in fury, screaming that Zio is meddling, while they loudly swear they had nothing to do with what happened. Right in the middle of the fight, one guy jolts and grabs his side. Something's torn up bad, and you can tell he's seriously hurt. Zio felt the pain hit the moment the girl's jump landed, and that's when he realized this fight was already taking a brutal toll on his body. The man grips his wounded side tight while the suited man leans in and demands, "You okay?" The suited man snaps that the injury is brutal, and that the medical bill is going to be sky-high. Zio clocks something fishy about the sudden injury and presses the men for the truth, because he refuses to trust them. The girl spits pure anger at those men, accusing them of fraud and slamming their inflated medical fees as proof. The men start to panic, sensing that Zio and the suited man are plotting against them. Zio steps in and offers to check the injured arm himself, trying to dig through the pain and find the truth. He digs in and refuses, terrified that it'll only bring more pain. But Zio gets it, then throws caution aside and readies to strike no matter what. Zio orders him to freeze, then steps in with a steady, no-nonsense confidence, handling the injury with ruthless focus. The men lock onto the Zio cast spell, realizing something brutal is coming, and that this powerful attack magic is about to explode. Zio's magic detonates against the man, and he jerks with a sudden cry, pain and pure shock ripping through him. The girls snap at Zio that he's gone too far, but he won't back down. He demands to check the injury himself. The injured man freezes as he feels something off in his own body. Then the shock hits hard as his condition suddenly flips. Zio stares at the man's ruined back and boom, there it is. The old pain is totally gone, clear proof the magic is working. In a crisp suit, the man raves about Zio's divine magic, stunned that he can heal people without so much as a single chant. Zio offered the suited man a sweet job with solid pay, and when he asked why, she said it was because she had healing magic. Now that the wound's healed, the suited man lets them knock the medical fees right off the ransom. He offers 400,000 gold for the ransom because, Now that treatment's completely over, there's nothing left to fix. Zio finally clocks it. Now the medical bill will only be 100,000 gold, way less than they ever expected. The suited man nods in silence, and it's like he's surrendering to the cheaper medical fees without even a fight. Zio slams the deal shut, demanding full payment before he'll even let the girls go, defying the terms they'd already agreed to. Zio finally gets to the scene, and a woman with animal ears grills him for why he kept everyone waiting. The men clocked her as a beast woman, then turned on her fast, accusing her of stealing their money. The suited man sneers at her fearless comeback, then swears he'll make good on the debt with interest. Zio blurts out that the beast woman is his slave, plus she's got amnesia, and somehow that snaps the worried companion's panic into calm. They swear she snatched 300,000 gold from the gambling table, and after that, their luck collapsed hard, draining them of everything. The suited man slashes the price and demands Nasha, but Zio snaps back, no deal. The man snaps his fingers, pure disappointment in the air, then tightens his grip and ramps the whole situation up. A violent crowd barrels in with weapons raised, boxing Zio and his crew in tight, and you can feel the fight about to explode. The suited man slams the decision down. Zio stays with them for now, and the negotiation hits the brakes. A squad closes in on the protagonist, snarling warnings that anyone who defies their agency's power will pay for it. The agency's men close in, weapons raised, ready to deliver the protagonist a brutal lesson. The hero and their ally dug in their heels, and as the attacks came in, the attackers abruptly dropped unconscious all around them. The agency leader goes still in shock, silently realizing just how powerful and how skilled the protagonist really is. Just when you think it's over, a new figure steps in, squares off with the protagonist, and loudly declares the fight isn't even close to finished. Just as the protagonist's notes hit the page, reinforcements finally arrived, sensing a far deadlier opponent was closing in right nearby. The agency boss welcomed the newcomers and told them straight up that their arrival was demanded out of nowhere. The protagonist circles the newcomers' weapons and magic item, studying every detail like they're about to uncover the next big threat in the fight. The new challengers laughed at the protagonist's past win, smugly brushing it off and daring him to beat them all by himself. The lead challenger grins and boldly vows he'll show the protagonist what a real fight is all about. The challenger lunges into the fight, locks in for the full commitment, and draws his sword with ironclad determination. He pushes for one thing: step outside and find the perfect arena for the serious battle that's coming. The agency's boss drops a challenge: beat 2 rivals and the whole mess gets wiped from everyone's minds. The prize is on the line, and as the game ramps up, 3 women start to look like they can barely hold their nerves together. The protagonist snaps up the challenge, ready to win, fighting tooth and nail to make sure he doesn't lose those 3 women. The challenger slams his demand for an immediate start, grinning with pure confidence as he pushes the protagonist straight into the fight. The second the protagonist lands, his allies erupt in cheers, pounding their fists as they shout for him to stop holding back and finally unleash everything on their terrifying foe. The challenger leans in and warns them straight up: only the protagonist is truly stepping into this fight, don't you dare underestimate him. The agency leader scans the crew, sees everyone ready, and then throws the signal battle officially begins. The hulking powerhouse charges headfirst, snapping forward like a battering ram, hell-bent on landing a fast hit and unleashing pure, razor-sharp fury in his battle stance. The younger swordsman slips every attack, snaps back with deadly precision, and smashes the opponent's weapon to pieces. The swordsman raises his blade and whispers a magic chant, sharpening it so clean and deadly that it powers up in silence for the next strike. The opponent snaps to attention, realizing the magic is holy, and he's stunned that the swordsman can actually swing power like that. A female ally suddenly remembers 2 men from her past, former elite adventurers, shocking everyone with just how insanely strong they still are. A broad-shouldered brute smirks like he owns the night, certain he's clocked the younger swordsman and every one of his friends. Both finally drop their secrets. Turns out they were elite S-rank adventurers, and that terrifying presence, it all comes straight from the skills they forged back then. The muscle-built man finally admits it. He was banished for killing another S-rank, and now he's working as a bodyguard. He stops and praises the younger swordsman's wild combo, magic fused with sword skills, because it's genuinely exceptional. The swordsman shoots down their suspicions with a cool grin, insisting he's just a slave merchant, not some special legend. The burly brute lunges in, swinging his sword like a blur, hammering the air as he drives the other swordsman to react. Right now, the swordsman barely scrapes through each furious slash, calmly riding out the relentless storm of brutal power. He whips out a flame-charged magic sword technique and launches a full-on counterattack, blasting his opponent with sudden, scorching firepower. The muscular man soaks up the chaos like it's pure fuel, grinning as the rapid-fire fight turns into the ultimate thrill. The swordsman tells him that magic technique could have shut the attack down, then he stares at the man's sword titles like, "So why didn't you?" The women showered him with praise, cheering that he was a sorcerer, calling him the Blade King like it was the most exciting thing they'd ever seen. One woman even brags that she knows exactly what he likes, proving just how tight their longtime bond with him really is. The swordsman grits his teeth, annoyance flaring, then grips his blade tight and steels himself for the next wave of battle. The burly fighter digs in and shifts his stance, like he's locking onto the next brutal move and summoning a whole new strategy. The cloaked man read the outcome like a prophecy, as the muscular fighter hurled an explosive, totally unexpected strike that decided the match on the spot. The hulking brute flicks out a tiny needle, then it clicks into place as the secret, razor-precise weapon he's about to unleash. The swordsman clicks into place. Those earlier daggers and that stance were pure misdirection, and they've all been leading right to this needle. He swings his sword to intercept the needle, but that sneaky strike catches him off guard. The needle snaps into place, pain detonates, shoving the swordsman to react at once to the brutal surprise. The swordsman grimaces through the pain as the muscular man closes in and smashes him with a crushing kick. The hooded man snaps out a roaring fire spell, ready to unleash it on his muscular opponent. The swordsman snaps back with the exact same fire magic, and the two blasts collide, clashing hard until the attack gets completely wiped out. The hooded man stiffens, because the swordsman's magic hits just as hard as his own. The muscular man jolts upright, grimacing at how hard that blow landed, but he's still on his feet. He fesses up that he underestimated his opponent, then whips around to tell his ally to get ready. The next move is coming fast. The muscular man barks at his ally to fire up their usual support magic for the coming fight. He slams down a blazing fire enhancement spell, and the sheer punch of it shocks his opponent out of their rhythm. The swordsman freezes. This is the first time he's ever watched a spell get used like a weapon right in front of his eyes. The hulking muscle man rockets forward, magic surging through him, and braces to slam down a devastating punch. He lands a brutal blow and demands round two, while the swordsman squirms in fear at the rising danger. The muscular man bursts into laughter, brimming with confidence that his enhanced speed and power are unbeatable. The swordsman leans in, calmly studying how that simple spell boosts physical attacks. Then he weighs exactly what it changes. He tells the man dropping his guard that surrender is the smart move, because the spell by itself won't win this fight. The muscular man roars out a warning, promising he'll deliver a brutal lesson the moment that dodge strike lands. The swordsman answers with a war god hymn, then steadies himself for the next crushing strike. Two fighters slam their fists together, both locking in with razor focus as the battle hits a life-or-death turning point. They trade crushing hits, and even while the muscular man wobbles from the damage, he refuses to drop. After that brutal punch lands dead center, the muscular man jerks and spits blood, the damage unmistakably brutal. The allies stare in alarm as the hulking fighter crumples to the ground, wheezing from the savage beating he just took. The swordsman plants his feet, eyes locked on his enemy as the defeated opponent crumples to the ground. The cloaked man freezes in shock as he realizes the swordsman just annihilated Mesh with unstoppable silent holy magic. He throws out a desperate strike, but the swordsman snaps his blade up in an instant, faster, cleaner, and way more skilled. Both ex-S-rank adventurers come out on top, and the crowd watching them can only stare, because that power is downright crushing. The defeated cloaked man snaps his hand forward and summons Twilight's blood chains, clawing his way out of that brutal, overwhelming brawl. Chains snap up to trap the opponents, and the enemies just stare in shock as the whole fight suddenly turns. The swordsman storms out and demands his opponents wipe their debts clean, exactly like they promised, now that he's won. The cloaked man agrees through gritted teeth, then warns them don't fight back or death will come for you. With their strength crushed, the defeated foes drop to their knees, begging for mercy and clutching at their lives as the chains snap away. The swordsman shuts down anyone from talking about the fight or his insane skills to outsiders. The cloaked man bares his teeth and threatens brutal punishment if the secret slips, then snaps at everyone to obey with absolute ruthless discipline. After Zio saves them, the whole crew thanks him, while the swordsman can't shake the feeling that the real villain is still out there. One woman pushes Zio to open up about Nasha and that brutal slave merchant title he can't hide anymore. Zio feels the heat on his back. He can't dodge the subject or fumble them with half-truths. He nods in silence and promises to lay it all out later, because he knows honesty can't be ignored. The whole vibe turns peaceful for a moment, setting the stage as Zio's big, detailed story is about to kick off. Zio tells Nasha that her soul got snapped into a brand new body, and right now, her life is still dangling by a thread. The whole group leans in, dead serious, Nasha's danger is real, and they can't stop worrying about how she needs protection at every second. Zio swallowed his pride and apologized for the mess, then vowed, along with their help, to keep Nasha safe from harm. The women kept grilling Zio about that slave trader title, shoving him for every last detail. Zio finally admits he can't keep the truth buried forever, but he begs them to stay quiet and not blow it up with loud reactions. The women corner Zio and demand his real title, tossing out wild legends like Magic Emperor and Great Sage just to see what he's hiding. They're totally starstruck by Zio, because the idea that he might carry multiple legendary titles at once feels unreal. The women burst with joy and affection, giggling as they tease Zio, while their minds drift, starry-eyed with admiration. Suddenly, the beast woman snaps, her instincts take over, and the beast inside her fully breaks free. Zio's eyes blow wide with shock as Nasha's sudden transformation rips through the calm they'd just found. Nasha, claws and instincts screaming in her bones, blurts out to Zio that she desperately wants children. Her sudden outburst hits like a truck, everyone freezes. Then panic and laughter collide as they scramble to calm her down. The girls love crashing at Zio's place, cozy, safe, and genuinely thankful for how warmly he treats them. They're thrilled to be closer to Zero because it hits them. Life feels totally different than it did before. Zio drops the bomb that the landlord knows everything, and right then they kick off their plans to leave for class. Zio's alarm bells start ringing over what just happened, and the landlord's bizarre reaction spikes the tension in the room. He blurts out that they were stuck on a guild job, then side-eyes the whole thing and basically asks why that request was so damn urgent. Zio lays out that money is needed to get more women, and the whole group snaps into embarrassment, misunderstandings exploding left and right. He makes it crystal clear the money is meant to buy slaves, and every woman in the room is left reeling in shock. Rise lays out the brutal truth in Kadatsu village. Buying slaves and housing them will cost a fortune. The girls start to squirm with nerves, and one of them blurts out, shaky but certain, that she'd been listening all along during last night's talk. Even though Zio's ready to help the village, he snaps back that his mission isn't slave trading. Zio and the girls get ready to head out, swearing they'll be back soon to help in every way they can. They burst out the house and roll up at a massive building, their guild headquarters probably. Inside, the guild clerk Nasha spots them right away, breaks into a warm welcome and greets them like she's been waiting. Zio clocks Nasha's new, warmer vibe after that incident, and suddenly the whole crew dares to hope, just cautiously. Nasha spots the guild's latest job request, and a surge of curiosity ignites, hinting at the wild tasks waiting just ahead. The crew huddles over the guild's request board, whispering about those brutal, high-reward missions, curious, but nobody's ready to jump in blind. The girls jump at the chance to help Zio pull in money from these brutal quests. Zio finally clicks. When they help, it means everyone's riding along on every mission. A guild official snaps into action, grilling them about who they really are, and whether their sudden crew even has a right to be there. Zia begs the guild official to let the girls tag along, but the official shuts her down with an ironclad no. The guild official grills the girls' party about whether they're really adventurers, sneering at their strength while they fight back with protests. He demands they get officially registered and prove they can back it up before they're allowed to tag along with Zio on quests. Rise squares up against a hulking brute and dares him to a fight, throwing down a wager to prove who's really worth something. The man clocks the challenge as suspicious, but he can't ignore it. He's already treating it like a shot at gaining the upper hand. As soon as the fight kicks off, the man blares his brother's name for backup, stunned that things have turned this wild. Zia snaps at the girls, warning them that they're still green in a fight, and telling them to stay sharp before they get hurt. The girls calm Zio down, certain that magic will turn any danger into an easy win. Suddenly, a massive bird-like cockatrice swoops in out of nowhere, and the whole group panics on the spot. Zio blurts that the monster sounds delicious, but the others snap back. This isn't the moment for tasting. Zio clenched his focus and sparked up a fierce fire spell, instantly clocking that cockatrice as a deadly, beranked demon beast. Zio finally clocks it. The woman's been nursing a grudge against him, and it puts him on high alert around everyone. At the guild, the girls push forward, asking for Zio to let them tag along on missions, begging for permission and waiting for the nod. The guild official nods, then slashes the payment to cover the broken desk from earlier. The girls get hit with a stern warning before every mission, because this isn't some game and real combat demands their full focus and real caution. They swaggered in, claiming they were just as strong as C-rank adventurers, and daring anyone to watch them prove it. A cockatrice explodes out of nowhere and lunges at Zio, shocking him, and instantly thrusting the whole crew into deadly danger. The girl bolts into the night, shrieking at the top of her lungs, begging Zio to pull her out of the monster's crushing attack. Zio shouts at everyone to keep sprinting, "Don't you dare get caught, because that monster is pure danger." After the fight, Zio laughs it off and roasts the defeated cockatrice, bragging like his own combat skills are untouchable. Right when they're about to dig in, Zio suddenly senses something stalking nearby. Then it snaps the whole group to attention. The crew chases that wild smell deeper and deeper into the forest, hunting down exactly where it's coming from. Suddenly, a fierce female warrior strides in with her guards, and she addresses the whole crew with the formal, respectful "my lady." They followed that eerie scent straight into this forest clearing, and the whole group tensed up as the danger started to creep closer. A rough, tough guy charges in, yelling that someone unleashed a dangerous creature, and right away everyone starts side-eyeing and snapping back defensively. The armored woman barks for restraint, warning him not to make a reckless move as she draws her sword with absolute intent. Even with protests flying, she refuses to waver. She swears no innocents will get hurt, and her iron leadership snaps into place over the bandits. He stays silent and sharp-eyed, clocking the woman's bold outfit and wondering what kind of people she and her crew really are. Altena steps forward as the leader, flashes an apologetic smile, and still manages to calm the tense group after her comrades' rude behavior. The young man starts doubting who they even are, clocking those massive numbers and realizing, no way, these aren't normal adventurers. Altena stands tall and proudly labels them noble thieves, shocking everyone with her wild, confident claim of status. A boisterous loudmouth keeps shouting they're not nobility, threatens to use violence, and right beside him, another guy swagger struts and brags about how unstoppable their crew is. The young man wrestles with what they really are, while Altena rushes in, apologizing for their behavior and trying to cool the heat before everything boils over. Even with everything going tense, some bandits calmly chew down on meat, while the rest are left seething, restless, and on edge. The young man grits his teeth and reluctantly swallows their story of noble thieves, while everyone else stays suspicious and downright hostile. Altena admits they only just turned into noble thieves, and the way she says it screams that this sudden change has a huge, messy past. She sinks into her memories of life as a broke, struggling adventurer, terrified she'll never find her footing or see real progress ahead. After she wiped out her attackers, she shocked everyone by suddenly unlocking the title Bandit Leader on her guild card. Altena blurts out that she never wanted to be left behind, and now she's determined to fix things by helping them heal. That young man can't help but wonder what those noble thieves even do, completely baffled as he watches them huddle up in the forest. Altena drops the truth. They've come to this forest to train hard and refill every last supply. She swears she'll crush corrupt nobles, burn kidnappers, and hunt slave merchants. No mercy, no humanity. Altena steps in and offers to share her meat and train the crew, proving she's got real heart and even bigger leadership when nobody expects it. After their leader got shoved out of the way, the group set their sights on a young man and dared him to fight. Altena strides in with iron resolve, warning everyone not to touch him or start anything with the young man. The young man thrusts out a deal, demanding they swear they'll never harm the innocent, then offers meat as the price. Altena nods so hard it's practically sparks. She boldly declares they're noble thieves and they'll never lay a hand on innocents. The young man snaps to Nasha, "Cut the meat," and when he calls him master, everyone's jaw drops in shock. That playful girl cracks jokes about how the young man must be a top-notch slave merchant, then teases him right to his face. Bandits yanked their blades out and snapped accusations at the group, claiming they were baiting them with meat as a trap or a brutal distraction. Altena steps forward and declares in a fierce, commanding voice that she'll execute the slave merchant right there. Bandits surge straight at Altena, and the young man knew he was walking into a brutal fight. Altena darts in and drops every attacker in seconds, carving the battlefield apart with deadly precision and total control. The young man throws a warning out there. Say one wrong move, and this brawl is about to explode, with serious injuries coming fast for everyone. Altena doesn't buy a word of the young man's claim. He's the strongest slave merchant alive, sure, but her doubt is sharp and immediate. She swears she'll personally drill him until he's strong enough to stand with B-rank warriors. The young man whips aside, braces for impact, and Altena's sudden aggressive stance turns the moment into a full-blown challenge. Altena snaps in with a blazing kick, and the bandits get steamrolled by her sudden speed and ruthless skill. During training, the young man ruthlessly disciplines Altena, and you can suddenly see just how much stronger he is compared to her. Altena fights through the pain, clenching her pride so hard she hides how wrecked and embarrassed she feels, refusing to ever admit she's at her limit. She reels from the humiliation, but she clenches her resolve. No way is she letting anyone see her crack. This young man steps in and bluntly warns everyone not to judge by titles or faces, because the real mission is hidden in the truth he's about to show. He admits he turned into a slave merchant so he could free the slaves, and the whole group is hit with a shock so hard you can feel it. Bandits who expected to fight instead bowed in shock, choking back tears for their fallen leader, because their loyalty ran deeper than steel. Altena darts in with a sincere apology, clears up the misunderstanding on the spot, and cools the whole group down before things explode. Bandits stand their ground and offer the rest of their men, praising the young man's leadership and calling him fair to the bone. The whole crew erupts in cheers, shouting praise for the young man's unshakable resolve to free the slaves together. Altena beams at them, swears she'll never forget their kindness, and vows to repay every last bit of that debt. The young man promises to come through later, and when he finally leaves, the group parts ways with shockingly warm feelings. After that brutal training and those jaw-dropping run-ins with the young man, Altena is completely flustered. Even with her cheeks burning, she can't stop secretly craving his discipline again. Like underneath it all, deeper feelings are finally begging to be let out. His playful companion suddenly picks up something's wrong and blurts, "Hey, do you feel cold?" The whole group tenses up with worry, like something unseen is creeping in, and the air itself feels like it's about to change. He scrutinizes the expense papers, and there it all is. Huge costs, food and daily needs, auction bills, and a bunch of strange, unexplained payments that don't add up. Rage flares in him as he slams the papers down, and he realizes this money right now can't possibly pay for everything. He steps onto a silent street and freezes, mind racing over what could have wiped out his money so fast. His companion clocks his troubled look and shoots a question. Are you hunting for something that really matters? He lays it all out, money's been vanishing fast, and he's dead set on hunting down exactly what's causing the leak. The female companion leans in and spills how she snagged those huge books lately, most of them teaching her how to run slaves and handle the money. The main guy flips through a pile of books and realizes they're basically a playbook for boosting slave labor efficiency and turning that village wealth into something bigger. He can't shake the fear that their whole progress is being powered by his own money, and it wrecks him with guilt over every single expense. They run into a sharply dressed woman named Zioris, and she showers them with praise for their wins, then leans in and asks for even more. He demands a full-day job with solid pay, and she weighs a few options before deciding what fits. Zari's shoots, "Is there a problem?" But the hesitation hits first, and then he quickly shakes it off and denies anything's wrong. She prods him to finally take adventuring seriously, then slides him the biggest quest offer, the highest reward request out there. To win this quest, you've got to crush a brutal exam, yet nobody's managed to pass it so far. He turns betrayed as his companion jabs him with playful pressure, throwing him off and stealing his focus. He snaps up the quest without hesitation, determination blazing, and tells Alina to get ready, because this challenge is coming fast. Zehoris thrust a map into the protagonist's hands and told them the mission was for a client named Palestis Murdy. When the client walks in, he instantly clocks the face, freezes with shock, then flat out denies there's any problem when they ask him straight. Zioris clocks Palestis' involvement right away, because that weird bandit suppression request hits too close to home. The protagonist wonders if she just hinted at something, but Zioris shoots it down on the spot and quickly masks her reaction. Suddenly, Alina screams that the quest is about to run out, so they bolt out the door, sprinting to finish it before time steals it. Patty points them to the trial grounds right beside the Golden Lion Tower and steers the whole group in. They stumble on a horrifying scene, bodies sprawled everywhere, and the whole place reeks of a massacre that looks like it just happened. A man snaps that they're not dead at all, they're just out cold, and warns you not to assume the worst. Patty chokes out an apology as she finally realizes. Turns out the protagonist and Ziori are the ones who knocked them out. Patty fires off, "Why are we even here?" and the protagonist smirks, "I saw your request and chose to jump in." Patty throws out a warning, this quest is brutal, but she still believes Zioris can pull it off and finish it. The protagonist struts in, chest puffed out, bragging that his strength blows everyone else away, sure he's far more capable than those rookie adventurers. Other fighters storm up to him, grilling him about why he showed up late and ordering him to take the trial right then. Patty lunges in to defend him, insisting his raw strength makes the whole trial test pointless. The protagonist bites down on the challenge, fueled by pure determination to prove he's worthy and to make Patty's wishes come true. Patty's face turns beet red after the protagonist's confident declaration, and you can practically see her get rattled by everything he says and does. Outside the castle, armed men surround the place and demand the woman be handed over, slamming the claim that she's their property. The protagonist clutches Patty close like she's sacred, insisting only he deserves her loyalty. Patty shyly clings to him like he's her shield, fully sensing his protection, and their bond keeps tightening. Patty jolts in shock when the protagonist declares he's finished the trial, and then bluntly goes on to press the people standing right around him. The protagonist leans in, demands a full breakdown of the quest's real purpose, and why they've been dragged here in the first place. Patty finally spills the truth. Their mission is a brutal hunt for the human traders and slave merchants who chained up her people. The protagonist calls for government help, but Patty shoots it down fast, Her hometown trusts zero authorities. They lock in their departure plans for tomorrow, but admit they still don't have a clue about their targets, or how big the whole thing really is. The protagonist snaps that the info isn't enough, and demands a real expert to step in and consult someone who actually knows these groups inside out. A woman steps in and swears she knows people who live the bandit life, then promises juicy insider details. Patty, her doubt roaring in her head, refuses to sit around. She insists they grab their gear and hunt the bandits down themselves. The whole crew huddles up and decides to hunt down anyone who knows bandit routes inside and out, so they can snag the crucial intel fast. The male lead hesitates over how to hit up informants, but he swallows his fear and decides it's worth it, even knowing the dangers are waiting. He hesitates at every shady corner, but he still refuses to back down. He's determined to find Altana and her gang, and he needs them fast. Suddenly, a confident woman shows up like she owns the place, talks to him casually, and asks why he's in such a rush. The woman steps in to help, insisting she might know something useful, even if everyone treats her like she's pathetic. The male lead sits there, realizing listening to someone tied to the slave auction could change everything. The woman weighs Patty's request like it's a loaded question, then sips her tea with unnerving calm as the stakes press down. The whole crew locks in their cooperation, trusting each other with every beat of their hearts, even as tension coils around the mission. Another woman snaps at them for pulling off all that without telling her, her worry blazing right alongside pure frustration. The female elf lays out Patty's real reason for saving her tribe, then flips the whole story on why she chose to become a merchant. The woman blurts out the Crimson Black Panthers, led by a noble thief named Altana, and everyone's instantly stunned. The male lead blurts out that he needs to know, does she know Altana? Because he's hunting down the thief's real identity right now. She shrugs off the fine details, then offers to sketch a map, cautious, but she's clearly willing to cooperate. The woman jabs a spot on the map and tells them they could finally cross paths with Altana, then lays out exactly where to go. She can't help but quietly wonder how Altana's holding up as she gears up to strike on that information. They hear Altana's health is rough, but they watch her push through and reassure themselves she's got it under control, calming their worries. The woman warns them, don't muscle it, push too hard and you'll pay. Stay sharp, stay careful, and keep yourself safe on this mission. She lets out a soft laugh at the thought of some noble thief running a whole gang, teasing the idea like it's a joke. The crew stumbles into a battered tavern, and even with the danger screaming in their faces, they press in to hunt for answers. The second the cat girl steps inside, her excitement skyrockets. She can already feel valuable help waiting for her in the walls. They burst into the tavern, stunned by the packed crowd even though they'd already heard how famous those noble thieves were. Then right out of nowhere, a familiar woman calls Zioris by name, and suddenly the whole past between them snaps into focus. She asks straight up if he came back for round 2 on that old punishment, and you can feel the tension between them still sizzling. She urges him to slide to a quieter table, because the real reason she tracked him down can't wait. At the table, Zioris leans in and admits they tracked her down off a tip, because they needed her help. A patron says a teacher reached out, begging them to come meet after vocational school. She leans in and asks, is this about Neil-sensei exposing how the whole group ties back to your teacher? The woman blurts out that Neil-sensei is her swordplay master, and the whole room is left reeling at the shocking personal twist. Zeris finally admits he totally underestimated Neil-sensei. This guy knows swordplay inside and out, and basically haunts the same tavern every single time. Zioris cracks a joke about how slave merchants act weird, especially after Nils laughed at his own role as the thief leader. Zioris steered the conversation, pressing for answers about the slave merchants selling elf merchandise. The woman nods, admits she knew all along, and spills that they've been planning a strike on the same group, just recently. The elf can't help it, he blurts out, who is she? With burning curiosity, desperate to know who she is and what part she plays in their crew. Zioris steps in and unveils Altana, the noble thief queen, and her sharp ally Maldi, who's determined to free the elves. Maldi slams a map onto the table, and boom, there it is, the exact info Zeris and his crew have been hunting for. Early this morning, they're gearing up to hit a bandit troop rolling through Kalium Valley. The crew huddled up, laying out their attack plan, and then pressed for permission to jump into the next coordinated strike. The woman gladly welcomes them in, nodding and insisting their help could tip the whole attack into success. Zioris hands out the rolls, charges at the front, then has everyone else slide into the middle and back to trap the enemies from all sides. The strategy is to split the enemy's focus, hit them from multiple angles at once so their band can't lock onto a single threat. They lock into the plan, then split the chaos into roles. One handles the prisoner while the rest gear up for a perfectly timed strike. The woman pouts at him, then swears the plan is flawless, half worried, half teasing like she's daring the universe to prove her wrong. Zioris shoots her a puzzled look at that disappointed face, even though she agreed, then throws in a little joke to break the tension right before the mission kicks off. They lock in the plan Kalium Valley tomorrow at dawn and get ready to strike. Two rival groups square off, tension snapping tight as armored fighters step forward, and a wary crowd rings them in. Zioris greets his companions with a ready-for-action grin, and right on cue, one wolf-eared ally yawns, making it clear they've been up since the crack of dawn. A ruthless leader roars, rallying his warriors like thunder, hungry for battle and desperate to prove how far they've grown. Zioris hammers out the final checks to board the carriages. While Patty is already there, cutting the silence with her arrival, departure is about to explode any second. Nasha the elf greets Zioris with a sharp grin, telling him the bandits' plan might just shockingly turn into a lifesaver for their people. Zioris frets over how he looks and what it costs, but his companion snaps that the real problem isn't his outfit. It's something deeper. Nasha tells Zioris, "You're strong enough so we can skip the heavy protection for this journey." The group bursts into the stables, and Zioris gets teased nonstop for calling Patty boss, with that way too affectionate grin. Nasha bursts into laughter, urging Zioris to claim the boss title with pride, teasing him to relax and stop holding back. Nasha's voice shakes as she blurts out that theory is amazing, and the room snaps to attention. Everyone else shoves back, telling her to stop throwing out wild, random compliments. Zioris' crew can't stop gushing about his magnetic charisma. His charm pulls people in like gravity. While Nasha, all jittery, blurts out that Zioris is amazing, and the others snap, telling her to stop throwing random compliments. As the carriages pull up, the whole crew breaks formation, ready to ride straight for Kalium Valley. Zioris stays perfectly still outside the stable as a carriage idles nearby. Then you can feel it. The journey is about to kick off any second. Zioris stares at Altana's success, realizing she flipped bandits into noble thieves, and honestly the twist is shocking. Nasha gets what the noble thieves are really after, and their leader fires them up to live up to that dream. The leader extends an invite for Patty to join the Crimson Black Panthers, and Patty politely shuts it down. They roll into Kalium Valley, and Zioris throws his hand up, ready to hop out of the carriages and start. As the carriage screeches to a halt, the group spills out, and the valley stretches wide, silent as if it's holding its breath. Zioris barks orders at everyone, take your assigned spots and lock in, because the attack is coming exactly as planned. Patty's hands tremble as she throws the mission's success onto Zioris, showing her hidden worry, but betting everything on her trust. Zioris and Patty pore over the plan, while Nasha and the others slip into place nearby, silent and ready. Zioris peeks out from his hiding spot as enemy soldiers close in, and the tension in the bushes tightens like a trap. The group shoots Zioris a promise. "We've got you," even as doubt claws at him because he can't shake the fear they won't pull it off. Zioris spots movement on the horizon, and the enemy finally crashes into the valley. A leader spots Patty's squad rolling in and throws a signal, right as the clash is about to explode. Patty's squad launches their attack out of nowhere, charging forward with sudden fury that leaves everyone stunned. Zioris starts to panic. Altana still hasn't shown up. Then a message hits, Patty's gone charging alone, sparked by a child's voice. Zioris barks out reinforcements to back up Patty, then pledges he'll handle the rest alone. Bandits burst into panic, terrified the attack is hunting their merchandise, and they scatter in a frantic scramble to survive. The injured bandit spills the truth. This isn't some stand-in job, the boss is getting personally involved, and that spells real trouble for whoever they're up against. Zioris strides up to a bandit leader, and the guy immediately fires questions at him, but Zioris doesn't flinch. He steamrolls the threat and strikes back with a brutal, decisive attack. Bandits spot the fight brewing nearby, and their leader Zioris throws himself into it with ruthless fury, turning their whole crew into a chaos storm. The bandit captain roars to his troops, thirsting to prove himself to Patty with a brutal, no-holding-back strike. Patty barks orders with pure grit, driving her squad to battle with their teeth bared and hearts locked in. She screams out in war, rockets forward with her sword held high, and drives her squad straight into the fight like a storm. He shouts at the girl cowering inside the carriage, demanding she come out right now. The girl trembled inside the carriage, eyes brimming with tears, looking utterly terrified as the whole situation crushed her. Patty grabs their hands and promises, "Don't worry, I'll keep you safe and I'll get you out of your captors." The girl suddenly broke down in tears, drowning in relief, and clinging to a fresh spark of hope after Patty's words. The girl rockets into Patty's arms as the others crowd in, all of them spilling their emotions right there with her. Zioris unleashes Wind Drill Lotus ***, carving through the air and dropping *2 enemies at once, proving his magic is leveling up fast. After he wipes out the bandits here, Zioris sets his sights on one thing, helping Patty break the captive slaves free. Zioris feels something off the moment the next carriage comes into view, and a gut-churning unease screams that trouble's riding inside. The bandit boss snarls about his massive financial losses, all because this total chaos has blown everything apart. A towering armored brute looms beside Nasha and snarls, demanding to know exactly who's going to take responsibility. A hulking armored figure keeps its eyes glued on a captive woman as she sleeps, while Zioris watches with a tight grip of worry, tense, alert, and ready for trouble. The protagonist squares off with a towering armored giant who grips a praying woman in his arms, all while the two stand locked in a jagged, rocky wasteland. He can't stop wondering if that giant is a titan, and he's sure the real brains behind the nearby bandits are him. His priceless merchandise is wrecked, and rage hits. He points at the giant and his crew, blaming them for the theft. The giant roars for compensation, then snaps a warning. He somehow sensed them before he ever confronted them. With a thunderous slam, the giant crashes to the ground, battle hours starting now, while our protagonist braces himself, wary and ready. The girl slumped unconscious in captivity, bound tight, while the hero hunted for answers as to why, because the reason still hadn't surfaced. The boy stepped up to the brute, feeling the raw power in him, but clocking those heavy, predictable swings like they were telegraphed. As the brute lunged back, the boy still shoved magic into place, ignoring the warnings, as if he could snatch the fight's momentum right from fate. Suddenly, the brute snatched the girl and snarled that he'd hurt her unless the boy stopped fighting back with magic. She begged for mercy, pushing him to hold back and show compassion, even when cruelty and danger closed in. The whole team froze, because they knew using the hostage for anything would unleash huge-scale attacks they couldn't afford right now. They stormed through the carriages, convinced everything was safe, until someone screamed that their comrade was still trapped in the fight. The brute yanked his grip tighter on the girl, snapping the boy into a razor-edge standoff. He snapped into position, gripping his focus tight, pumped up his strength, and vowed to finish everything with a single, crushing strike. Ringed by allies and looming threats, he steels himself to save the hostage, without landing a killing blow. A colossal warrior snarls his threat of execution, yanks a woman into his grip, and starts winding up for a fatal strike. A boot suddenly rockets into the frame from off-panel, smashing through the tension with a lightning-fast rescue. The protagonist drove a punch straight into the warrior's chest, knocking him off guard and slamming the killing blow to a stop. The warrior jerks back in agony, his grip gives way, and the woman in his hold starts to slip away. She yanks herself free of his grip and tumbles down safely, eyes wide in shock but completely unharmed. The armored enemy stumbled backward, completely blindsided by the brutal impact, and his mask spiderwebbed and cracked under the crushing blow. Zioris stood there stone-calm, staring down at the knight's fallen body as the elf woman dropped to her knees, finally breathing out in relief. Reinforcements finally barreled in, and Zioris locked onto the enemy leader's identity, then reassured everyone that he hadn't taken any serious injuries. The crew reveled in the taste of victory. Then the captives were rescued safe and sound, until one warrior froze and slipped a bombshell nobody saw coming. The last bandits, still led by that brute, suddenly jumped them and screamed the truth. They hadn't surrendered yet. The crowd surged forward with weapons blazing, cheering like they'd won everything, because their united attack finally crushed the bandit threat for good. Peace finally returned, and the survivors burst into relieved smiles. Zioris stood back in quiet awe as their companions soothed the rescued with soft, steady gestures. A veiled woman strode up to Zioris, bowed with perfect grace, and thanked him from the bottom of her heart for saving her life. Zioris spotted the nun, smiled at her with calm reassurance, and finally breathed easy. She was safe, untouched, and unhurt. Zioris stepped in and introduced himself as a slave merchant, and when Cialabus saw his unexpected moral choices, she was completely stunned. Zuris shakily asked about her vision, and when she saw him trip over his words, she went still, then watched him quietly, listening as he fumbled nervously. She let out a soft laugh, flashed him a reassuring smile, and told him it was all fine. She just hadn't expected him to say it so honestly. She snapped her eyes open, and the world finally sharpened into view. Turns out her blindness was never real, just an illusion. She laid out the deal with a straight face, acting like she was blind so the magical world couldn't stop her from watching it in peace. She gasped as she watched magic burst in vivid color and light, then felt the mana reveal everyone's deepest inner nature. She told her reason, shut her eyes tight, and suddenly she could feel pure mana crystal clear. Zioris suddenly wondered if she could actually read his aura. Then he blurted out, nerves shaking as he demanded what she saw. She felt his mana flare in 4 shades, 3 blazing hot and 1 soft, gentle warmth. Zioris begged for secrecy, and just swore she'd keep it locked tight. Yet in the back of her mind, she couldn't shake the thought of just how rare his power really was. With her hands clasped tight, she whispered the story of her once great life, now ruined, traded, and dragged into slavery. She tore into her past, the girl once crowned as the Holy Maiden of the Ruben Filio Empire. Zioris froze after her confession, staring like he couldn't breathe, and demanded to know if she really meant it when she said she'd been sainted. Panicking, Zioris shoved himself back and told her to head straight to the church, claiming it was the safest, proper place to be. She shook her head solemnly, her voice turning gentle as she insisted, leaving him isn't an option anymore. The saint dropped to her knees before Zioris, begging to stay so she could repay him for saving her. Zioris started doubting her calling to go back, and when she finally admitted it, it hit hard. Leaving the church was impossible now. Nobles called for her, but before she could finish her sacred mission, they snatched her away. To free those enslaved kids, she threw herself into the darkest bargain. She became a slave instead, just so they could walk out alive. When the report finally landed, the allies instantly recognized her, and that brutal truth started clawing its way into the light. The whole group fell silent, fighting to swallow the brutal truth that she'd once been a saint. They demanded to know why not a single rumor ever flew, because even overseas, news of a saint's fall should have exploded across the world. She admitted their ignorance wasn't a mistake, it was planned, and the church was probably hiding the truth from anyone outside. The saint was convinced the church scoured in secret, burying filthy truths behind their so-called holy name. She said the missing clergy were marked as summoned by God, and then erased from the official records without a sound. She figured no one would remember her. Then he vowed the world would roll out the red carpet and welcome her with open arms. She said coming back would brand her with disgrace, an outcast heretic, because anyone who defied divine will got crushed and shoved away. Rage erupted as they blasted the church for its sick hypocrisy, punishing the very victims just to keep its perfect image clean and out of blame. Zioris got it. He saw exactly where she stood, heard every ounce of her pain, and chose not to push her back when she didn't want to. She smiled like hope was fire in her chest, even though her past still haunted her. Then he still pulled her into their journey like it was meant to be. They offered her the chance to command the Crimson Black Panthers, praying her presence would finally bring stability. Everyone nodded she'd be perfect. With her leading the way, she could reign in that wild crew of warriors before chaos swallowed them whole. Je bowed humbly and swore she'd back him as a former saint, ready to launch into a brand new path. The team geared up to report back, and as loyalties with Lady C deepened, respect surged between them. Meanwhile, someone tore through their papers, staring in disbelief at why this crew hauled around so many bounties and so many secrets. The receptionist nudged her glasses up and got ready to drop one last, sharp remark into her report. She was blown away by how many women trailed him, every one of them loyal to the bone, ready to handle anything. Zioris nervously pushed back, insisting their cooperation was nothing but servitude. But the clerk stayed stone cold, buying none of his excuse. While the bounties were being lined up, Zioris demanded a private, one-on-one meeting with the mysterious guildmaster holding the strings. She nodded at his request, then told him to wait as she hurried to confirm everything with the guildmaster. The guildmaster strode into the room with a steady calm, greeted everyone, then quickly apologized for the short delay. He waved them to sit like it was no big deal, and the whole team glanced around first before dropping into the seats. While everyone else sat there with respect, Zioris kicked back like he owned the place. Then one companion snapped at him, because the guildmaster's authority was not something you messed with. One girl froze in doubt, sure she didn't belong as a thief. Then Zioris leaned in and told her, "This is exactly where you fit." Guildmaster review documents gave everyone a chance to poke holes in the profits, and Zioris made it clear that those noble thieves actually helped him rescue the captured elves. She spotted the armored woman, once a B-rank adventurer, now whispered about as the noble thieves' sharpest secret. The boy leaned in and told him they'd joined the Crimson Black Panthers, vicious former brigands everyone feared. Everyone already knew their old crimes, but they'd recently done a good turn, so he stepped up and demanded amnesty for what they'd done. The guild official let out a cold, mocking laugh at the request, then flat-out slammed the door and refused to grant forgiveness. He slammed the idea that the world should wipe clean criminal records, even if those so-called bad guys are trying to change right now. That boy demanded redemption with everything he had, but the guildmaster shut him down, calling it nothing but unrealistic daydreams. When they demanded he step up, the boy nodded and swore he'd take the full blame if they ever committed another crime. The guildmaster's eyes locked on that mysterious girl. Then he demanded to know why she was there, dressed like she'd stepped out of some strange adventure. She calmly introduced herself as Jalipes, once a saint of the Ruben Philo Empire. Suspicion flared in the guildmaster's eyes as she demanded identification and a full explanation, determined to confirm who she was and what she was really after. Once they verified who she was, the whole vibe snapped in an instant. His demeanor changed, and the group hurried to apologize, stunned. He finally confessed that the guild was secretly living off church support, and that every guild master had to be a true believer. Zhe swallowed her pride and asked for help, admitting she never expected the guild's situation to have gotten this bad. Moved by her desperate plea, Blazer promised to make an exception if she personally vouched for them. Blazer barked a stern warning, demanding her safety, and the group nodded in grateful agreement, promising they'd take responsibility. While everyone finally loosened up, they thought the mission was over. Then they realized one last job still had to be finished. With pure determination, the elf woman blurted out her final request, begging everyone for one last favor. Paulestes snapped to the group, begging them to help her round up her scattered tribesmen from that old rescue mission. They promised to back her all the way, then pushed the trip to the next morning. That lonely night, Paulestes froze in front of a shut door, his mind racing with anxious thoughts he hadn't even finished yet. Still shaken but refusing to back down, she steadied her breath, strode to the door, and knocked, each tap a tremble of fear and pure resolve. A cautious voice answered back, and Paulestes finally introduced herself, then immediately apologized for showing up so late at night. Paulestes jittered in place as the door groaned open, whispering "Patty," like his voice might crack. Patty showed up in sleepwear, fully surprised but strangely calm, and asked, right then and there, why Plastis had even come walking. Patty pulled her inside with open arms, and when Plastis realized they were truly family, the shock hit her like a truck. Inside, Patty took a slow sip of tea and softly grilled, "So what brought Plastic to my room tonight?" With cheeks burning, Paulestes stalled for a moment, then finally confessed she was desperate for advice, completely unsure how to tackle the mess she was dealing with. Paulestes laid out her request to Zioris, then pushed Patty to come up with something way more fitting. She clung to Patty's insight, praying that the very opinion Patty boldly promised to share would finally make everything click. Patty wasted no time. She blurted that Zioris was straight up a massive pervert by nature. Even with that blunt warning hanging in the air, Patty grinned and promised to show Paulestes something genuinely useful, if only she'd do it in return. She snatched a mysterious book out of hiding and slid it into Paulestes' hands like a secret warning, dressed up as advice. Plastis cracked open the book, read it out loud, and froze. Its suggestive, poetic words hit him like a jolt. She labeled it shameless, but Patty wouldn't back down. She swore it teaches you to show gratitude in a way words can't fully capture. Patty made it clear, real gratitude isn't just words. It has to respect how the other person feels and what they meant. Plastis finally understood this. Gratitude is worthless unless the person on the receiving end truly gets it and genuinely appreciates it. Patty traced the book's shocking origins, saying it's made to guide mating, and that's when Paulestes' panic detonated on the spot. Paulestes froze for a heartbeat, terrified she didn't have a single thing worth giving Zioris as a real, proper gift. Patty murmured a daring idea, and the moment it landed, Paulestes erupted into panic, because the terrifying meaning hit like a brick. Meanwhile, a cat-eared girl was dead asleep, as Zior slipped in silently and crept toward her bed. He draped the blanket over her with tender care, letting her tiredness sink in as the whole long day replayed in his head in silence. Zeris shook off these weird thoughts and swore he was a proper gentleman right before someone slammed on his door. Zioris yanked the door open, totally thrown by the knock, then froze when he saw Pyles standing right on the other side. She swallowed her pride and apologized for the hour, and it caught him off guard. She was dead serious. Then he opened the door and let her in, drawn in by pure curiosity. Spots on her face, Zioris caught her flustered look and pressed her for answers. She snapped that nothing was wrong and stayed outside anyway. Paulus dropped a heartfelt thank you, saying she'd come back to repay him in a way that actually meant something truly personal. Nervously, she asked Zioris to tug the ribbon on her cloak, and the moment it happens, he's left completely stunned. Paulesta tossed off her cloak, and there, lingerie, she swallowed hard, nerves sparking as she braced herself to finally show her feelings through action. Zioris' heart slammed as she stared at the sudden sight, and the direct gesture left her flustered, panicking, and clueless about what to do next. Confused and swamped, Zioris pressed Patty for answers, stunned at how fast everything spiraled out of control. A cat girl burst in, threw both hands over his eyes, and shouted at him to stop, like he was seconds away from seeing something he definitely shouldn't. Paulestes finally admitted she'd misread the whole situation, convinced Zioris would be happy with it. Then the cat girl clocked the fear in her face instantly. While everyone froze in shock, Zioris clamped his hands over his eyes and snapped, demanding to know who did this. He snapped to it. Fam had masterminded the whole thing. Then she spilled the truth. Zioris cared more about honest expression than gifts or looks. Paulesta's shy, honest expression became the real prize. Her sincerity hit so hard that even the crowd watching fell completely silent. When they asked him to speak, Zeri's nerves hit like a wave and he fumbled for the right words, desperate to express just how grateful he was. Paulestes blurted out her thanks right then, flustered, but totally sincere, and swore that moment was the absolute best. Blushing out of his mind, Paulestes crumpled and fainted, And while everyone panicked, fam erupted in laughter, loving every second of how it all played out. They strode down a quiet village road with purpose, cutting straight toward a remote destination only they could reach. They huddled over their route, locked in that the elves were close, and then started hunting for that familiar abandoned building. He said you had to dodge attention, because the big crowded towns didn't welcome the other races. Even though she looked drained, Thea shot the group a confident grin and said she was fully back on track after finally getting some real rest. As the tension finally cracked, the crew broke into jokes and laughed like the world wasn't out to get them. Then they pushed forward on their journey. Zioris totally spaced out his companion's name. Then the poor guy snapped in, shouting it out in pure embarrassment. The whole crew erupted in laughter as Thea teased them, pulling up memories of a meal they'd shared on that just-finished mission. Thea finally opened up. After everything she'd been through, their carefree warmth felt weird, but weird in the best way, like fresh air in her chest. She grinned with determination, swearing she'd adapt fast and give Zioris everything she had. They rushed up to a building they knew well. Two elf girls spotted them at once and burst into delighted cheers. Patty flashed a bright smile as Zioris walked in, and right there at the door you could tell everything was already ready to go, waiting for them. Zioris shot out an apology for being late, and the younger elf lit up with a smile, while Patty nodded back politely, thanking him in return. Polystes' nerves screamed as she dug up a painfully awkward memory. She leaned in and whispered Patty's name, visibly rattled by what she couldn't forget. With cheeks blazing, Pilastus tried to drag up yesterday's incident. But the moment he started, he pivoted and threw himself into making preparations. She pulled everyone inside for dinner, and Zioris, starving and distracted, followed her instantly, no second thoughts. The group pushed into the grand hall, and the young elves greeted them with big, shining smiles that screamed, "We're grateful you're here." Zioris watched them recover and pressed, "When do we get to go home?" And then came a strict, formal question about the bodyguards. Three stern elven officials stepped into view, their faces hard as stone, their posture screaming judgment. And they didn't look like they'd ever seen these visitors before. Zioris demanded answers, and the elder finally admitted they ran the whole facility and organized the recovery mission. One elf questioned the humans, and Zioris felt their attitude turn ice cold, nothing like what he'd hoped for. The elves accused the group of deception, and Zioris immediately stepped in to calm things down before the situation spiraled out of control. Pilastus stood her ground, then reminded everyone what they'd paid for and snapped at the elder for his ugly prejudice. The elder stared at her unexpected power, and when he finally spoke, he apologized, admitting the slavers left scars that still poisoned his trust. Zioris got exactly why they were on edge. He laid it all out. Their mismatched gear and awkward look were what sparked the confusion. The men leaned in and reassured the elves, telling them their crew was officially recognized and stamped guild-approved as the kind of trust you can count on. The elder promised cooperation, and Zioris' crew stood tall as their sincerity finally started earning everyone's trust. Pilastes vouched for them, and the elder swallowed his pride, apologizing and admitting he'd totally misjudged them, because their reaction hit way too hard. The air finally lightened. Zioris' allies stepped in, cracked jokes about how everything got tangled, and eased the tension with every word. Zioris felt sick with guilt for pulling them into all this mess, and Thea grabbed his fears and reminded him they still trusted him. Thea poured out gratitude and warmth. Then Patty burst in out of nowhere, totally flustered, and blared her interruption straight through the moment. Patty's cool shattered. She blurted that Thea was seducing everyone, then claimed her own chances were basically dead in the water. Frustrated but unshakable, Patty was suddenly nudged by an unexpected touch, just enough to crack her iron grip on focus. She confessed her love for Nasha too, and Thea answered with pure wisdom, welcoming love in full, no chains, no ownership. Patty admitted she was lost, but she clung to hope. Then the elves snapped the whole focus to one thing, getting them a real, proper meal. Zioris grinned and led the way, telling me we should team up to taste Nasha's cooking and chow down together. In the far north of Garuda, a wild, lush garden wrapped around the royal castle, because right there someone was gone. Loud calls ricocheted through the garden. Then a man stepped out, calm on the surface but clearly fed up with the noise. A woman slipped in behind him and froze, realizing he'd been there the whole time, perfectly hidden, completely untouched. She called out loud, face set with stone-cold seriousness, like she'd come for a reason she wouldn't miss. Varia spotted him outside the courtyard and finally confessed she'd stayed away exactly as he told her. She snapped at him, sharp but gentle, for messing with her plants. Then he blurted out that urgent, confidential news had just arrived. Varia looked him dead in the face and brushed him off, saying she couldn't stand one more pointless word right now. This time he snapped that it was dead serious. No vague, melodramatic warnings like he always gave. She finally caved in, but only after throwing him a sharp warning. Don't waste her time again, got it? She froze when the shocking news hit, someone with the dreaded title, the Demon Lord, had risen again. Startled, he barked for confirmation, and she fought to catch up with the brutal meaning of his words. She shot him a stern look, thinking he was just joking, but he shut that down and confirmed the location, dead serious. He explained that in the very same human kingdom of Baltio, people kept showing up to Hyro and the Great Sage, like the whole place had turned into a stage for them. She ripped open a brutal truth. Turns out the last Demon Lord was her own brother, and that bloodline proof left no doubt. She dropped the bombshell that the title disappeared the day her brother died, and now this comeback hit like pure dread. He slammed classified documents on the table to prove it, while she yanked her advisor in, then opened them and read every last line. An uneasy dread crept in, but she still leaned on their elite magic intelligence network, skeptical that any of it could be fake. Even though she hated the idea of dragging the elites in, she still nodded and quietly mobilized the repulsion corps, slow, cautious, and ready to strike back if she had to. Her voice cracked with urgency as she ordered every monster they had at Baltio. He warned her the war was coming back, but she met the threat with this unnerving calm that felt way too steady. She granted full permission, clearing the way for him to unleash their deadliest powers exactly the way he saw fit. With total confidence, she declared that even their strongest troops could crush the so-called Demon Lord without breaking a sweat. He snapped to it and started the preparations right away, while she stayed locked in, sure the results would hit fast and land clean. Right when things were finally steady, the soldiers' frantic rush snapped Varia's patience, because today had already shoved her past her breaking point. A terrified soldier burst in, and right then Omar Regan slammed through the gate, charging straight into the heart of it. Demon King Omar strolled in with a wicked grin, laughing that it was always this easy to drop by her. Varia snapped at him, harsh and loud, warning him about the non-aggression treaty he kept smashing again and again, without a single scrap of permission. She brushed off his proposal with icy resolve, even tossing out the idea of strength, and he smirked right back, deflecting it with teasing charm as he pushed. So, will you marry me? Omar's aide slammed the warning in, leave now, and the tension surged until it felt like danger tied to Rui was about to crash in any second. A brutal crash rocked the ground as a horned demon woman strode in, radiating raw power. Rui, the demon king of Gyudido, stormed in seething again, furious that Omar had broken the treaty yet again. She tore into him for dragging her into his mess again and again, wrecking the political balance with reckless moves. Omar dodged responsibility and claimed marriage would end for all, and Rui stared him down, raging because that excuse didn't land. Magic erupted and chaos tore through the air. Then her fury snapped like a whip as everyone panicked over Varia's precious garden. Varia's flower garden was shattered to pieces, and both demon kings awkwardly scrambled to act like the wreckage wasn't that bad. They spiraled into finger-pointing. Rui swore Omar did it all, and Omar snapped back with a storm of insults. Rage flared in Varia as she snapped cold questions at them, and the moment she stepped into the courtyard, everyone went silent while the tension snapped tight in the air. Both rulers snapped back and fled on the spot, claiming some urgent crisis, because the fear of Varia crushed every excuse they had. She let out a sharp sigh, unimpressed. This chaos was just another childish fight, the kind that spirals over some pointless marriage drama. Varia stood there in dead silence, drowning in grief over her wrecked garden, and the memories hit hard, peaceful days with her brother, like they'd never even happened. She scoffed and called the new demon lord meaningless, because no one in this world could ever match her brother's raw power or his ironclad authority. When she felt her thoughts spiral, she forced herself to breathe. Maybe some real conflict would at least be fun. Her aide stared at her rampage in stunned silence, praying the demon lord wouldn't turn hostile against their nation. With steel in his eyes, he clenched his fist and swore, no matter what it cost, he'd finish the mission and shield Varia's fragile peace. In Baltio Kingdom, the profession school towered over the city like a silent giant, watching everything below. Inside, a girl crumpled on the papers, wiped out after tearing through every document, still finding nothing. She sank deeper into despair, choking on doubts about herself and everything that was happening. Then she almost let it all go. Suddenly, she spotted a tiny detail everyone missed, and that single spark of hope lit up her eyes again. Zialis and the Beastkin girl burst into a messy room, and a woman there snaps the greetings with a stack of documents in her hands. They lock eyes in total confusion at the chaos on the floor, papers everywhere. Yet that woman just stands there, completely unbothered. She rushes forward and shoves the document in hand, brushing off the chaotic, zealous questions like it's just a competition sign-up. Zialis refuses to realize the impact of signing the force's participation, and the woman just calmly shoves him forward, waiting for his choice like she's got all the time in the world. She flashes a smile, practically begging Zialis to step in. Then Zialis and the girl press her, demanding to hear her reasoning. The Beastkin girl crouches and scans the scattered papers, while the teacher stalls, stalling, stammering some blurry excuse for everything. Zealous and the girl dig up truth documents, and the second they see the names tied to massive gambling debts, the whole room erupts. Shock hits everyone at once. Even with their shock, the teacher bursts into laughter, and then blurts out how she carelessly gambled away every single coin she had. Zeoli challenges her own authority, right to her face, and the teacher snaps back that she's still the real deal, sweeping her reckless stunt aside like it doesn't matter. She begs Zeoli's for help, touts her own fighting skills, and pleads for his support in her truly pathetic, helpless situation. The teacher lays out her plan, and with Zealous weak-ranked, nobody would dare bet on him. She says the prize comes with money, but Zealous, staff, shuts her down fast and rips her gambling scheme apart. The teacher relents with a stinging disappointment, and Beast Can Girl snaps into action. Her mind races back to the legendary staff of the spirit, and she remembers the rumor about the staff, just as Zealous spots her worry and presses her for the details. The teacher lays out the staff's political past, full of disputes, danger, and rumors that they're about to be tossed aside to stop a national meltdown. Zealous warns that the prize is way too dangerous, but the teacher dodges his concern with a smooth sidestep, sliding over drinks and something else. As the tea hits the table, Zealous snaps and demands their attention. She whips out yet another document like it's trouble. The moment the paper hits, they're stunned. This is a government-issued job with crazy high pay, yet Zealous hesitates hard as he reads it. He demands to know why she's got it, and she snaps back that only elite adventurers get missions like this. Zealoth snaps at her, doubting her story, and she swears it's just luck. Meanwhile, the Beastkin girl stays silent, watching that weird exchange like a hawk. The teacher spells out the request, and then right near Jairus, those demons vanish like magic, so a high-level investigation team gets launched fast. Zealoth stalls, half on the verge of backing out. Then she promises him he won't be alone, that seasoned adventurers will ride with them. But even so, Zealoth can't shake the nagging fear that he's not someone they should trust. The teacher pushes back and Nasha just listens, wide-eyed and quiet, refusing to cut in while they talk. Nasha shot a warning at Zealith. She'd get treated like a pawn unless she wanted to rise with her own higher adventurer rank. Zealith admits this could go sideways fast, so Nasha presses him straight up, asking if he's actually willing to take that dangerous request. Zealith nods and agrees to take the mission, admitting he's still settling in, but the payment has him moving. Even with everyone warning him to stop, he insists she's still his teacher, no surrender. So Nasha steps up and volunteers to take on that dangerous mission. Zealoth tells her this mission could help her, and the teacher realizes her competence the moment it clicks. She's stunned at how far he's come, and then on Palesta's order, he crushes the move by adding a saint to his crew. Zealith's heart slams as she blurts out those blunt words, and she just smirks back, insisting with zero hesitation that his group is nothing more than a harem. The teacher starts rattling off every girl in the class, and Zealith's jaw drops. His party really does look exactly like a harem. Zealoth straight up denies it, all flustered, while the teacher cracks up, admitting he was teasing, then flashes a grin, clearly hyped for the results coming next. Zealith storms into the guild hall and hands over his recommendation letter, pushing for approval of a special high-level mission. He lays out why Nasha's rank gives them the right to be here. Then the receptionist checks their status and instantly greenlights their registration. Right as the receptionist starts talking, Nasha suddenly erupts, shouting that she feels nothing and that Zealith isn't her partner at all, just her pawn. The guild maps out brutal, risky terrain, warns of threats with teeth, and then 10 adventurers crowd in, ready to push into the unknown for the coming survey. They're warned that monsters are out there, and if one shows up, they've got to take it down solo, even when it's brutally hard. Even though Nash is panicking, Zealoth signs with fearless confidence, only for her to snap back that this is exactly how they're being treated, like sacrifices. Zealith clenched his resolve and fired back, saying heroes are needed right now, because he's ready to storm straight into whatever comes next. Nasha melts with pure admiration as Zealith turns to the clerk and offers his thanks, while the receptionist watches in disbelief at how smoothly he handles everything. Zeorus hammers over the mission document while the townspeople hustle like crazy, prepping a wagon for the merchant journey about to kick off. Nasha yawned beside Zehoris, and the two of them looked totally drained after gearing up for the road. Zeorus throws Nasha in as today's lead, and right then a merchant steps up, confirming their names for the journey. The merchant starts briefing them on luggage, and Zeorus fires back that they're traveling light, bringing almost nothing. With one last check, the merchant gives the signal to leave, and Zeorus leans in, telling Nasha she can use magic if trouble hits. Zeorus snaps in shock when a huge travel bag crashes to the ground, and when it opens, the inside is packed with way too much overprep to be real. The mage calmly lays it out, Real prep means thinking ahead because in battle, chaos never asks permission. The armored man quickly explains why he has that massive bag, claiming accidents happen, water and food are non-negotiable, and he's stocking up for future survival. Tools, weapons, and medical supplies tumble out everywhere, and Ziori's just shrugs. Magic would have handled this so much more easily. The girl snaps at her grandfather for overpacking, calling out how it drags the whole group down day after day. The armored man's eyes widen when he realizes the quiet mage girl is seriously skilled, an elite B rank. They start eyeing Zioris like he's secretly a monster, until his card flashes F rank and they're left totally stunned. Other adventurers huddle in whispers, baffled that Zioris, so low-ranked, would even dare show up. Zioris fesses up that he's just tagging along, and Nasha zeroes in on him, then yanks open the curtain with unstoppable curiosity. The carriage crept closer to the rocky terrain, and the veteran warned them to brace. Disembarking was coming after that brutal long journey. The mage stares at them and realizes they're the only women in the whole adventuring crew, then fires them up. Stick together for what's coming next. Nasha cheers at the top of her lungs, desperate to help, and outside the wagon, the preparations finally kick into full gear. Zira surveys the dead, empty wasteland, baffled that there's not a single landmark or any clue anywhere in sight. Nasha lays out how this wasteland used to teem with magical creatures, and Zioris can't stop being impressed by her sharp, hard-earned knowledge of the world. With a swagger, Nasha declares she's ready, confident down to her bones, while the older adventurer grins, praises her hard, and hands her the weight of her B-rank experience. The supervisor barks orders and everyone scrambles through the area, hunting for any trace of where the demon vanished. Zioris claws through jagged rocks and doubt gnaws at him, because this dead, scattered wasteland feels like it won't give up a single useful thing. Nasha urges them to hunt for footprints. Zioris spots a faint magical shimmer in the distance, and then, right nearby, something tugs at their attention. Zioris shrinks back, getting treated like nothing as an F-rank. And just when he thinks he's invisible, a cloaked stranger abruptly speaks up. A creepy, grinning man draped in a tattered cloak looms around, and his eerie, suspicious presence chills the room. Zioris interrogates the cloaked man's identity, while the crowd jeers him for being an impatient F-ranker. With a smug grin, the man whips out a mysterious stone and claims it's packed with secrets tied to the firebirds. He says it reeks of firebird urine, smelling like the bird was just here. With a smug grin, he pitches the rock for an insane 50 million girds. Zioris snarls and refuses, while the man pushes hard, insisting it could win the guild favor and land them wealth with shocking ease. The cloaked man spits insults at the adventurer's honor, and Zioris instantly sees it. This guy is no noble, and you can't trust a single word he says. Zioris feels a wave of lethal magic closing in and snaps a warning to the cloaked man, only to watch him freeze, caught completely off guard. A dark cloud rolls into the sky and panic hits him hard as he blurts, "Where is the threat?" The whole group gapes upward in pure shock. Nasha and the others go rigid as the tension spikes out of nowhere. A horrifying swarm of winged beasts closes in and the whole crew freezes, because that threat is way too big to ignore. A gigantic horde of flying demons suddenly bursts out of the sky, roaring straight toward the settlement. The protagonist and his crew freeze in shock as that monstrous swarm tears forward, right at them. Nearby soldiers snap into panic as the sheer force crashes down on them, and they realize, too late, that they're hopelessly outnumbered and totally unready for war. A fierce female warrior hurls a protest at retreat, screaming to the fleeing troops, "That swarm will smash the juries you left exposed." Frustration sparks across the group, blame whips around in seconds, until the young leader steps in and orders them to stay calm. Swarm, the organizer, rallies the scared crowd, barking that they're bound to stand up and fight the demons swarm charging at them. A few still freeze in doubt, but the leader snaps them shut with cutting words and unshakable resolve. A seasoned veteran snaps that they're adventurers, not heroes on unpaid duty, because they chose this mission for themselves. Some people shake off the idea of retreating, others cling to the thought of guild rewards, while a few panic over losing their chance at future payment. The female mage lunges forward with pure urgency, snapping everyone's attention as the heavy tension still coils above them. The crew snaps back together, sensing danger closing in, and the panic hits. One shouts for retreat while the rest stay rocksteady and calm. The veteran digs in and demands they fight right here, standing his ground like it's carved in stone, while the others, shaken to the core, start to buckle in and accept his resolve. Lucas clocks just how deadly this all is. Then the cat girl presses him for his plan as demons crowd the horizon. He scans the battlefield, weighs the risk of casting magic, and cringes at the thought of accidentally blasting his allies who are too close together nearby. Lucas buries his true strength, terrified that one wrong move will draw eyes, because as an F-ranker, nobody's taking him seriously or even listening to his voice. Lucas clocks what's happening and snaps into action without hesitation, while Nasha's left staring, utterly confused, scrambling to figure out what he's really up to. He clamps his hands on her shoulders and braces to move, and she jolts back, eyes wide, completely lost on what's about to happen. Lucas lays out his wild plan to make her a hero, blindsiding Nasha with the shocking words she never saw coming. Overwhelmed, Nasha panics on the spot, screaming she can't do this, shaken to the core by the pressure crushing her. Lucas stays cool as ice, lays out his plan he'll crush the demons, while she gets to walk in and take the credit. Lucas leans in, promises Nasha that if their plan works, everyone will hail her as Jairus' savior. Nasha hears him and her guard drops. Maybe this idea isn't as awful as it sounded after all. Lucas stands up in public and loudly praises her skills. And with that bold push, the whole plan surges forward while everyone else starts to finally believe she's the real deal. The crowd of adventurers cheers her on and she's bravely pretending, until the truth hits, and her confidence crumbles as the attention keeps swelling. Everyone vows to follow Nasha's lead, leaning on her strength. And even when she reluctantly agrees, she can't stop blushing, caught between doubt and destiny. Nasha panics all over again, blurting that fear is natural, and the crowd freezes, staring at her like she's speaking a different language. Lucas clamps his hands on her shoulders and pushes courage into her chest. Start right now. You're going to be a hero, and I'm not letting you doubt it. When the demons surge in, the allies frantically beg for orders. Nasha freezes for half a heartbeat, then realizes there's zero time left. With raw determination in her voice, Nasha yells for everyone to pull back, and Lucas grins, letting her steal the spotlight. Nasha risked everything with a wild, improvised fire spell, while Lucas quietly worked behind her back to slam the finish on the magic. Nasha screams out her spell with pure drama. Then a massive flame rocket blasts forward, secretly supercharged by Lucas. The raging attack slams straight into the demon horde, and a torrent of unstoppable magical fire erupts, turning the whole battlefield into a blazing inferno. Smoke billows into the air as the blast rips outward, swallowing the whole scene under a choking, explosive cloud. Nasha shocks everyone by refusing to quit. She slams down the fire spell 10 more times. Multiple flame blasts explode across the battlefield, and the whole area trembles the moment Nash unleashes his magic. The battlefield falls silent, the horde gets wiped out, and even the warriors start to wonder if they should keep fighting at all. Nasha glides up to Lucas with a bright dazed smile, whispering celebration. Yeah, she really pulled it off. Everyone sings praises for Nasha's insane firepower, thinking it's all her doing, while Nasha's drowning in the pressure and Lucas just keeps his cool. A trembling mage girl begs Nasha to teach her, and Nasha, all nerves and jitters, protests, without ever shutting her down. Out in the distance, Mauru, this mysterious figure, stares hard at the horizon, and you can feel the next, bigger threat creeping closer. The commander demands a status report, and his subordinate drops the bombshell about Jairus' situation. That demon swarm got obliterated in the blink of an eye by a mystery power, maybe the demon emperor himself. Even with that shocking report hitting hard, the officer stays stone calm, then hands the whole mess off, sure that demons are beneath him. A brand new squad of armored scouts gets summoned, slotted into an elite unit with one mission: investigate and go in swinging. Jairus bursts into the office with a beast girl by his side, and the receptionist greets him with a warm, respectful smile. They swap stories about what just happened. While the receptionist lets out a huge sigh of relief, Jairus brushes off his own part like it was nothing. A brutal crash snaps everyone's attention, every head whips around, and the receptionist's face drains as armed men storm into the building. Jairus felt the tension in the air and tried to slip out. Then a hand clamped onto his arm, yanking his casual exit to a sudden stop. The receptionist yanks him back in a panic, warning that his involvement is exactly what this mess is about to need. Jairus tries to slip out, but Alina grabs him and shuts it down. She swears the guild still feels completely wrong. Alina slips a dangerous secret deal to the guild leader, promising they'll pull Jairus back the moment danger strikes. Suddenly, Alina blurts out that a direct summons has been delivered, one the guildmaster demanded, so Jairus will meet her alone. The crowd shoots Alina suspicious looks and she clears it up fast. This is a real official summon, and then she points Nasha in the direction of the mission. Realizing this is bigger than he thought, Jairus follows the instructions and heads to meet the guild master in private. But Jairus and Nasha just sit there in stunned silence, while the guildmaster blurts out, shocked they showed up right in the middle of all this chaos. The guildmaster barks an order. Jairus and Nasha have to answer the summon, even as doubts churn in their hearts. Azares blasted his objections, exposing Nasha's weak skills and his own dreaded F rank, then daring the whole decision to stand. Another officer snaps out that Nasha's magic is acting strange, and they start suspecting it has to do with that recommendation letter Jairus got. The officer squares up against Nasha's power, and suddenly it screams deception. Then the guildmaster leans in and grills Zioris about where her insane new strength came from. The guildmaster makes it official and drags Zioris into the chaos, putting him on the spot to help directly. Suspicious as hell, Zioris grills everything with sharp questions. Then an officer swears the adventurers from their last assignment praised Nash for what he did. Nash used to be a disaster in everyone's eyes, but her latest performance lit a spark fast, turning adventurers from doubt to awe. Zioris sinks into silence, finally realizing that refusing now feels impossible, because a black dragon was spotted near North Fort. The black dragon unleashed a massive demon swarm, tearing North Fort apart with pure brutal destruction. Demons swarmed Jairus, but the black dragon suddenly vanished into thin air, and Zioris swears it snapped to a new direction without warning. Zioris nods and agrees. Then the guild signs on too, but out of nowhere, a mysterious condition drops into the deal. Outside, Nasha furrows her brow, grilling Zioris about the weird condition, and Zioris shoots back a memory of how the guild leader reacted the moment he made his request. Nasha's jaw drops when Zioris demands he just go alone, and he scrambles to calm the storm in her reaction. Zioris bears his secret magic power, then admits he moved with cold strategy to shield her reputation. Nasha freezes at the threat, but Zuri slams them forward, refusing to waste another second. Zioris breaks down his teleportation power, only to places he can see in the world. Then Nasha is left stunned. With her heart brimming, Nasha beams with pride, and joy lights up her face as she follows her master willingly, no matter how deadly the danger gets. Zoras yells at her to hang on tight, and together they lock in, ready to teleport straight to their target area. They trigger the teleportation spell, blasting out a surge of raw magic as they kick off their journey straight toward the looming threat. Zioris keeps track of how far they've gone, while Nasha crumples in exhaustion, barely able to stand after those relentless teleports. Nasha grips a rock and throws out dramatic complaints, while Zioris stays quiet but can't stop worrying about how hard she's pushing her body. Zoras blurts out how he kept teleporting in midair, then suddenly realizes the black dragon might still be up ahead. Suddenly, Ziora spots a towering demon charging at full speed, and he snaps at Nasha right away. He's convinced it's the black dragon. With a thunderous beat of wings, the monster dives down like a missile, and Zioris snaps into battle mode, because the enemy is right on top of them. Zioris hurls a roaring fire spell, blasting Fremont and a Tuvan straight at the charging enemy. Flames roar toward the dragon, but it doesn't even flinch. Nasha's heart drops as she realizes the attack failed completely. As the dragon barrels toward them, Nasha lets out a terrified scream. Certain death is seconds away. The dragon slams to a stop and starts talking, shocking everyone, and Ziora immediately suspects it's being controlled, or someone's riding it. A knight rides in on a dragon, landing with a thunderous roar, and he demands, "Do you know a human called the Demon Emperor?" A dragon rider swoops in and demands answers about whoever holds the Demon Emperor title. The armored man shrouds his real identity and slips away the moment he hears the boy's confusion. Right as the rider turns his back, the boy lunges forward and blurts out that he's got something vital to say. He charges forward and vows, loud and fearless, that he'll wipe out the colossal dragon right there, standing calmly beside its armored master. With a grin, the man praises his courage and proudly spreads the word all across Garda. Everyone knows the dragon's terrifying reputation. Just as the fight seems to settle, a second dragon erupts out of nowhere, and the armored man snaps, demanding the boy's real identity. The boy spots even more dragons circling in, and that's when it hits. This fight won't be some clean one-on-one showdown. An old elder spots the dragons as ancient warriors, and the cat girl blurts out that Garda is ruled by demons. A blazing magic beam hits, and suddenly the boy has no choice. He has to defend the cat girl while the pressure spikes fast and everything spirals out of control. Kneeling on the dirt, he insists, "We're not invaders, just a scouting crew sent ahead to check things out." The armored man gets it completely wrong, assumes they're a threat, and raises his weapon to execute them right on the spot. The boy sizes up their crushing enemy numbers, and the moment he realizes he's outgunned, he knows he has to find a weapon or he's dead. He grabs Nasha's sword, ready to hammer the dragon where it's weak, right through its physical defenses. Nasha agrees to jump in, then he steels himself, locking in his mindset while she gets ready to pass him the next step. In the middle of total chaos, he reaches for the sword behind her. Then his hand clobbers the wrong target and he grabs her chest instead. Nasha goads him into drawing it himself and the elder snaps, deciding to wipe the human out fast. Sword in hand, the boy stands his ground as the roaring dragon barrels toward him. No pause, no mercy. He starts chanting a brutal ability, snatches Nasha protectively as she blurts in shock midcast. The dragon snaps to the sudden magical strike, but the boy's attack carves through it with shockingly brutal force. He drags Nasha to safety and for the moment, Just for now, the area is finally sealed off from any new threats. The dragon finally finds its footing, and the boy's dodge move leaves everyone stunned, because his body's way stronger than it was a second ago. Rage blazing, the knight orders the dragon to strike, and he readies himself to end that bold intruder once and for all. Determined, the boy lunges ahead with his sword raised as the dragon screams, and slams into him with fierce counterattacks. In the thick of the night, the watchers can't believe their eyes as the boy charges straight in, cutting the distance with razor-sharp courage. He rockets upward with his sword cocked high, hunting a deadly hit on the dragon's exposed head. His blade hits dead on, driving straight through the dragon's head with brutal precision and a jaw-dropping, earth-shaking impact. The dragon crumples under brutal, deep wounds. Then the boy snaps into position as raw energy roars around him. The knight realizes the boy hit a weak point almost instantly. Then the whole situation flips and shock hits hard. Both of them unleash magic at the same time. Lightning beams slam into each other, detonating in a blinding blast that rattles the ground. The knight slams into the ground, reeling from the blast, and it can't rise right away. The knight interrogates the boy's power, baffled that a mere human can actually wield demon magic with that kind of control. Still not saying a word, the boy whips around and lands a clean spinning kick that drops him cold with one ruthless hit to the helmet. The knight slams back down, and this time the fight is over because the boy owns the whole moment now. The boy blurts out his secret, and boom, the demon emperor they've been hunting is right here, already standing in front of them. Stunned onlookers stared back as he stood his ground and announced, without hesitation, that the demon emperor they're hunting is him. That night, fear strikes. He decides to back off, terrified of the boy's crushing power, but Eldama won't back down. She refuses weakness and mocks every second of their hesitation. Eldama lunges in and hammers the knight without mercy, spitting that he's useless, while everyone else staggers back in pure horror at the cruelty unfolding in front of them. He clenches his fist, spitting fury at humanity, holding back for now, but his contempt for the weaker allies practically drips off him. Eldama locks eyes with a cold, threatening glare and fires off a warning. He's done with talk, and he expects results or pure failure won't be tolerated. The knights go stone silent. Eldama's message hits like a hammer: obey or face the consequences. Two dragons lunge at him at the exact same time. His heart skips, because he just realized fighting a one-on-two battle alone is brutal. He hurls binding sea of mist, choking the battlefield in thick fog and freezing everyone's sight just long enough to stall the fight. Enemies trip through the fog, completely lost, while one knight he yanks his sword free, only to catch nothing but wandering shadows. The dragon realized the threat way too late. Then a brutal pinpoint strike snapped into its neck, ending it in an instant. The wounded dragon's body suddenly erupts in flames, blasting magical fire across the whole battlefield. He shouts that the dragon is finally down, then clicks why its insides don't fight back against his internal magic. As he closes in on the second dragon, the rider disappears out of thin air, gone without a trace. The missing knight slams into him with a vicious grapple, and suddenly his desperate plan kicks in. Both of them are headed for mutual destruction. Under the night sky, they swear they'll die together. Then he unleashes unstable magic as a wave of danger crashes down on him. A colossal explosion detonates out of nowhere, swallowing them both in a storm of smoke and fire. Then the whole screen turns pure white. She shrieks in pure shock as her master crumples to the ground. An armored ambush just took him out. Smoke shrouds the battlefield, and she can only stand there powerless. While the enemy jeers at the chaos the explosion just unleashed. The bearded general smirks, calls it a done deal, and declares the human he couldn't stop and his dragon fully wiped out. The boy pops back in, totally unhurt, somehow alive, somehow okay. She exhales, smiles hard, and realizes he teleported at the exact right moment. He stopped circling the danger and faced the enemy head-on. Then he stepped up to challenge the general, ready to unleash a final magic-powered showdown. With that armored man and the dragon bearing down on him, he braces for the fight, then bluntly owns how he helped bring them down. He calmly steps up and admits he did it, and the old man nods in respect, then warns that a darker weakness still runs underneath. They smash into each other with brutal force. Steel flashes as blades lock in midair, while the old warrior roars, sensing fear and doubting the young man's resolve. Sweat pours down his face as he grits his teeth, straining with everything he's got, fighting to stay in control even as the pressure crashes down. An old man lays out his magic, boosting power and tearing holes for teleportation, moves the demon tribe absolutely despises. The general flat-out declares that sacred magic and teleportation are forbidden for any true demon emperor to use. He surges forward and roars that the boy is unworthy of demon emperor power, daring everyone to question his right to it. The boy jolts back, snaps his dagger up in defense, and braces for the next brutal strike. The old man rockets forward, The boy just barely slips out of the way, and a blade of steel snaps through the air as tension explodes between them. They clash again, an armored brute barrels forward without mercy, and the boy refuses to budge, blade up and ready to strike. He steps back with total confidence, getting ready to drop a secret that flips the whole fight on its head. He slams his claim on the world, demon, emperor, hero, and great sage, so loudly there's no way anyone could question his authority. The old man freezes in shock, calls it a fraud, and tears into his greatness with brutal, mocking words. Even after the insult, the boy can't deny it. The accusation hits home, and the old man lashes out, smashing him down with pure fury. His blade drives straight through the enemy's chest, cutting the fight short with one brutal, decisive counterattack. Wounded to the bone and bleeding out, the armored man gasps in agony, fighting with everything he has just to stay upright. He glares at the kid like pure poison, spitting that he's a coward for pulling magic in the middle of the duel. The boy flashes a grin and, cool as ice, reminds him that no rules have ever locked magic down during this clash. Gasping, the man admits he's never witnessed magic this powerful. No chance, no mercy, and he openly recognizes the boy's overwhelming strength. Fresh agony crashes over him again, blood spills once more, and it's crystal clear his wound is past saving. The boy stands there in stunned silence as the wounded general, lost in thought, delivers his last words. Blood gushes from the old man's chest as he gasps, fighting to stay standing and find the strength to speak. With his final burst of strength, he suddenly erupts, laughing like a madman as he cries out, whispering Demon Emperor between shouts. The boy and his ally just stand there, staring in stunned silence, utterly thrown by the weird final words dying on the man's lips. That weird last scream hits him like lightning. Now his bizarre final cry exposes the Demon Emperor's real identity in a way nobody saw coming. She fumbles out a nervous confession, and the boy instantly realizes the demons and the dragon were summoned because of her. One dragon is still standing, and it talks straight into their minds, quietly reminding them the danger isn't gone yet. He winds up for the blow, certain magic can't do a thing. Then the dragon twitches weirdly and screams like it's fighting its own instincts. But just as they expect a brutal dragon battle and a power struggle, both of them freeze, because the dragon's mood has flipped completely. A monster crest flashes, boom, revealing a slave bond, and the dragon isn't deadly at all, it's chained up to a bay. The dragon quietly demands the crest be taken off, and the boy obeys, careful, gentle, and still powerful enough to break the magic seal. Even without the crest, the dragon doesn't budge, it sticks around. And now they get it, it's following them by its own choice. The boy pushes for a pact instead, because he's scared the deal will draw away too much attention. She nods, totally thrown off by his logic, then hears him promise she'll have time alone with him nowhere in sight. She panics, convinced he'll ditch her the second he pulls away, and she snaps that if he keeps distancing himself, she'll expose him to everyone. The girl beams and greets the dragon like an old friend, then calls it Coke, and just like that, the boy gets ready to leave again. She says its name comes straight from the dragon's pitch-black color, and the dragon lights up, eagerly taking the new name like it was destiny. With everything finally settled, they plotted their next move and rode in on confidence, heading straight for the city of Gyrus. A massive dragon drops into a packed, tense market, and armored officials brace themselves for a fight that's about to ignite. The crowd locks eyes on a rider perched on the dragon's back, and suddenly everyone's confused. Then suspicion starts to boil. That rider is Zeoris. He grips twin blades, and people whisper he's the guildmaster's secret ally. Zeoris spots the familiar enemies down below and steels himself for a fight, hiding his worry behind a cocky front. Nasha, his loyal companion, feels the tension in the air and murmurs comfort to him as he waits for the next order. The whole group steals the spotlight, and the soldiers erupt in praise, because they just caught a rare black dragon alive. A confident man shoulder checks his way through the crowd, and silent, intimidating allies close in behind him. Zeoris spots the guildmaster and shoots him a hard question, right while the dangerous people standing beside him stare back. A stern woman rips into them, claiming they unleashed a terrifying demon, then threatens to drag them to court and settle it with violence. As tensions spike, Nasha slowly closes the distance to Coke, soothing him with unexpected warmth and leaving the opposing crew stunned by her affection. Zeoris lays out his pact with the dragon, promising straight to its face that it'll never bring a shred of danger to the town. He snaps that the pact runs through Nasha, and tells them with dread that every other dragon is already gone. The guild master signs the bond on the spot, but then warns that the dragon's massive size is going to freak out the whole town. When the moment came, they pulled out a powerful tool and summoned that dragon right out of the forest. The master figures it'll take 10 days and 10 million GS just for the tool. Then Zeoris gets rocked on the spot. Zeoris hauls out magic stones he can't afford, and Nasha steps up to repay him, only for Zeoris to swat her offer away. The craftsman agrees to build the tool, Just make sure you hand over full payment by tomorrow afternoon. Once the mess was settled, Zeoris swept the crowd away and thanked everyone for sticking it out through those brutal, long negotiations. Zeris hisses to Coke, "Stay hidden in the forest until the summoning tool is finished." He snaps a warning to Coke, "Don't you dare hurt a single soul," and the dragon backs off. But you can practically see the worry crawling all over it, all jittery and unsure. Zeoris can't shake the fear that the dragon might actually love snacking on humans, so Nasha snaps into action and warns it, "Don't you dare hurt a single soul." Zeoris drops a final command. Coke has to help anyone who gets endangered inside the forest lines. When Zeoris finally reaches the guild, someone tells him the guildmaster is waiting for him in the back. Crowds swarm around them, magnetized by Nasha's dragon win and her reputation that keeps snowballing. Zeoris and Nasha get formally escorted straight to the guild master's office for a secret private meeting. Inside the guild office, Zeoris locks eyes with the officials and instantly feels the room tighten. This isn't small talk, it's a serious meeting. Zeoris snaps with shock, Altena and the others get dragged into the summons too. Then they're told to sit down and listen. Zeoris leans in and demands, "What about the Crimson Black Panthers?" Then the whole room holds its breath, because the guildmaster finally starts talking. The guildmaster lays out a whole stack of low-level jobs, ones that usually run on their own, with little to no direct supervision from him. He steps forward and reveals the Crimson Black Panthers are handling these chores now, and they're doing it so efficiently that it's plain how much they're helping. The guild officials thank the Panthers for their hard work, and the message was clear. Something huge was about to be announced. The guild master slams the decision down. The Crimson Black Panthers are now stepping under guild authority as an official subordinate group. The guildmaster steps up and proposes a bold move, making the Crimson Black Panthers an unofficial subordinate group for now. Yuta bluntly challenges the idea of submission, right when the guildmaster predicted she would, and he fires back with a prepared explanation. He lays out limited work rules and sweetens the deal with a 20% bonus if you cooperate and lock in exclusivity. Yuta nods, admitting the offer's crazy generous, and the guildmaster shrugs, since they don't even have an official base to begin with. Yoda's instincts start screaming, but the girl snaps right into agreement, too quick, too perfect, and the guildmaster's smile stays glued on, hiding whatever she's really plotting. Saint Seiya's breath catches when the guildmaster drops a bombshell. Her divine presence is backing the plan right now. He lays it out flat. Saint Seiya's involvement makes everything click, so the upper management buys it, stays silent, and fully trusts the plan. If this experiment works, it'll light the way for subordinate guilds everywhere else to follow the blueprint. The guildmaster pitches the idea of reforming criminals, and Saint Seiya jumps at it, treating the whole mission like righteous work. Yuta voices worry, but the guildmaster throws a celebration anyway for Saint Seiya's help, brushing every risk aside like it doesn't matter. Yoda throws up a red flag about the guild's reputation, pointing at their criminal past like it's still bleeding. To shut down the backlash, they vow to swap the group name the moment they officially enter the guild. Yoda nods and moves forward, then double-checks with Nasha to make sure she's fully on board and ready to join him. Nasha beams as she signs on, the whole room nods in unison, and the guildmaster slams the meeting shut for today. Right as the group is about to bolt, Yoda blurts out to Saint Seiya with a shaky, hesitant voice. Saint Seiya smiles politely, then shuts the talk down. She has to go, and Crimson Black Panther's business gets pushed to later. The guildmaster swallows her disappointment and nods like it's all fine. Then she gets ready to tackle the next problem with Yuta. Yuta finally confirms the red dragons are dead, and the guildmaster's worry crumbles into pure, shaking relief. As she heads out, the female knight shoots him a sincere apology for the earlier trouble, and Yuta can't help but stare. Her sudden formality hits him like a curveball. She speaks to him with warmth, and Yoda straight up admits he's genuinely invested in what the Crimson Black Panther does next. The armored woman slams herself with guilt, insisting she should have taken care of it all alone, like Zeoris never should have been needed. She demands punishment like it's a game, and Zeoris can't stop himself from getting completely thrown off by her weirdly happy, intense vibe. She shuts out the protests and demands brutal discipline. Zeoris realizes she won't budge unless he finds a way to play by her rules. Zeoris begrudgingly nods in agreement, and then, like she's loving every second of the chaos, she beams and shoves him to start, urging him on as if this drama is exactly what she wanted. She takes his words as teasing, and Zeoris plays along, guessing if she's joking, even though his gut says she might be dead serious. Reluctantly, Zeoris slaps the knight hard, and the knight whips around like it's drama on cue, stunned and overwhelmed, but secretly weirdly happy about it. Zeoris reels back his hand, trembling from the hit, his face twisted with confusion as she pants like that just happened. She crumples to the floor, stunned and spinning, and Zeoris snaps into action, urging her to regain herself fast. before anyone catches them. Next up, the story drops us at Altena's brand new base, right near a district where women are scarce. Altena's crew rolls up to the base, and the trainees snap their drills to a stop the instant they spot them, because the senior members are back. Muscle-bound dudes grin wide and welcome every last newcomer to the guild's fresh new base of operations. Fam strides up to them and starts roasting the guys' hygiene. Then Yuta follows right behind, looking a little lost and confused. The men brace up and shoot jokes about their sweaty faces, but Fam doesn't let it slide. He barrels in with serious accusations, calling them out for their laziness. Fam snaps that she'll discipline them herself, and the men instantly panic when they realize she totally misread what they meant. Despite the protests, Fam declares she'll take on anyone, and the moment the tension spikes, Yoda's face tightens with worry. Sarat strides forward with total confidence, sword in hand, while his female opponent stays deadly silent, then readies herself for the clash. A bald referee snaps his hand up and calls the fight to life. Two fighters square off, both itching to land the very first hit. She bursts in with a surprise attack, and Sarat can't react in time. Then the wind whips up her dress, yanking his focus for just a heartbeat. Sarat slams the first attack aside, but the second her guard shifts, she's gone, vanishing right behind him like she was never there. Before Sarat can even react, a crushing hit lands in his stomach, and it makes him stagger backward like his whole body just got yanked off balance. Sarat is sprawled out, defeated on the ground, and while the crowd closes in, that woman just watches, calm as ever. She cuts straight to it and says their frustration is really sexual tension. Then the men go wide-eyed, completely stunned. The men finally admit she's right. Sarat's lost his focus mid-fight because her skirt kept stealing his attention. She tells him to clear his mind before training, and the moment she suggests they hit a brothel, the whole room goes dead silent. One guy panics at the thought, while the other refuses to let his first time be anything but unforgettable. The girls get sent away while the men regroup, huddling together to talk about their private struggles. She lifted a mug and declared the launch of their new crew, the Toothless Black Panther, and the whole room exploded into celebration. Right as the crowd erupted in cheers, the male protagonist cut in out of nowhere, completely baffled and squinting at the whole sudden declaration like he didn't buy it for a second. He grilled the crew for their lame name and all the secrecy, and she shot back that the guild hadn't officially greenlit them yet. Another member straight up said they needed a placeholder title, and that calling it a secret society was the perfect way to make it sound sly and unofficial. She said Toothless proved they'd finally chilled out, and he nodded along, still not totally convinced. Tina panicked, convinced he hated the name, then swallowed her fear, took the blame, and begged for punishment. Even after that wild, dramatic reaction, he swallowed his anger and forgave her, because he trusted her judgment. At the same time, dinner was cooked, plated, and brought to the table. Before they even touched their food, the whole group bowed their heads and prayed together. Every single person joined in, grateful, and treating that meal like a shared blessing. After prayer, they finally let their shoulders drop, while the priestess stood there with steady, devoted calm, and everyone else praised Ortina for her iron patience while they waited. So Tina snapped back, saying she could handle the waiting, yet the others still didn't buy it, because they weren't convinced she really understood what they were thinking. Nasha defended her cravings by claiming she only went on a full shopping spree because Zio was the one treating everyone. Everyone laughed and said Zio was basically just their wallet, and Tina even had to reluctantly nod along with a deadpan line. The moment Nasha said she lived with Zio, Ortina snapped into panic, convinced Zio was secretly training her behind the scenes. Meanwhile, the priestess clocked Zio's jittery mana and slid him food, swearing it would calm him down. She fed him right there in front of everyone, and Zio's panic hit instantly, because the whole moment felt brutally awkward. The girl snapped at Zio for hogging C, then lit into him, claiming he'd been spoiled unfairly. Even with that calm smile, Zhi's charm lit jealousy in the room, and the others couldn't help but admire her in silence. Zhi breathed out, saying her love was divine and pouring it all out. Then Zio froze, panic crashing through her as that honest truth hit like a wave. Ortina snapped that she didn't love Zio, calling him unreadable and downright perverted, yet her face betrayed a storm of tangled emotions. The others spun Ortina and Zio's bond into something like siblings. Ortina fought it, but not a single person lifted a finger to help her. The elf flat out denied he was in love, and Nasha clammed up, refusing to spell out what she really felt. Zhi urged them, voice steady, to love Zialith more. Then the elf stopped, thought hard, and reconsidered everything through kindness. Every girl stepped up in her own way. Nasha bragged about her massages, while Lies shrugged and picked the fun option. Ortina finally clocked it. Fam had switched sides too. Stunned speechless, she shouted out her fury, demanding answers for that betrayal. The party picked back up around Zio, and before he could even catch his breath, someone shouted his name again. Zhi thanked Zio for showing up, and then he raved about her cooking, saying she was the one who deserved the gratitude, not him. She demanded answers about Ortina, and you could hear the worry in her voice as the girl's magic surged and stuttered out of control. Zhe spilled the truth about Ortina's torment and her magic going haywire, and when Zio told her to wait it out, Zhe snapped. She couldn't just ignore what was happening. Listen, declared suffering can't be brushed aside, because even if she's no longer a saint, she'll still step in. Zhe watched Ortina's magic flare the moment Zio's name hit the air. She couldn't shake the feeling he was the answer. Zio nodded and stepped in to help Ortina. Right then, a panicked man barreled toward him, yelling at the top of his lungs. Gasps ripping through him, the man blurted out shocking news. Saritz pulled the most unexpected stunt yet, and it all had something to do with Fam. The whole room went dead silent the moment they heard it. Saritz straight up confessed his love to Fam like he meant it. Fam read his letter out loud, crushed his hopes and shut him down, while the crowd's reactions swung from shock to disbelief. Another man yanked Zio away as if it couldn't wait. Turns out training pushed too hard and left him with real, painful injuries. After that reckless training session left everyone wrecked, Zeolith surged in and healed the exhausted trainees with holy magic. They roast him for going too hard, but everyone heals up and turns around to thank him for saving the day. The priestess's jaw drops as he unleashes holy magic with zero chanting and zero prep, like it just pours out of him. She begs him to keep it under wraps, and the moment he answers in private, curiosity sparks in his chest while his nerves flare a little. Nervous with his looming presence, she blurts out a compliment, and Zeloth, red-faced and flustered, awkwardly dodges the moment by changing the subject. Zeloth doesn't just train for battle. He goes way further, and even with everyone mocking him, he keeps pushing, pulling in attention and earning real admiration. In training, his weird sword stance shocks everyone on the spot, and his effortless charisma pulls people in like gravity. Back at base, the scouts burst in with terrifying news. Signals from the forward unit have vanished completely, and communication is totally cut off. The demon army shoots into concerned mode, and Velria drops the bombshell. The demon king just marched straight into human territory. While they eat, Velria needles humans with biting mockery, so her aide panics and begs her to hold back in public. A town official bursts onto the scene, announcing the battle tournament is back, and the whole town snaps to attention, buzzing with excitement. Thinking Velria is just some tourist, he shoves a flyer into her hands, and you can practically see her help turning uneasy in real time. A grin on her face, Velria plunges into the tournament, while secretly hunting the elusive demon emperor. While the teacher lectures and everyone's stuck listening, a girl suddenly notices something weird sitting right on her desk. She snaps open a folder, and there it is, a tournament entry form hiding under her notes, leaving her staring in shock. The girl locks in her decision to join, and her friend blurts out, "Why would you gamble your life on something this dangerous?" She leans in and spills the truth. Money's not the prize at all. She's hunting a relic so powerful it's said to bend the staff of spirits. The boy suddenly remembers their teacher talking about the staff. Then it hits him. That prize only goes to the tournament's champion. She lays out the staff's past, swearing she'll carry it back to Luzisfilia, her homeland, like a promise sealed with honor. A woman pulls her aside and warns her. This year's tournament just got terrifying because the legendary sword saint is stepping in. Even with the odds crushing down on her, she refuses to break. She'll keep fighting as long as there's even a tiny flicker of hope. He asks her to take the staff meant for another winner, and she nods, only if her conditions are met. She swears she'll stay loyal for life to whoever helps her, because she's convinced her sacrifice is the exact price for getting the staff back. He's terrified the guys competing for her offer will try to use it for their own gain, and he can't shake the worry that it'll blow up in some messy, terrible way once they get it. The moment Zeolith thinks it, panic erupts, and she slams her hand down, swearing that scenario can never happen. He hesitates but decides to rush in to shield her, terrified that his secret power will flare into the public spotlight all over again. Zeoloth's indecision dragged on again, stalling his move while the stakes kept exploding. Yet the problem still stayed unresolved. Later they head into town together, and day after day, daily life rolls on, while Zeolith starts weighing his choices with way more seriousness. Two girls try to talk the price down for a weird magical item, but the seller's confidence wobbles like he's not sure he should be selling it at all. The shopkeeper's ego swells like a balloon the moment they flatter him, praise his looks, pump his confidence, and suddenly he's riding high. Feeling totally blown away, he nods along and agrees to sell it for half price, like they actually made him feel appreciated. The girls beam as they hand Zeolith the item, cheering like it's a heartfelt gift meant to back her up. Zeolith squints at the item, thrown off by how it looks, and mutters under his breath like, "Is this trash?" She swears the mask is a game changer, then shows you how to trigger its power by wrapping the straw just right. Zeolith stares as the mask springs to life, clicking into action and transforming into a full-body disguise. Right out of nowhere, that weird costume flips into a full-on ghillie suit, blending in so hard it hides who they are and how they move. Zeloth snaps no and rejects the item, while the girl fires back that it's hiding the body and even warping her voice. Refusing to back down, she begs him to accept it anyway, because one day, in the middle of danger, it could save her. Zeolith beckons her to the guild, but hesitation grips her as worry swells in her chest. Fam feels awful right after overdoing the flattery on the shopkeeper, so they bail on the guild visit. At the guild, Zeloth pulled out a magical ring and swore it would summon a black dragon. The cat girl demands he slide it onto her ring finger, then grins and teases him relentlessly, like she's having way too much fun. Zeolith warns her not to set him off and she finally caves, then throws the burden on herself. Zeolith can't stop staring at the ring, trying to decode what it really means. Then their companion drops the truth. Women often treasure rings for the feelings, not the metal. That dragon collar can't be strapped on yet. It has to be fastened later, and it's custom-built to reign in the black dragon. Zeloth got warned, don't summon it around crowds. And then boom, he's suddenly been ordered to jump into the tournament. He lays out the guildmaster's plan step by step, flexing his power so hard that the Vice's doubts get shut down for good. His allies are itching to hit back, but they get yanked back in time. Now the fallout could seriously shake Zeolith's standing. Zeolith panics the second someone mentions unleashing Cork in the tournament, because he can already feel disaster coming, and it's coming fast. Zeolith snaps, I'm not Cork's contractor, then tells them they're not wasting time. They're testing the summoning tool hooked to Nasha. Nasha shocks everyone by stepping forward and announcing, ice-cold certainty in her eyes, that she's throwing her hat into the upcoming tournament. She says it's to track how much she's grown from training under Zeolith, and the moment the words hit, Zeolith just can't speak. As Zeloth takes it all in, his cat-tiered companion taps his shoulder and reminds him it's time to summon Cork. The squad huddles at base, staring at Cork's size with puzzled disbelief, until Zeolith slams the truth down. Elsewhere, it's just too massive to work. Nasha thrusts her arm up and boldly screams the order that kicks off Cork's finally here magical summoning. Her magic ring sparks to life, and a blinding summoning circle explodes beneath her feet, flooding the air with raw, intense magic. From the radiant circle, a massive dragon finally crawls into view. Cork's here at last, fully formed. Everyone gapes in pure awe as the summoned black dragon erupts into view. Cork's sudden presence makes Nasha's admiration snap into place instantly. The former saintess feels Cork's aura in the air and stares in awe at the brutal, mind-blowing magic blasting off him. She drops Cork's secret gender so casually it knocks everyone off balance. And even Nasha, who thought she had it all figured out, is stunned to learn Cork is actually a girl. Suddenly, Nasha crumples to the ground, drained by magical exhaustion, her whole body shaking as the cost of summoning hits hard. Nasha crumples after draining herself to summon a beast, and the others surge in fast to get to her. When they help Nasha stand up, they finally realize the horrifying truth. Calling in an S-rank beast wiped her magic reserves clean to nothing. The priest tells her the magic will heal her and bring her strength back, and they waste no time, sprinting straight back to rest. Right before he leaves, the boy hurries up and demands weapon shop locations. He's hunting gear for the tournament that's about to blow up. She tells him, tomorrow I'll guide you, pitches her go-to shop, and casually begs him to come with her. He nods and agrees to swing by Ortina's trusted shop. Then they lock in a meeting for the next noon. That night he slips beside Nasha's resting form and his mind spirals, because the tournament is coming fast and it's messing with him. He sinks into thought, secretly entering for a chance to win a prize for his potty, without ever letting anyone spot his identity. He debates about marching into the guildmaster and asking for an alias registration, paranoid that if anyone finds out who he really is, his cover gets blown. Panic slams into him as he rejects a ridiculous disguise plan, because he has no clue how to hide who he really is. Apraza Zeolith's goal comes into focus. He's not just chasing the win, he's fighting to secure the tournament for Patty. Ortina grills Zeloth about his secret identity plan, and Zeloth stalls, clutching his humiliating disguise idea and refusing to let everyone in. Once she shows up out of nowhere, she blurts that she loves Zeolith too, and vows to back him the same way Ortina does. Nasha insists on staying put to cook his thanks, even though you can tell she's aching to join him. Zeloth shows up at the weapon shop like he promised, and the shopkeeper greets him, then fires off, so what's your business here? Tina left Zeolith and Jeu to roam the shop, while she slipped off with Zarman for a private, hushed conversation. Zeloth quietly checks his gear with Jeu, and she just happily hangs around, watching him like it's the best show in town. He can't stop worrying she might be bored, and Jeu reassures him. Then her magic sensing aura hits, and nerves slam into his chest. Jeu senses something's off in him, and softly asks if her words are stirring trouble in his mind, or his heart. Zeloth opens up and offers to share his worries, but Jeu snaps, panicked and flustered by the sudden emotional weight crushing in on her. Zeolith reassures C, telling her she's got his magic all figured out, and then he urges her to stop shutting her eyes tight. C admits he's there, and it instantly rattles her nerves, her cheeks blazing while Zeolith teases her, praising her hidden beauty with a smug grin. She cracks her eyes open, catches Zeolith's stare, and immediately blushes, twisting her face away again. Ortina storms back and whispers to Zeolith to handle something in private. Then C panics hard, drowning in the chaos. Zarman hands Zeolith a stack of top-tier daggers, and Zeolith's eyes light up, so he starts testing them on the spot for the tournament. Zeolith straps in and tests the weapons, then immediately realizes they're just too refined and elegant for brutal, up-close tournament fighting. No matter how hard Zarman tried, nothing fit the bill. So Zeolith bowed his head and apologized, still left scratching his head over what could possibly match his needs. He tells them one thing matters above all: durability. A sword that can take his full force is the only one worth a damn. He spots a massive blade on display and curiosity sparks, so he asks for permission to test that exact one. Zarman slams the warning down: this thing's too heavy and it's been sitting unused. The blade is forged by alchemy, stronger than magic, and still so wild it can't be controlled. Zeolith grabs the heavy sword, while Tina frets over how cheap it is, and what nasty surprises it might hide. Even with everyone worried, Zeloth swears it's the perfect fit, because if it doesn't work out, Tina will foot the bill without giving him a single word of resistance. She swears it's just their group's way of saying thanks, totally ignoring the fact it costs a lot. Without a second thought, Ortina marches up to the blacksmith, thanks him with a warm smile, and seals the deal, grateful, satisfied, and full of respect. Zeloth blurts out an apology for the price, and Tina shoots back that sure, everyone agreed, but it still wasn't enough to properly thank him. As Tina finally confirms her spot in the tournament, C steps in and lets the protagonist rest on her lap. The protagonist vows to train Ortina with everything he's got, determined to push her to victory in the tournament. Ortina totally misreads his fiery training promise, cheeks burning as her mind runs wild with an exhausting, yet somehow intimate fantasy. Meanwhile, Valria steps into the tournament, convinced it'll pull the biggest power players into the spotlight. Valria practically begs for registration, and Muto stalls for a second, then shoots back a warning: don't blame him later. Suspicious men sniff out a brutal, powerful magic in the area and immediately demand the girls be handed over. Right now. The girls shut down that vulgar move, and the boy steps forward like a warning flare, telling them to back off right now. With lightning-fast strikes, he drops both attackers like they're nothing, and the girls just chat casually while planning how to heal their bruises. They brew potions for the fallen. Then, all at once, the boy's quiet reveal screams that he's not ordinary at all. The tournament kicks off inside a massive arena, and right away the friends crowd in, cheering their shaky contestants on like, "You've got this." The participant crouches in the tunnel, waiting like a trap about to spring, while spectators and nobles stare in icy silence, desperate to see what the masked figure hides. Shoved into a bizarre costume, the contestant feels eyes on them, so they hide behind the disguise, praying nobody recognizes them. Inside the staging area, the contestants crowd together. Some look worn down, but the armored warriors and mages immediately steal the show. Amid a sea of brutal power, a brand new aura showed up, and that strange, unreadable magic made everyone's skin crawl, like something didn't belong there. A confident female warrior steps into the arena, and the whole crowd reels from her presence, while the masked contestant stays silent, watching every move without blinking. She looks calm on the outside, but her blazing magic underneath is downright alarming, and everyone watching knows she's not just any ordinary participant. Once every contestant was packed in and the organizers shouted, "Go!" a weird magical jolt ripped through the air and shattered the moment. A blinding burst of light rips across the arena, and the masked contestant snaps into action as the floor ignites beneath them. The contestants finally catch on. They've all been herded by colored light, and the masked one gets dumped into the red group. The red team kicks off the battle royale first, because from each side, only 2 contestants are allowed to move on. The masked fighter gets ready, while the other crews scramble in separate groups, and the biggest heavy hitters still haven't shown up. A blonde warrior lunges at the masked one, cracking jokes about the outfit, yet you can tell she's secretly impressed, grinning like she can't wait to see more. She feels the raw power of magic radiating off the masked figure, and that strange back and forth sparks a growing, unstoppable curiosity between them. Thrilled by the challenge, the blonde woman grins, buzzing with anticipation for the clash that's about to explode. Right before the match even kicks off, Misty and Luke hype up the arena with crowd-thrumming introductions that crackle with energy. Luke studies the red group in detail and calls it like it is. Average magic levels mean a perfectly balanced fight is coming. The arena explodes with noise as the first match kicks off, and a female fighter surges in, zeroing in on the masked contestant. Several men close in on the masked one, their cold stares and tight stances screaming nothing but hostility and flimsy, selfish motives. Forget strategy, these guys just bicker over who gets the spotlight. And the masked contestant starts squirming, totally thrown off and confused. The crowd jeers at the masked contestant, and the blonde bursts into laughter, delighted by the chaos as she fires off cruel insults. Suddenly, she names the masked contestant as her guardian, and the whole crowd goes wide-eyed at the audacity of her move. The masked fighter clocks what's happening, steps into the role without hesitation, and dares others to come out from the shadows. Rage boils in the angry men as they demand the girl be handed over, and she snaps back at them while chaos explodes around them. A hooded stranger launches a brutal attack out of nowhere, and the masked fighter snaps into action, tearing the disguise away to reveal hardwired mechanical upgrades underneath. The masked contestant snaps on a wind-based technique, blasting hidden knives outward in a deadly spinning ring. Surrounding enemies go rigid and bewildered at the suspended blades, completely blind to when the next attack is about to crash down. Blades suddenly streak through the air at the whole crew. Panic detonates when multiple foes get slashed and crumple to the ground. Dust roars away and there he stands, masked, alone in a huge crater like the whole fight ended around him. The commentators are left speechless. Nobody can figure out the masked fighter's move as he casually snatches the returning blade out of the air. The blonde warrior, buzzing with adrenaline, challenges the masked contestant to a deathmatch on the spot. The masked figure calmly shut her down and declared the match over, leaving only the two of them standing. He suggests they duel it out for the finals right there, and she pauses, weighing the scary strength of the other top contenders. She's jolted with the truth. One reckless move could get her disqualified. The masked one snaps at her to think fast and act carefully. She hates the outcome, but she nods and agrees to wait, because she's not settling for a weak ending. She dares him to a no-holds-barred duel. No masks allowed, follow her rules, and if the masked one loses, he has to surrender. Unshaken behind that mask, she rejects the offer, swearing she'll win even with the crushing handicap staring everyone in the face. Grinning at his audacity, the girl promises him a reward if he can pull off a win. Right before the tournament finals, the noble woman boldly throws down a reward. If her opponent wins, they get it. Charmed by her unshakable confidence, the masked warrior bursts into laughter and teases her with the promise of even bigger, indulgent rewards to come. She ramps it up, daring him to become her consort, blowing both men away with her fearless nerve. With a cocky grin, she swears she'll win, thinking his silence is pure admiration, until she's left reeling in stunned delight. As she strolls away like nothing happened, the masked fighter freezes, utterly thrown, while the others grill her for her strange antics. The announcer slams the verdict. Zez and Velria are crowned winners of the Red Block's very first match. Right in the middle of her announcement, she gets cut off by urgent news, and Velria makes a dangerous personal promise about the finals. Everyone's jaws drop when it's revealed Velria vowed to marry Zez if she loses the final. Zest panics when the private deal hits the airwaves, drowning in the public spotlight and humiliating himself all at once. Elsewhere, it's uncovered that Zez is really Zeolith. He slipped into the tournament in disguise, playing it cool the whole time. One of Zeolith's most trusted peers steps in to back him up, swearing there's zero foul play, no trickery, no tricks. Zez hangs backstage with two friends, and the moment the awkward air hits, each of them reacts in their own way. Zez snaps at anyone who botches his name, but before long the mix-ups snowball into a wild accusation nobody saw coming. He flat-out denies ever making any marriage promise, swearing Velria cooked up that claim without his say-so. A teammate spots unstable magic energy, and Zess quickly fumbles his way through an awkward, pointless explanation. Nasha blares out in Zess's defense, insisting everyone's got his preferences wrong while he scrambles to shut down the growing suspicion. Zeloth crumbles when his nickname spreads like wildfire, but the tournament doesn't care. Round 2 kicks off and keeps driving forward. Tina strides into the arena with total confidence, instantly stealing the spotlight from both the crowd and the competitors who already know her name. She finally reconnects with Patty, and the Elven warrior's jaw drops when she realizes Ortina actually decided to throw herself into the fight again. They swear they'll go all out, but Ortina drops a subtle hint. She wants a private talk. Tina suggested teaming up with Patty, and she knew exactly how these fights go. Women get picked off first. From the stands, their support group erupts into loud cheers, pumping everyone up and sharpening their focus before the match even kicks off. Patty can't stop wondering where Zeolith went, while Tina panics and scrambles for an excuse to cover up that he's gone. The moment Patty spots Zess again, she locks in on him as Ortina's mysterious mentor, then gushes about how his insane strength and steady guidance are exactly what she needs. Everyone gushes about Zez's friendly charm, but Ortina panics hard when she realizes, oh no, she just spilled Zeolith's real identity by accident. The second preliminary match kicks off, and Ortina and Peristes instantly steal every eye in the crowd. Commentators scream that it's a minefield. Women barely show up, so men will treat them like the easiest target in the arena. As the competitors stare each other down, worry spreads, mockery flies, and clashing opinions spark tension. Right before the battle erupts, the signal blares that the match is officially on, and the arena detonates into pure noise and electric hype. Justice is trapped, and those men spring into action the second he's spotted. Tina and Peristes are already lining up to unleash their plan. Ortina snaps into action, charging ahead with pure determination, kicking off the fight and slamming the pace into place. She snaps her cloak-bound enemies' power away in an instant, dropping them before they can even raise a spell. Zes clocks their battle plan and can't help but admire how they zero in on mages first. Then one fighter barrels straight at Ortina. Ortina lunges in and parries the attack, meeting a smirking opponent's blade head-on, because he just can't believe how strong she really is. Peristes starts chanting magic under his breath, calmly ready to back Ortina the moment the enemy's attention slips. Peristes finishes her incantation and unleashes a divine magic blast straight into the enemy group. The holy projectile detonates on impact, crashing into the male contestants and sending them all crumpling to the ground unconscious. Ortina shot Peristes a grateful smile because just when that spell finally crawled into place, late but not too late, it arrived right on time to save them. Spectators erupted in amazement, hailing the duo's insane win and flawless coordination, even though they hadn't really teamed up much before. After seeing the pair pull off that jaw-dropping magical firepower, the defeated male contestants stormed into the backstage area, seething with frustration, and too wary to let their guard down. Spectators can't stop staring as the duo tears through the men's broken formation. Brutal strength, razor-fast teamwork, and speed that leaves everyone cheering. The guys got their ego crushed, finally admitted they'd underestimated the women, and had to come to terms with how ridiculously skilled and perfectly coordinated they really were. Peristes and Ortina stride into the tournament arena, and every head whips toward them, confident stares blazing, armor gleaming like they own the place. The crowd erupts as the duo steamrolls through the competition, landing sharp, clean strikes in perfect sync until the rivals drop one after another. Nearby male contestants started barking crude insults about looks, not skills, and Tina snapped back in rage the moment she heard it. Flushed and fearless, Ortina steps up and snaps down on them with a blazing outburst and a defiant steel-hard glare. Taunts roar louder and louder, but Ortina digs in and refuses to budge. Rage burns in her chest as she spits back at the crowd's disrespect and crude provocations. Tina hurls a warning at Peristes, enemy eyes are on them. Then Peristes cracks and admits her flashy magic show pulled way too much attention. Nearby contestants spot the pair again, and suspicion spikes as they eye them from a distance, wary and on guard. A squad of men closes in on all sides, swords bared and silent. Then Peristes and Ortina realize they're boxed in from both directions. Tina locks blades with one attacker gripping tight as steel rings, her eyes locked on the fight even as the danger swells around her. As Peristes starts chanting her spell, the enemy's moves twist sideways, throwing her focus off and slamming her magic to a stop. Peristes whips her sword up to block every enemy hit, but she grimly warns that the blade is about to crack under the non-stop pressure. Observers tense up as the enemy tightens their formation, and a smug attacker needles Peristes, laughing at how little hope she has left. A strange masked figure slips in without a sound, and instantly every eye locks on them, because the sheer weight of their presence and the confidence in their stance scream danger. He lashes out at the men for teaming up like cowards, mocking how they can't even stand their ground against women. He keeps snapping at them, slamming their pride with every word, while Tina and Peristes stare, thrown off by his interference for a split second. Spectators go wild for Zez, hurling furious boos at the male fighters for their gutless tactics. Right in the middle of everything, the announcer blurts out juicy gossip. Zez is suddenly turning heads with multiple women, and Ortina is left completely stunned. Now Newspriad's Fast Z's has 4 women glued to the screen, and that sparks instant jealousy from the bitter guys watching. The crowd erupts in outrage, half of them clamoring like they own Velria, while Zez sprawls on the arena floor and laughs at their faces. Zez lets out a confident laugh, shrugs off the noise, and then tears into the commentator for rambling about the same pointless nonsense again. Velria strides in like she owns the place, loudly taunting the male fighters and daring any brave soul to step up for the real challenge. One man freezes as his teammate hits the ground, and then, voice cracking, he blurts out to Velaria, totally rattled. Chaos erupts as men shout over Velaria, while Tina and Peristes quietly watch the whole mess unfold. Zez's plan detonates perfectly. His men snap and start turning on each other while the crowd's fury keeps swelling by the second. Even the crowd can't ignore Zez's wild reputation. Sure, they tease him, but they also admit his interference just handed Perestes and Ortina the upper hand. A brutal hit slams down and smashes the ground. And then, boom, dust explodes everywhere as the final battle kicks off with pure ferocious fury. Tina rushes to Perestes' side, exhaustion hits him hard, while behind them the fallen enemies lay scattered through the choking smoke. Perestes leans in and asks if Ortina can still push forward. Then, out of nowhere, a brand new final opponent steps in and reveals himself like a thunderclap. The man steps up and declares he's Elga's husband candidate, swearing he'll tear through the finals and claim her as his wife. Perestes slams out a spell to lock him down, electroshocking him with a brutal electric binding incantation. The lightning spell slams into full power, snapping the boastful man into place as violent crackles of energy tear through the air. He convulses in midair, the electricity wrecking him, and he can't fight off the crushing full force of the magic. Tina throws a victory celebration, but Perestes keeps pouring magic into the air, ignoring the warning that the man could die. The man crumples to the ground, and Perestes rushes to apologize, swearing her creepiness pushed him past the point where she could stop. The match ends, Perestes and Ortina are crowned the winners, and they rush into the finals to join the 3 other women waiting there. Even with injuries stinging, Ortina and Perestes stand tall and proud, while everyone else gets ready for their own tournament matches coming up next. Backstage, teammates explode in cheers after the win, and the whole crew rides that adrenaline wave, because every one of them just punched their ticket to the tournament finals. Ortina boasts to everyone, Perestes slips along in silence, and Zez jolts when they call him master. Zez shoots a skeptical look at the title, and Tina stumbles through an awkward explanation for her offhand comment during introductions. Then Perestes steps in and gives his performance a proper, formal praise. Zez's nerves spike as he introduces himself to Perestes, and she just stays cool, smiling softly as they finally trade the proper greetings. Zez finally admits he handed someone gloves just like his own, and one sharp viewer spots the pattern, saying it looks eerily like Zeolith's. Perestes jolts at the truth and in a low voice confirms that Zeolith is her disciple too. When they press her, she quickly swallows her reaction, brushes it off, and darts to a new topic before the truth can land. Without a word, Perestes gives a polite excuse, walks off like it's nothing, and the others are left staring, baffled and worried. The elf abruptly storms off and panic ripples through the group, while the masked boy and girl just stand there, watching in stunned silence. A girl's eyes sparkle as she devours the match list. Rumors spread like wildfire, and everyone's talking about the Sword Saint's next fight. The masked boy spots someone clearly crushed. The next round kicks off, and then every single player gets called to step inside. The masked boy senses something off, and then boom, an older man steps in like a force of power, but his voice hits with shockingly youthful energy. Cheers explode as the real Sword Saint finally steps in. He's a young, cheerful kid who struts up and greets the roaring crowd like he owns the place. Stunned by Luke's sudden arrival, the masked kid realizes that the legendary warrior looks even younger than he'd ever imagined. The girls called out the participant list together, and right before that, a street vendor had been selling to them outside. And besides the Sword Saint, that list is packed with nothing. No other big names, no other legendary fighters showing up among the participants. The masked boy leans in and starts guessing that some contestants are hiding titles for secretive, sketchy personal reasons. His brutal judgment makes people suspicious, and the girls go silent, staring him down like, "Why are you so defensive and so nervous?" The masked boy bursts into a coughing fit, and the girl's sudden stare hits him so hard he's totally caught off guard. Suspicion spikes, and he presses Ortina about her strange reaction. She stumbles through a denial, flustered like she's hiding something she can't say out loud. The girls huddle and debate the finalists. Then one girl grins and boldly points at the aloof guy standing all by himself below. Ortina reminds them, looks lie. Even in their own team, there's a powerhouse who barely ever looks like he's trying. Another contestant clocks the armored man and blurts out his name, because that warrior isn't a mystery at all, it's Castor-san. Luke and Castor finally reunite, trade greetings, and both of them can't believe how much time slipped by. Luke slams for answers, because Castor's sudden disappearance has thrown him and everyone else into confusion and real worry. Castor finally cracks and admits he stepped aside on purpose, convinced Luke deserved the Sword Saint title more than anyone. He lays out how Luke's growth and raw potential could outshine him, even though his own style suddenly feels like it doesn't fit. Luke spots something unexpected on Castor's belt, and it screams that there's way more hidden behind his words. Castor yanks out his weapon and vows he's done with swordsmanship, because their ultimate showdown is waiting for them in the finals. Luke snaps in eagerly as the third preliminary match kicks off, and the tension spikes while every competitor braces to collide. The third preliminary match kicks off as contestants stride into the arena, and the crowd erupts, screaming like they can barely wait for the next fight. The announcer roars out Luke's name, calling him the youngest sword saint in the arena, and the crowd instantly locks onto him. Luke stands there calm as a blade, while the other fighters eye him like he's dangerous. Like he's the reason tension snaps into place the second he shows up. An older contestant leans in, admits Luke's got it rough, and Luke just flashes a smile, no fear showing at all. Even with warnings ringing in his ears, Luke stays icy calm and rock solid, ready to step into the tournament match the second it officially begins. Contestants shrug off Luke as nothing more than a warm-up, convinced they'll slice through the young sword saint without breaking a sweat. Luke plants his feet in one smooth move, snaps into a steady sword stance, and stays ice-calm even as danger barrels toward him. Luke's enemies huddle together, already plotting how to cut him down, desperate to earn respect by toppling the famous young sword saint. Luke gets swarmed by multiple contestants at once, but he shrugs it off, dodging, countering, and moving with insane speed and surgical precision. Luke drops his calm like a shield, dead serious, secretly stronger than anyone expects. And even seasoned fighters can't help but stare as his swift, brutal moves light up the fight. Luke stands tall, soaking up praise as he blasts through multiple contestants one after another with jaw-dropping sword skills. Surprise hits the participants as they pepper Luke with questions, because his ruthless, lightning-fast dominance over every opponent leaves them stunned. The remaining fighters stall with shaky nerves, but Luke just stands there, calm as ice, completely unbothered by every cautious glance. Luke squares his shoulders and takes matters into his own hands, gritting his teeth as he forces himself to step up and battle the still hesitant opponents head-on. A fearsome challenger steps into the arena, and the crowd goes wild, all dying to see Luke take on an even tougher test. When Luke's opponents start to hesitate, his older ally strides forward with zero doubt, daring everyone to take him on instead. Luke stays cool as his confident companion boldly dares every last remaining contestant to swarm him all at once. Opponents swarm in with ruthless force, but the seasoned warrior snaps out of sight in an instant, leaving them blinking in total confusion at his sudden disappearance. The older fighter pops back into the fight behind them out of nowhere, then wipes out multiple opponents in seconds, just outclasses everyone with pure combat skill. Contestants freeze in shock when they finally see it. This terrifying, battle-tested fighter just wiped the floor with them. The announcer froze in shock, staring at how every single competitor got wiped out so fast they were left crumpled on the ground. Luke and Caster triumph, and the announcer blares the final verdict on their crushing preliminary victory. Luke rockets onto the spotlight as the crowd erupts. Spectators are screaming when they officially crown him the winner of the preliminary round. Caster throws a goofy victory party anyway, even though he's totally unmotivated, while Luke stays cool as he tries to rein in his wild excitement. Observers tore into Luke and Caster's techniques, spotting eerie matches to the legendary swordsman Zessen's exact fighting style. Whispers ripple through the observers. Zessen's technique isn't for the average fighter, it's reserved for high-ranked beasts, the kind crowned with titles like Sword King. When they realize Caster probably wields the legendary Sword King title, the crowd erupts in shock at just how terrifyingly powerful he is. A masked fighter keeps his voice locked in his chest, wondering, quietly but fiercely, if other hidden heroes are out there guarding just as prestigious titles in the shadows. The master hatches a quiet plan to unmask hidden heroes just to find his own peace, and his hype team rushes in toward what's about to be revealed. Just like that, everything pivots. A jaw-dropping new challenger storms into the arena, and the crowd erupts with pure, unexpected hype. Hirohao, the unstoppable powerhouse, absolutely wrecks his way through the fourth match, winning in seconds like it's nothing. Hirohao looms there like a living war machine, breathing hard, eyes blazing, and somehow making it crystal clear that his physical power is on another level. Rentata, the mysterious contender, rockets through the bout and ends the preliminary fight in a blink, shocking everyone watching. The preliminaries finally wrap up, and it instantly lights a fuse under the finals tournament, where the matchups everyone's been waiting for are about to collide. Luke stares at his bracket and realizes he's been matched against the terrifying ZS, and he's instantly shell-shocked that his very first opponent is this monster. Paristes stands rock-steady and laser-focused, ready to step into the upcoming tournament wars and take on her toughest opponent head-on. In the quarterfinal arena, masked Zez tightens his grip and gears up to clash with the terrifying Paristes. Zez jerks in shock, realizing instantly that his opponent is Patty, instantly wrecking his tournament dreams and throwing his whole game plan off. Clutching onto his goal, Zeiss studies every move, plotting how to beat Patty and still walk away with the Staff of Spirit, without laying a finger to hurt her. Meanwhile, Patty clocks that ZS is pulling back, because in her mind, showing kindness would stain the real rivalry between them. Zez stays quiet, but inside he wrestles with himself, then promises that if he wins, he'll hand Patty the staff. Zez's companions let out those smug, joking sighs at Patty, totally mortifying him. And that little stunt had the whole crowd watching like hawks. Zez rips into his own plan about Velria, wrestling with doubts over the exact move he'll need to prove he's innocent. Ortina spots Zez's jittery nerves and that unstable magic, and she murmurs calming words that wrap around him like a steady hand. The crowd openly bickers over their favorites with hilarious banter, and Zez's face burns as the noise wrecks his focus. Two overexcited followers jump in to back Zez's plans, completely missing what he really means, and their loud support only makes his public embarrassment hit even harder. Zez storms into the arena alone, psyching himself up, because right now he's about to square off against Patty in the nail-biting quarterfinals. Dual Patty slips in without a sound beside Zez, her furious stare burning with pure resolve, ready to throw down the moment battle starts. Zez instantly picks up Patty's razor-sharp determination and realizes there's no way she'll ever consider forfeiting. The intro blasts Perista's insane sword skill and magic in full glory, and it low-keys humiliates Zez by calling out his fresh romantic screw-up. Seeing the rage in Patty's eyes, Zez decides to cut through the tension and talk it out right away, determined to fix what's breaking between them. Zez calmly presses Patty for her reasons to enter the tournament, and then, right on cue, points straight at Zeolith, her mentor. Patty shuts Zez down without a shred of warmth, and the moment she realizes he has no clue about Zeolith's latest move, irritation flashes on her face. Zez urges Patty to step back so she won't get hurt, but Patty flashes confidence and shuts him down with a bold comeback. Patty's voice cracks as she storms to Zez, demanding answers after Zeolith let him in, even though he knew what her tournament dreams meant to her. Patty lets her disappointment spill out in one quiet burst, her heart aching because Zeolith didn't stop someone tougher from jumping into the competition. Zez clocks that Patty's looking at him with pure disdain, because he's standing between her and the tournament win she's desperate for. Zez spills the truth to Patty. He didn't join the tournament by accident. He secretly entered just to back her goals all along. Patty, finally trusting Zez's clarification, breaks into real joy and wipes out every last bit of tension between them. Patty admits his motives, and Zez tells everyone that Zeloth is crushed by his absence today. Zez finally admits he's stronger, then quickly reassures Patty. Those staff weren't a mistake at all, they were always meant as Zeolith's personal gift. Zez shoots out a confident suggestion Patty should forfeit, because he's ready to hand over the Staff of Spirit straight to her without wasting a second. Patty shoots down his idea on the spot, then shocks him even more by demanding they compete fairly and honorably. Patty yanks her sword free, her determination blazing bright as she refuses to toss her hard-earned fight aside. She speaks up with fierce pride and total commitment, insisting that throwing in the towel right now would betray every ounce of hard work she's poured into this. Patty's flustered, she slips up and accidentally exposes the real feelings underneath her no, leaving Zez baffled and thrown off. Zez and Patty huddle in private, while the crowd watches with wide eyes, dying to decode their messy, confusing emotional exchange. The tournament announcer can't wait a second longer. He blares for the match to start, and the crowd's eyes snap back to the arena's tense, uneasy energy. With Patty's flushed face lighting up the crowd, they misread everything and start shouting at Zez, loud enough to embarrass him all over again right before their match. The moment the match kicks off, the whole vibe snaps tight, like a storm warning right before the clash explodes. Zez and Patty stand across from each other in tense silence, because the moment has finally come to throw down for real, even though they both know exactly what the other is thinking. Patty rockets forward and drives her blade straight at Zez, who braces and watches her every move. Proving she's got lightning-fast agility, Patty drops a razor-precise strike, and Zez has no choice but to scramble into defense the instant it lands. Patty snaps her voice into a powerful chant, firing a brutal magical strike straight at the startled Zez. Zez stayed icy calm, snapping up defense magic so effortlessly that he shut down Patty's spell, leaving her stunned at how easily it got erased. Patty jerked backward in pure shock, while Zez calmly sized everything up and stood his ground. No hesitation, no retreat. Zez stays ice calm, planted like a wall as he confidently smashes down Patty's fast, relentless sword swings. Patty watches Zez steam through everything, admits his skill hits hard, but still tells him straight up, he's clearly running low on power. Zez can't shake the feeling that Patty's toying with something dangerous, even while she acts calm and relaxed about the fight. Patty suddenly locks in her secret move, chanting hard as her blade surges to life, crackling with raw electric power. Patty unleashes her strongest spell, ripping a lightning-charged blade into existence and slamming it forward with a finishing strike. Her opponent stays stone calm, nods at the spell like he saw it coming, then warns it won't be nearly enough to beat him. Patty grips her twin blades, steals her resolve and charges straight at him, going for his defenses head-on. She slams in a brutal hit, cracking the masked fighter's weapon, and leaves him scrambling on the defensive for a split second. Without flinching, he grabs another sword. Patty's eyes narrow as she realizes the real battle still hasn't ended. Patty thrusts out a brutal binding spell, trying to lock her opponent inside a roaring electric field that keeps swelling. Her spell snaps fully awake, and 5 towering lightning pillars slam down around her, freezing the whole arena in shock. As the magic circles start roaring with power, the masked fighter snaps into alert mode. Sensing danger in the air and realizing this spell isn't a joke, it's deadly serious. Everyone in the stands spots it instantly. This is a lightning seal, staring in disbelief at how massive it is and how brutally it could tear everything apart. Even after the warnings roll in, Patty digs in her heels, ready to throw herself into the fight and finish it for good, no matter the cost. Patty throws down a challenge, swearing she'll last even longer for her clan's pride and honor. She braces herself, sensing danger in the air, as her masked opponent slips a hidden weapon into view without a sound. He suddenly appears right behind her, snatching the moment before she can react or even raise a defense. A soft hit lands, and her magic instantly goes limp. Patty reels, wobbles, and stares in stunned disbelief as that sudden pressure crushes her strength. The masked fighter carries her with eerie calm, and it becomes clear magic can't touch his twisted body at all. The whole crowd stares in stunned confusion as Patty drops to the mat, knocked out cold, and the match gets cut off on the spot. Spectators explode with rage, completely misreading the masked fighter as he stays steady and carries Patty away from the battle. He shoots a glance at her bruised face, stunned by how hard she kept fighting no matter what. Seeing her grit, he falls silent and gives her the respect she earned, because he can finally feel how much that battle really mattered. His mask splintered out of nowhere and the shock hit him. She'd actually hurt him earlier, and her lightning finally caught up. Patty gets dragged into the medical room, and the person checking her right away goes pale with worry. The doctor checks her up and finds nothing. Then Castor just stands right there, silent as stone, visibly exhaling in relief. He tells him she's not cursed, she's just knocked out by magic, so the doctor nods and agrees to let her rest in safety. Outside, Castor gets met by a shocked knight, stunned that Patty just lost, and even more stunned that Castor showed up out of nowhere. The knight drags Castor's past back into the light, but Castor snaps him down, then says his name again, sharper and prouder than ever. Castor shrugs off every question about his motives, and all he'll say is this: he's the last one standing. He shuts it down without a straight answer, leaving you to wonder what bigger reason is lurking underneath. Then, right before he walks out, he throws in one final line. That night, the darkness rips into him for ogling women, while Castor's embarrassed, and even with the mask on, he shoots back defensively. Castor bursts back into the arena, his teammates explode with cheers, while the rest of the crowd hangs silent above, watching his every move. He confirms Patty made it through safe and sound, and the whole crew floods with relief, cheering his grit and the effort he carved out in that brutal battle. Look, right when it offers her its lap, she hesitates, crushed by memories of old humiliations and brutal hardships. He crumples into her lap, grateful and shattered by pure relief, and the onlookers swear his spirit is totally, irrevocably broken. Some folks call it shameless, but Castor snaps back. This is emotional healing, not perversion. Then he clings on tight like it's the only thing keeping him whole. Castor wrestles with the idea of giving in to comfort, thinking about sinking deeper, while he hasn't even noticed the way his own silent reaction is starting to grow. Je stared down at him, cheeks blazing as she sat there stunned, completely stuck, because she had no clue how to answer what he was doing. The girls just freeze, eyes wide as Zez's behavior goes off the rails. He slinks right up and melts into his seat on her lap. Je grabs Zest in tears, and when it finally comes out, he admits he's been secretly panicking about Patty far more than anyone ever guessed. One girl feels his magic going berserk, and Zez instantly panics, blaming it all on emotional overload from that lap pillow. Arguments explode over fairness, and while Zez trembles beneath the absurd pressure, others start jokingly offering their knees. Zez slams out a no, flat out rejecting every male lap offer, while the match result gets announced with official finality. The second quarterfinal match kicks off, and when Castor steps into the arena, every eye in the place snaps to him. Their glares slam together, Hao crackles with fury and aggression, while Castor stays stone-calm, unreadable, and battle-hardened. Even Hao's brutal power doesn't faze him. Castor stands there like nothing hit, then whips back with a lightning-fast one-arm counter that crushes the moment. How does a battle end so fast? Castor has declared the winner as he drops his opponent in one clean hit. The crowd explodes. Half are screaming in cheers, the other half are fuming because their bets went up in smoke, and Castor's sheer power hits so hard it leaves even the skeptics reeling. While the crowd hypes bets, Zez feels the pressure climbing and quietly nods, right with the worry. The group snaps to attention, Ortina slipped out early, And even though she tried to act confident, her nervous tells start making her friends seriously worry. They give Ortina her flowers for how strong she is, but they're still terrified, because her next opponent might be way more power than she can handle. When she finds out her next opponent is the Sword Saint, Zes doesn't hesitate. He volunteers to go check on Ortina himself. Zes storms toward the waiting area while gamblers brag about their profits, totally oblivious to the storm Ortina is fighting inside. As Zes strides past, gamblers fire up about betting on Ortina, and Zes clocks just how deeply gambling runs through this place. Meanwhile, Ortina stared into the distance, her mind buzzing with thoughts of her teacher as she desperately tried to drown out the crushing pressure on her chest. Zes spots someone nearby. He slips up to the waiting room door on tiptoe, fully expecting Ortina to be right there inside. Tina stands outside the waiting room in total silence, tense as a wire, her back turned on that door. Zes shoots her a casual hello, but the second she does, Tina's nerves explode and she panics and screams, clearly caught totally off guard by the sudden showdown. Zes says he came to check on her. Ortina blurts out that she was so distracted inside she barely noticed anything. Ortina lets out a breath and snaps back into confidence, thanking him because that surprise clears her head and sharpens her focus again. Zes tosses out some advice and Tina lights up like, "Oh, you've got a plan." But he cuts her off fast, denying it on the spot. He leaves the door cracked open for a comeback chance, and Tina leans in, eyes locked, hungry for any spark of hope, anything that could beat the Sword Saint. Ortina finally agrees to hear him out, and she's determined to test her strength no matter what it costs. Zes leans in and tells Ortina the Sword Saint's got raw power to shake the world, but his control is shaky. Ortina nods with confident certainty. Ortina bursts into the arena and her opponent. The Sword Saint throws out a smug remark, acting like fighting women is somehow too hard. Tina refuses to be anything less than a warrior, and when he sees her resolve, he swallows his pride, apologizes, and steps into her serious challenge. The third quarterfinal kicks off. Sword Saint yanks his blade free with one clear promise. He's going all out, no games. Tina rockets forward the moment it starts, slicing with razor-sharp precision and driving the attack before he even gets a chance to react. Ortina copied her teacher's move and charged in with a ruthless rush of steel, while the Sword Saint had no idea she'd be so fearless. She drives the fight with razor discipline, and he scrambles to hold her off, because he learns the hard way that brute strength just isn't enough. He studies her strikes, clocking how perfectly trained they are, dead on target, but too predictable, with no real punch, no spark, no curveball. Her technique hits like deja vu, and the moment her stance locks in, a long-buried memory snaps awake, like she's copying someone's exact style. Curious, he grills her about where her sword style was born, but Tina waves it off and keeps her eyes locked on the fight. The Sword Saint clocked it instantly. Ortina's style was really just Tenho's swordsmanship, but only the Sword Kings in the Empire get to use it. He challenges her legitimacy on the spot, because only the elites are allowed to use moves like that. And as the questions keep raining down, Ortina starts to squirm, growing more and more uneasy under the pressure. With fierce demands, he insists those ruthless techniques can't just be handed to regular fighters. Only the properly ranked should get them. Tina thinks dropping Zez's name could spark real danger, and she braces hard as the Sword Saint's attitude flips in an instant. Sword Saint throws down a violent threat and demands answers right now, because Tina isn't just walking into a tournament match anymore. Ortina remembers Zez's warning. If she lands even a single strike, the whole match could end right then and there. She keeps hammering forward without mercy, because her only shot is simple: never stop attacking. A brutal strike lands, her armor explodes into shards, and with calm certainty the Sword Saint tells her, "I warned you." The Sword Saint watches her defiance with cold contempt, and even though he keeps it together, the whole thing still gets under his skin. She stood in the arena, heaving with every breath, white-knuckling her sword while the crowd erupted around her. Elsewhere, he strode forward with chilling calm, and the nervous onlookers couldn't shake the feeling that something explosive was about to kick off. He squared up to her face-to-face, pushing for answers. Why she's so deadly with that sword, and what dark, hidden past just might be tied to it. She refused to open up, shut the whole conversation down, and walked away determined to dodge any more useless arguing or delays. He snapped back, insisting every word of his hit hard with meaning. Then she grabbed him, and their showdown finally shattered into raw emotion. Right in the middle of the fight, she got struck down and crumpled to the ground, and everyone watched in pity, like the outcome was already sealed. The crowd started squirming with impatience, and he let out a heavy sigh, because he could feel the delay and the drama being used to brand him as the villain. He stopped the final strike cold, pressing her for the last missing piece, one unanswered truth from her past that still haunted him. She challenged him straight on, and demanded to know why her sword style's origins mattered to him so damn much. He shot back with the truth, desperate to stay special, and her whole world froze, The moment his words landed, she didn't know what to do. He flashed back to his childhood, where sword talent came to him like breathing, and it earned him the legendary Sword Saint title. Grinning like he'd just won the world, he proclaimed himself a chosen being, while everyone else stared, sensing there was something darker and deeper hiding behind his words. He was convinced Tenho's sword skills were meant to stay secret. If anyone taught them in public, it would shatter the very core of who he thought he was. He warned her if Tenho's name got cheapened, then his legacy and his own worth would be crushed too. He swore he'd crush that spread at its roots, first by silencing her, then tearing down everyone who ever taught her. Tina trembled, all fight drained from her, her vision swam, her body barely held itself up. Then it hit her. Her defeat felt inevitable. He lifted his sword with icy calm, vowing out of pure respect to show them real Tenhu swordsmanship. Sword raised high, he snapped a warning. One strike and her arm would be gone, yet Tina still squared up and braced herself. Right before the punch connected, a fresh armored warrior burst into view and clamped onto his arm mid-swing like it was all planned. The masked warrior spoke with ice-calm certainty, or Tina couldn't go on because the fight was already finished. Lucas froze in pure shock as the masked figure streaked past his eyes faster than he could track. Faces hidden, identity sealed. The masked one scolded Ortina in a gentle tone, and she just grinned right back, almost as if she was quietly admitting that her reckless move had mattered. Tina finally nodded and agreed to stop. She'd pushed herself to the edge, and now she knew exactly where her limits were. The referee blew the whistle and slammed the final call. Sword Saint Luke were officially crowned, and the match finally hit its end. Cheers exploded as Zez got praised by the crowd and his friends. His surprise intervention hit at the perfect moment. Luke lunged to stop them, but Ortina clutched Zez to her chest and went utterly silent. Luke felt a brutal aura hit him like a wave, so he demanded, "Who's the masked warrior?" But they dodged the question and stayed maddeningly vague. Intrigued, Luke snapped at the masked figure to duel right now, desperate to prove he could hit even harder again. The masked one calmly refused, dropping a sly hint that they'd cross paths later. Then Luke burst out laughing, totally amused by the whole answer. Luke smirked and leaned in to tell them, "Don't get comfortable, Castor is coming for you next in this tournament." Luke dropped the bombshell that Castor was a sword saint too, and he warned them this fight would be brutal. He added that Velria was just as lethal, and her sly mind would snag them before they even knew what hit them. Luke laughed like he owned the world, convinced not a single woman could ever beat him, and swaggered on like the future hero, zero doubt in his mind. Ortina and Zez clocked his arrogance instantly, because Valria's real strength had been hiding in plain sight, and now it was finally about to explode. Zez braced the worn-out Ortina, and she flushed hard with gratitude. She admitted defeat, but she was still thankful he'd come to her rescue. Even with injuries screaming through her body, Tina vowed to train harder, and Zez shot her encouragement right away. No doubt, no hesitation. Backstage, Castor teased Luke for going all out, and Luke just shrugged like, "No regrets," flashing zero remorse for his performance. Castor realized, way too late, that his comment had yanked Luke's pride into the spotlight, and suddenly the whole vibe snapped into something serious and razor-tensed. A hype announcer blared that the fourth match was finally up, and the tournament roared on as the excitement kept exploding higher. Velria and her opponent Renata finally stepped into the spotlight, and right from the start, mystery and raw power clung to both of them. The match kicked off, the crowd was all in for Velria, and Renata just flashed a calm smile. Jeers couldn't shake her one bit. Renata flashed a confident grin, because in no time she just knew everyone would be cheering after they finally saw his real power. Velria yawned like she didn't care, smirked at Renata and basically dared him, "Attack however you want from anywhere." He didn't lunge forward an inch without hesitation. He declared he'd win, then his body shot reckless and unstoppable toward the ready opponent. Velria shot her hand up with a bright grin, then opened the gates to his full power, practically begging him to show her a real fight. Renata snapped a punch forward, grinning like trouble, and laughed as he finally exposed what he'd been hiding up his sleeve. Velria lifted her hand in calm confidence. Then a monstrous tentacle whipped in from Renata's side, slithering straight toward her. Sure of her ambush, Renata proclaimed victory, while Velria stayed unshaken, watching the creature close in with sharp, curious focus. In the arena, a shadowy, tentacled monster lashes around the girl as the crowd stares, frozen in shock. Spectators leaned in with wide eyes as a hooded man unveiled a rare, earth-shaking magic item. He bragged that he'd buy it just to chase fame, hooking the crowd's admiration and seizing dominance. During the duel, she blurts out sensitive info by accident, and suddenly he's got her identity and intentions under a microscope. She orders the creature to keep tearing into him, acting like she's still impressed, while the man spits out jokes at her so-called confidence. Clutching his magic tool like it's unbeatable, the man smirks at her and dares her to make a fool of herself in front of everyone. He slams the magic item to full power, and a wave of magic wraps the girl up tight, while she stays perfectly calm and utterly still. The crowd explodes into wild cheers, begging for more, while the man watches her trapped, restrained form with a sick, twisted smile. Even with those chains biting her down, she stays cool, while he glares at her like a man starving, totally clueless that she's about to flip the whole game. She taunts the item's limits, flashes a calm smile, calls it impressive, then shrugs it off like it's nothing more than a toy. The man sneers at her perfectly calm stance, tightens his grip, and swears she's only pretending to be strong. He flaunts those binding tentacles like a trophy, swearing that not a single target has ever slipped from their grip. He erupts into a maniacal laugh, swearing that even the toughest elite warriors can't shatter his insane magical durability. He tosses her one final chance to give up, smirking as she stays deadly calm and lines up her comeback. She clenches her fist with fierce defiance as the tentacles surge in, crushing any chance at mercy and forcing her straight into a no-holds-barred showdown. She calmly doubles down on her earlier claim. This item holding her back is nothing but a fake crafted toy. After they mocked him for underestimating the artifact, the man straight up swears it's unbeatable and reveals that this thing is his ultimate magical weapon. She stays cool as she dismantles his delusion, telling him the truth. He never really had control of the fight or what happened next. Enraged by her refusal, he roars for a full assault, trying to rip into her clothes, all for his sick entertainment. A grin flickers across her face. Then concern hits hard. She clocks the danger, throws together her counter in one calm move, and readies it before the attack even finishes. With a fearless grin, she snaps, "That's enough, this farce is over." And then a rush of magic rips the bindings apart. A brutal burst of power erupts outward, smashing the tentacles to pieces and blasting the man straight off his feet. Screaming in pure agony, he clamps his hands on his body as she locks on and drops straight toward him, unshakable. Stunned and shaking, he demands answers, still reeling from how brutally the whole situation flipped on him. No hesitation, she lands a crisp punch, ends the fight on the spot, and leaves the whole arena dead silent. He begs for mercy, too late, and she strikes again, blasting the crowd with a power that leaves everyone in stunned silence. His face bloats grotesquely, then he crumples to the ground, knocking out cold, while the crowd stares, stunned, wordless, and in pure disbelief. She glares down at him with disgust, mocking his frailty while calling his cruelty weak, pathetic, and unforgivable. Seeing his exposed underwear, she snaps dryly, like she's stacking one more jab on top of his humiliating loss. She doesn't hesitate. She stomps him again, lays down the final blow, and shuts down his twisted act for good. Consumed by fury, she vows to kill. Then her magic energy surges like a storm about to break. She slams the trigger on an advanced spell, summoning roaring flames and lining up to erase her helpless, defeated opponent in one brutal strike. Terror hits him hard. He drops to his knees and begs for mercy, finally realizing her threat isn't a bluff anymore. Her spell blasts through him in roaring flames, stunning the crowd, until a judge rushes in, yelling for it to stop. Threatened with disqualification, she jerks herself back to reality, because she realized she'd almost pushed her power way past the line. Velria freaks out for a second, then snaps into action. Medical help is suddenly her top demand, even as her whole focus shifts to dodging disqualification after that brutal attack. The medics confirm Rentata is alive, and just like that, the fight's over. Velria is officially crowned the winner. She's been crowned the winner. She crushed that fight so hard that it was over for Rentata, who lies unconscious, badly burned, and fully defeated. Elsewhere, a battered girl finally steadies herself, calmly reassuring the worried visitor as her strength trickles back after that brutal incident. A doctor grabbed her patient's attention and warned, "Don't move, keep still," because even with healing magic restoring her, those wounds are still deadly serious. The girl hears the commotion and demands answers. Then she finds out Velria absolutely crushed the fourth match. They huddle up and talk about the next match. Then boom, Castor steps into view and he's another sword. They're scared Castor's power will blow past expectations, but the armored figure just grins. He'll handle it, no problem. She vows she'll be there cheering in the finals, and he braces himself, thinking he'll get called any moment now. Backstage, Velria flashes a confident grin. Then her comrade leans in, reassures her, and steps straight into his own fight. Velraja and the masked fighter both shout they've won, completely sure their crushing power will crush everything in their path. Spectators start trading bets, but the buzz keeps surging. Luke, Velria, and that masked contender have everyone locked in. Blazer flashes his iron confidence, because he secretly bet on the masked fighter's zits. Zez storms into the semifinals, ready to take on Castor, the armored killer feared for bringing down a legendary hero. Z soaks up the roar of cheering girls, while Castor sneers at his newfound fame right in the middle of the arena confrontation. Castor viciously twists the knife at Zez's friendships, then snaps into serious mode, itching to square off with someone who hits too close to home. Castor snaps his blade free with raw fury, vowing to crush Zez, no mercy, no exceptions. Zez steps up to the challenge like it's pure training gold, while Castor can't believe the audacity hitting him out of nowhere. Castor makes the first move, and Zest calmly slams the attack away, like he's seen that exact strike before. They slam into each other, fists flying, then Castor blurts that his nation shoved him into this fight with one command: win, no matter what, and don't you dare fall with disgrace. Right in the middle of his duel with Zess, a jolt of realization hits the Castor. This has to be tied to the powerful, shadowy Lusisphilia nation. Zess clocks Castor's secret mission, and Castor's jaw drops because the masked fighter actually knows about the spirit staff. Zess tries cracking jokes about splitting the reward, but Castor snaps back furious, right in the middle of the chaos, completely swamped by the weird conversation as the battles rage on. The blade slides right through, shrugging off Castor's assault, so clean it's almost unreal. Castor freezes, staring at the sword like, what kind of weapon is this? Zez brushes off where the weapon came from, and Castor snaps, demanding to know who taught him those advanced sword techniques. Castor spots Zez's defense for what it is: Xenoform, a rare blade style only legendary swordsmen can master. Zez needles Castor's master, swears he's leagues ahead, and then squares up, ready to smash in with total confidence and raw force. Castor calls out that Zez is just an ordinary kid, and in the middle of their brutal weapon clash, he spots Xenoform again. With every stumble, Castor realizes even Zez's strikes look just like Tenho's sword moves, and that realization kicks up full-blown confusion and panic. Zez shuts it down. He swears he doesn't know any sword styles at all, claiming his moves are self-taught and pure instinct, not some fancy formal technique. Both fighters lock eyes and pause. Zez lets out a chuckle. Castor grins and vows he'll end it all with one earth-shattering decisive strike. Castor snaps on the war god's power, tosses his armor aside, and surges with boosted strength and an overwhelming presence. With explosive speed and deadly precision, the empowered Castor rockets straight at Zez and launches a full-force assault. Castor drops his sword Saint title and unleashes holy magic with zero chanting, and Zez just glares like, seriously, you're way too overpowered. Zez needles Castor again, grinning like he owns the battlefield, swearing he's the strongest, then lunges into a surprise attack. Zez slams dual frozen scythe spells into the air, freezing a Castor's arms mid-swing and wiping out their brutal momentum instantly. Castor goes completely still, because only one person can silently pull off dual high-level spells, and it's happening right now. Zez clocked Castor's insane power, but instead of panicking, he stayed calm, and now he was finally ready to take on Sword Saint tier monsters. Zez finally drops his real plan. He's been testing exactly how much magic it takes to take Castor down without risking a single thing. With pure unshakable calm, Zez hurled Frozen Scythe again, and kicked off the biggest, most brutal magic display yet. Hundreds of blades burst into view around Castor as Zez roars that he'll unleash the spell 100 straight times. Zez snaps into Crimson Scythe mode and lines up a rampage of destructive fire magic, one blast after another, in overwhelming waves. Castor finally clocks what ZS is doing. Every ZS repeat screams the same horrifying declaration, and he vows to blast the spell 100 times. Panicked out of his mind, Castor blurts that nobody in this whole country can pull off what Cast is doing, because that devouring flame magic is wrecking everything. The arena roars to life as magical power floods the place, and Zest just calmly declares, this strength is unlike anything else. With raw power roaring above them, Zest snarls at Castor, don't you dare die, still showing a flicker of worry even while he towers in control. Zess's devastating magic detonates with a deafening blast, swallowing Castor in a massive surge of fire and raw, crushing force. Spectators lose it as the arena floods with smoke, and when the haze starts to clear, total confusion only gets worse because nobody can see what's coming next. Castor somehow won't fall, still as a statue, so Zess creeps closer, and the more he stares, the weirder Castor's motionless posture feels. Z spots Castor still standing, unblinking and unconscious, somehow stuck there, frozen by raw willpower and pure physical grit. Castor goes completely still, and the fight is ruled over on the spot. Then the arena erupts as Zess is announced the winner. Zess blasts the arena with devastating magic, crushing Castor's defenses and leaving the roaring crowd in pure shock. Castor crumples to the ground, knocked out cold, and the noble woman just watches in awe. Zess's insane magical power and future potential are overwhelming her interest. Zess strides into the waiting room, and the noblewoman corners him on the spot, demanding to know who their next tournament opponent is. She leans in and reminds Zez about their old deal, then suddenly proposes marriage. Zez immediately stumbles through an awkward refusal, clearly flustered and squirming with discomfort. She leans in even closer, pushing for a reward like she won't take no for an answer, and Zez just can't decide what to do with her relentless pressure. Zez is left staring, thrown off by her suggestive words, trying to figure out what she's really after before she strides off with total confidence. Stepping into the arena, the noblewoman sizes up her next opponent, weighing whether she'll end it in a blink or drag it out. The young swordsman sizes her up, then flips the switch, going all out right from the start. She sneers at his confidence, prodding him like it's arrogance or just youth, then vows she'll shatter his pride. The moment the semifinal kicks off, the crowd erupts and two hardened fighters square up, determination blazing as power and pride collide. The boy throws down a challenge to the woman, and while everyone closes in with swords out, she just stands there, calm as stone. She won't even pull her weapon, claiming she needs no edge, even with her hands wide open and empty. The boy snaps a warning to her, "Don't underestimate me," because he's about to unleash a sudden strike with everything he's got. Frozen in place, she feels him explode from behind, his sword lifted high as he lunges in to finish it fast. She snaps his blade out of the air with bare hands, unshaken, while he's left reeling, stunned by how strong she is and how effortlessly she deflects every strike. She barks at him to fight for real, and that razor-sharp stare screams that she's still holding back every last bit. He apologizes, and then his mind hardens with resolve, until her lightning-fast move leaves him frozen, and he can't help but question how she moved that quickly. She shuts down every attempt in seconds, quips about his tiny progress, and stays locked in perfect control with iron posture. He charges in with pure fury, and she just laughs, totally entertained by how intense he's getting, pushing him to go even harder. She lights up with thrilled approval, praising his bloodlust at last, finally seeing him as a real opponent she has to push even further. Humiliated by his loss, he calls up the spirit of his sword, swearing he'll break through her crushing advantage and turn the fight around. Summoning divine power, he roars out his deadliest technique, braced like a trap snapping shut for the decisive counterhit. She erupts into wild laughter, snapping aside every strike with ease, and as the fight cranks up, her confidence only keeps exploding. He's left in shock as she stops her divine technique dead with a single finger, blasting out a wave of concentrated magical pressure. She beams and proudly explains her fingertip magic, while he just stares at her in total disbelief, stuck dumbfounded. She lands a direct strike, and the moment it hits, his body jolts. His face freezes in shock as pain crashes over him, leaving him wide open. Still coughing and barely standing, he listens as she chews him out for acting careless during real combat. Clutching his sword, he demands everyone believe he's undefeated, then declares he's the youngest sword saint among the chosen warriors. Rage twisting his gut, he starts doubting everything, because for all his skills and status, not a single blow ever lands. She turns her back, crushed, because even a sword saint can't give her the kind of fight she's been craving. She shuts him down without breaking a sweat, totally unimpressed by his moves. Then her face turns stone cold as she starts unleashing magic. Smiling like she owns the world, she tells him, "Use everything you've got, your move, or my next spell ends this." She thrusts her arm forward and unleashes a roaring, planet-sized flame spell, Fernal Dragon's Devouring Flames, packed with raw, crushing force. Fed up with being ignored, he storms ahead with his sword gripped tight, done with everyone underestimating him and brushing him off again. With a scream tearing out of him, he throws a desperate strike, tearing straight through the limits he's got as her overwhelming magic bears down. She taunts him with zero fear, blasting fire straight at him. Then he clenches his sword, braces hard, and refuses to back down. Flames roar all around him as he screams, then he unleashes his deadliest move, Flash Strike, slicing straight through the inferno. Burns claw across his arms, but he refuses to budge, jaw set, eyes blazing with unstoppable resolve. An explosion slams into the arena and scorching heat crashes over everything, while the crowd scrambles, panicking as the flames roar back to life again. Breathing hard and battered, he still plants his feet, whispers to himself like he just won, sure he finally carved out something that truly matters. She flashes a nod and says his effort is impressive, but he pants hard, stuck wondering if that praise is real or if it's pity. She drops the bombshell that the spell was just 30% power, and it crushes him with the realization of how huge the gap really is. She plants her feet and snaps that his strength isn't enough. Then he crumples as her relentless pressure buries him. Spectators and allies freeze in disbelief as he realizes her magic blows everything out of the water. So even the sword saint suddenly feels pointless. Dropping to one knee, he throws in the towel, no hope left at all. The whole crowd just watches in dead silence. Velria looms over Luke's broken, collapsed form. He crumples into unconsciousness, completely wiped out by that brutal clash. The crowd goes wild, Velria's crowned the winner, and Luke's brutal defeat leaves everyone frozen, even the announcer and the spectators. A masked figure just stood there, calm as ever, her spell matched his, but this time it hit harder than anything he'd ever unleashed. Velria stands there like a storm about to break, and everyone watching can't stop staring, because she's unlike any opponent they've ever faced, feared for how powerful and razor-precise she is. With a grin blazing bright, Velria shouts ZS name and demands a challenge on the spot. Pure fire and fearless confidence. Velria stands tall in the arena, roaring for her opponent to show up, because she's ready to fight right now. The announcer slams the brakes on the match for maintenance, but Velria digs in her heels, she's ready, and she refuses to rest. Velria's impatient demand grates on the organizers, and one masked official finally steps in, dreading what her extreme attitude might unleash. An officer steps in and barks at Velria to get out and cool off, because if things keep going like this, they'll blow up fast. Velria storms up to him with raw fury, then snaps back to their bigger mission and pushes him to hold his temper and move with restraint. Velria snaps to her mistake, steps back with total composure, and lets the masked official slip away safely. As she watches closely, Velria can't shake the feeling that her opponent isn't just strong. He's carrying an extraordinary title among heroes, sages, or legendary adventurers. She smiles with pride, because that little festival just proved she's inching closer to her secret goal. Velria convinces herself that success is guaranteed, bragging that her plan is pure genius and that she's a straight-up mastermind. Meanwhile, her opponent's panic hits hard. Velria's sudden arrival crashes his easy plan to snatch the spirit staff. Velria crushes Luke with terrifying ease, drowning him in the same magic over and over. Only her power is leagues ahead and way more efficient. As the fight replays in his head, her opponent suddenly realizes Velria could match him or smash past him with raw strength. He refuses to let the masked man slip away, because every single thing hinges on outsmarting her power. He nods and confirms it. Velria crushed the Sword Saint. Now all that's left is one showdown. She's waiting for him in the tournament finals. He lays out Velria's brutal, unstoppable strength, and admits the Sword Saint never stood a single chance against her. When they asked about his sword, the masked man snapped, saying it shattered completely in the last match. His companion thrusts her sword toward him, but he snaps back, insisting steel won't matter against Velria's raw, crushing strength. He breaks down how fingertip magic can shut down blades instantly, yet she can't believe it, thinking it's way too extreme. She teases that he isn't human anymore. Then he snaps back and swears it's not true, even while he's clearly blown past every normal limit. He asks if she'll watch the finals. She snaps back, yes, and he's fully determined not to miss Velria's fight. Ortina starts slipping into a new outfit, and her master can't look her in the eye, just awkwardly stares away, totally clueless on what to do next. He realizes this is the first time he's ever seen Ortina without her armor, and he can't believe what he's looking at. Tina shoots, "What's wrong?" And he stammers as he tries to question why she's so relaxed about changing in front of others. She bursts into laughter, saying she's never done anything like that, especially not around men until this moment. Blushing hard, Ortina confesses it's her first time undressing in front of anyone, and the moment she does, he's left completely rattled and flustered. Ortina clocks that her master is acting totally nervous. Then he stammers in awkward denial, clearly drowning under the weight of her presence. She tells him to get disciplined to steady his nerves, grinning as she flips from playful to serious. Then he's left totally stunned by her wild new energy. He politely shuts it down, saying the tension helps him focus. Ortina, blushing hard, quietly gives in and masks her embarrassment with a shaky, forced calm. Tournament announcers blasted the mic, finals are starting, and the whole arena snapped to attention. Zez and Velria finally step into the spotlight. Zez's confidence wobbles, and Velria flashes a fearless grin like she already knows she'll win. The crowd goes wild for Zez, praying he'll pull off a shocking upset even though Velria is the clear favorite. Zez snaps his head around at that familiar voice, yelling about serious money, then realizes his own friends are wagering everything. Velria bursts with excitement for the finals, and Zez fires back calmly, determined to slam the whole thing shut fast. She admits she doesn't know how strong he really is, and she's not trying to drag this into some long, stamina-fueled brawl. With a confident grin, Velria feels the fun coming and bets on a brutal, thrilling showdown with Zez. Velria snaps into a battle stance, overflowing with confidence like she's about to explode. Then she whips a devastating strike straight out of the gate. Zez watches stonecalm as it slams straight into the arena floor. Velria storms into the fight and swears she'll rip Zez's mask off, then expose his real identity to everyone. At last, the whole crowd erupted the second Zez stepped into the Colosseum, and his companions blasted cheers, half excitement, half nerves. Inside the arena, Zez squared off against his armored opponent, and the announcer's voice boomed that the final battle was finally underway. Zez froze for a heartbeat, sizing up his enemy's strength. Then a thrown pebble smashed through the wall, and that terrifying, raw power came roaring out. Fists clenched tight, Zez planted his feet and steadied his breath, heart racing, but ready to get thrown into brutal close-quarters combat. With a hard breath, Zez launched himself forward, and his punch smashed into the enemy's blade in midair with a violent clash. Zess's punch slams into the enemy's blade, and she grins as she calmly redirects that brutal hit. She snatches his arm mid-scrap, praises the restraint he's forcing, then orders him to show his real full strength. Zess looks stunned for a second, then admits he's already been trying, so yeah, he nods and decides to go all in from here on out. Zess slams into action, unleashing his special technique, and divine power erupts from him as the arena shakes under the war god's presence. Zess rockets forward with terrifying speed and raw force, and the enemy scrambles to brace, weapon up, because the impact is seconds from hitting. Zess shot forward, and before he could blink, she met him with a lightning-fast counter. When their hands slammed together, sparks flew like lightning. Caught off guard by her non-stop aggression, Zess stalled. Then a quick look down showed the brutal grappling trick she'd pulled out of nowhere. Zess regrouped after the knockback, and the sheer brutality of her strength blew him away. She just kept laughing, totally hooked on the rising chaos. Even after everything, she just wouldn't back down, she craved more. And Zess had to force himself even further just to keep challenging her limits. Zess unleashed a deadlier move, Raging Flame Barrage, sending a violent burst of energy outward as he lined up his next strike. She watched Zess with a cool, steady gaze, then clocked the moment his magic shifted and locked in her next counterattack. Zess tore loose a raging wall of fire, blasting the arena with a thunderous explosion that rattled the stone floor. She snapped back the moment they attacked, launching her frozen glaive. Then their spells crashed together in midair and detonated into another massive elemental blast. Zess caught her copying his spell type, then snapped into action. He changed tactics and hurled dark elemental magic at once. The ground split under their feet and she praised his chantless casting, because the more the fight went on, the more unpredictable he became. Zess felt something off in an instant, and her raw power and battle tricks didn't line up with what he'd predicted earlier. He grilled her about who she really was, convinced she was the actual hero holding the title. She didn't buy a word. His power was so huge it even embarrassed legendary mages, and that only made her suspicion grow teeth. Zess snapped to the truth. She wasn't swinging at anyone, she was hunting heroes on purpose, just like the others like her who'd shown up before to start a fight. Zess cracked a joke to throw her off, claiming she was a scout, but she snapped back fast, totally confused and boiling with annoyance. Zess suddenly realized she was the one calling the shots for the scout team. Her sheer power screamed leadership or something even bigger. He couldn't shake the feeling she was a demon, and when she started asking how he even knew who they were, the mystery hit even harder. She spelled out his part in their downfall, then shrugged, saying the weak only got what they earned with that elimination. With a smug little smirk, she snapped, "All right, it's time to show you my real magic." She tore open the air with a flesh-devouring draconic arc and yanked a colossal beast into existence, jaws blazing wide as it tore through the sky midair. Even though he'd never seen it, Zess copied her one-of-a-kind spell, then blasted the arena again with a terrifying draconic arc that left everyone reeling. She jolted back in sheer shock, then snapped into action, launching the frozen spirit binding tree with pinpoint no-delay precision. Zest copied it again, and with a snap of power, razor ice shards exploded around them, trapping both of them in a brutal, freezing magical standoff. Explosions tore through the air the moment their spells clashed. She got blasted backward, stunned that he'd copied her technique so flawlessly. Spectators gasped at the brutal clash. She spiraled into panic, while he casually unleashed demon-level magic only the strongest devils could wield. She demanded his title on the spot, eyes locked on that power, desperate to uncover who he really was. Dark energy surged into her body, warping her shape as a deeper, far more terrifying power burst out. Zess spotted glowing marks crawling across her skin, and in an instant, he knew some forbidden enhancement technique had just been triggered. She barreled in at terrifying speed, and Zess barely managed to react as her strength and agility shot through the roof. She slammed down the seal of the unbreakable forbidden spell, and the whole arena plunged into darkness, heavy with pure bone-chilling dread. Zess panicked, his spell wouldn't trigger, and that forbidden magic of hers clamped down so hard it stopped every cast cold. She smashed in with brutal force, driving a clean hit straight into his chest as her power burned in her wild eyes. The blast tore through the arena, and his allies just stared, frozen in stunned silence, terrified of what it might have unleashed. With a cocky grin, she shouted his name. Zess stayed rooted in place, but everything had flipped on its head. A masked fighter glares straight ahead while a noblewoman steps in, demanding answers after Zess's shocking defeat. Tension spikes as the woman stares on, watching the masked fighter set up his next move in total silence. A woman's jaw drops, because somehow he's still alive, and he confirms he barely slipped out of a deadly magical attack. She demands answers, insisting he show his magic. Then he reveals demonic flames that mirror his own, stunning her all over again. She growls, pure frustration bursting out, while he stays cool and calmly says his success was forged by skill, not bloodline or fate. The woman blasts out a storm of power magic from her hand, and the masked man scrambles back, throwing up a desperate defense. She squares her stance in the arena, and the crowd watches the masked fighter's flawless block unfold in stunned silence. The masked man digs into the spell, demanding answers. Then one girl pipes up, reminding everyone that Zez warned her about a similar mystery magic back when. They remember Zez saying you can mimic magic, right down to its effects, as long as you fully understand its attributes. The masked man strides off into the dark, and everyone nearby starts to panic, because that wild, overpowering magic doesn't look safe at all. She strode into the arena and swore she'd unleash her full strength today. No doubts, no hesitation. Her opponent stared her power down and realized it wasn't magic at all. It was an unnatural physical transformation, something that shouldn't exist beyond what the gods allow. With steady hands, she drew glowing energy out of thin air, feeding her invocation with condensed fragments of life. Flames exploded around her as she summoned the terrifying demon princess of purgatory. A towering, blazing figure rose up behind her, silent, terrifying, and heavy, and the whole arena trembled like it had just been hit by raw power. The masked man froze in shock as the giant spirit's blazing hand surged toward him. Even with all that talent, he couldn't get the summoning to click. He couldn't copy it, couldn't understand it, not one bit. And when her power crashed in, it felt brutally unnatural, like it was too big for the world to hold. With her heart roaring, she shouted that it was over. Then her deadliest attack rose, ready to strike. Panicked, he tore through the world for magic that could break the spell, then realized blocking it might be his only shot. The summoner barked the order, and the flaming spirit snapped open its mouth, power surging as it charged the final blast. He barreled forward in panic, launching a dangerous spell with both hands stretched toward her, like one last gamble before everything blows up. The forbidden sealing spell slammed into the spirit's core, freezing its attack mid-swing before it could ever unleash itself. The summoner gasped in shock as her bond with the spirit started snapping apart by the second. The summoned thing shrieked as its body crumbled into smoke, and wild magical flames sprayed across the arena. She stood there stone still as he slipped in behind her, grinning like he'd already won, shattering her world and making her question everything. He seized her arms, yanking her into shock, and she snapped back, demanding to know where that forbidden sealing spell truly came from. She seethed in disbelief, swearing that spell hadn't been used in centuries, and nobody alive could ever reach it. After she lost her brother, the truth hit hard. She forged the spell herself. Turns out it's only meant for the wielder. She fought to pull away, but he stayed unshaken and told her that big magic only wakes up when you give it room. Back up. Hit by the crushing realization of defeat, she flushed hard and threw in the towel, then offered herself to him exactly under the two agreed terms. Zess blinked, stunned out of his thoughts, and only then realized the match had already ended with his very last move. The crowd went wild, roaring like crazy. Then the announcers shouted that Zez was the winner for taking down Velria with a straight-up hug. Velria swallowed her pride, conceded she'd been fully subdued, and shut down the arguments for good. Zez finally let him go, gave him a quick scolding, and he stood there thinking hard about finishing his mission. As the crowd roared, Zez shot his arm up in triumph, flashing pure pride after that shockingly massive win that knocked everyone off their feet. From the crowd, his friends snapped back hard, trash-talking the win and calling it shady, as if indecent motives fueled it. Zess stood there totally rattled, staring at everyone's faces like, why am I being treated like the villain? Later, Zez drifted into the wrong room, and Valria stayed perfectly calm as she grilled him about why he was there. Valria shot back that they were partners now, defending her right to be there, while Zez stumbled over his own words, denying any connection like it was a disaster. After that brutal match, the two challengers march up to the winners and greet them with bright smiles, still grinning even in defeat. Burning with shame over the loss, the older man seethes as the girl stays cool, calmly insisting, "This is where my strength ends and it won't break." They declared they were leaving, then hit the training again, swearing they'd never forget the victor's face. He vows to return for a rematch, and even when the girl doubts him, he won't back down. He's determined to redeem that loss. The girl throws him a proud nod, then warns every challenger, "Try taking him down again and you're in for the fight of your life." The crew splits up peacefully, but you can feel the rivalry in the air as they trade respectful goodbyes that scream, "Next time, we're not letting this go." Both sides size each other up and recognize the same deadly strength, knowing fate is going to slam them into another showdown. The girl can't stop herself. She's burning with curiosity, desperate to see how the Sword Saints bounce back and grow after that brutal defeat. She laughs in his face, smirking that no training can ever crush the fierce confidence that's welded his identity to his hero. He dodges her question with a shaky grin, and she just laughs it off, letting him slip for now. As the award ceremony kicks off, the victors step up before royalty in a room full of stunned spectators, everyone holding their breath in silence. The masked champion and his crew trade wild guesses about the king's true identity, half curious, half completely clueless. The king bursts into praise for Zez's raw power, then hands him the staff on the spot, declaring him the true, rightful champion of the tournament. Zest reaches for the staff with unshaking calm, and the king's jaw drops at how bold and strangely quiet he is. Before the king hands over the staff, he demands Zez rip off his mask, because he's sure there's more hiding behind it. Zez keeps his face hidden, throwing the king into confusion while Velraya's eyes lock onto him in quiet, unspoken focus. Zez's heart races as he panics inside, the guard's bark demands for obedience, and one thought slams him. Revealing who he really is right now could wreck the whole plan. Suddenly, a fierce female warrior bursts onto the scene, locks eyes with him and calls him out by name, leaving the crowd stunned by her explosive accusation. A shadowy stranger drops from above, fists clenched in rage because Velraya ditched him to slip off and play in secret. The crowd's left speechless because this man feels pure power, and then someone shouts that it's King Xantes himself. That arrogant man sneered at their reaction, then taunted them like, "Do any of you even know who I really am or what my status actually is?" He finally steps forward, Demon King of Shamhari, blowing the minds of the royal family, the guards, and every stunned onlooker. Panic detonates across the arena, civilians scramble to escape, terrified the sudden demon presence will end their lives. Laughing at their terror, the Demon King snarls at humanity, calling them weak and shamefully inferior. Velraya strides forward with nerves of steel, takes full blame in one breath, and as the Demon King of Garda, she readies herself to face him head-on. Zez freezes when Velry finally drops her title, and he's stuck replaying it in his head, wondering if he totally misheard her. Velraya storms in and claims the top spot, ranking above the other Demon King, and his title doesn't rattle her one bit. When Zest finally gets what's at risk, panic hits hard. What felt personal now threatens the whole world order, and he immediately backs off. Zez's gut churns with worry over his allies' safety, and then boom, the group finally spots him and starts shouting for him to respond. Zez snaps at the group for stalling, telling them the Demon King is still lurking nearby. The girls start teasing Zez, reminding him loud and clear that he's a hero born to take down Demon Kings. Even with a stubborn heart, Zez gets swept up, and people admire him because he always jumps in when danger hits. Zez braces for battle, then quietly asks, "Does anyone here have strong mana potions?" The moment she confirms it, he snaps for every last bottle on the spot, shocking everyone with how fast the urgency hits. Zez gulps the potion even though it costs him, and the power surges back. He shoots a quick, determined look and signals he's ready. Zez shouts at the crew to get civilians to safety, then barrels ahead on his own to back Valria. Everyone falls into place fast. Fired up, they gear up to evacuate on the double and keep Zez's absence from turning into chaos. Je waves Zez off with a tender smile, begging him to stay safe, then tells him the same wish right back. Zez stalks back, hands the champion's staff to Patty, and declares it's hers, because the elves are the ones who truly belong to it. The crew rallies around Patty, pushing her to take it, and Cess blurts that he'd already be stuck carrying the weight of it if she didn't. Patty snatches the staff with grateful hands. Zez turns his back and steels himself to take on the threat solo. The demon enemy bellows with wild excitement, roaring that he's set on crushing everyone standing in his way. Velrija barrels in on a cocky mage, her aura all but crumbling, yet every heartbeat screams she's ready to fight. The enemy lifts their hands to unleash a finishing spell, thinking Velrija is too drained to fight back for real. Velrija's sudden counterattack erupts out of nowhere, blasting the man backward and leaving him totally blindsided by her hidden power. Bruised and shaken, the man finally regains his footing, only to stare in confusion as a masked figure emerges out of the choking smoke. Valria snaps at Zez for butting in, then fights back hard, insisting this battle is hers, even as his worry and sudden return catch her attention. Velria orders Mudo to hold Zez back, but Mudo confesses he doesn't have the power to stop him. She orders Mudo to just keep watch on Zez, make sure he stays in the back and doesn't interfere with the duel. Mudo bows respectfully and tells Zez to step back, doing it exactly by Velria's orders, all while keeping his distance and his formal manners. Zest keeps his mouth shut as Mudo leans in and reminds him, "Hey, right now we're in Balto's turf inside the human nation. That land is about to be way more dangerous than any of us realize." Velria burst out laughing, loving every second of the tension, and Mudo just stared on in silence as the demon snapped a furious glare, burning with impatience. The demon snaps into the spotlight, jabbing a finger at Zez with sharp suspicion. Like, how dare you ignore his whole terrifying threat? Zez stays cool as he claims he's the reigning tournament champ, and the demon sneers, because Zez looks completely human. Laughing at the title, the demon sneers at Zez's achievement, then flat out questions if he even deserves to stand a chance, especially against the Demon King. Eyes narrowed to slits, the demon spits a cutting insult and orders Zest to remember where he stands, backing off, not taking over. The Demon King declares he's going to marry Velria, and says if he can win, it'll prove he's finally worthy. Zez is completely thrown off by the idea, staring like, wait, do all demons flirt by fighting? Velria shuts it down hard, saying the demon's dream is dead in the water. There's no way it ever happens. To everyone's stunned gasp, Veria steps out and picks Zez as her partner, leaving even her closest allies completely reeling. Velria confesses she made a vow to team up with the tournament winner, Zez, who straight up beat her in a real fight and earned it. The demon erupts in furious denial of Fulgia's story, refusing to believe someone like Zest could have beaten her fairly. He dares Zest to rip off his mask, convinced Valria's promise is a lie, too blind to realize he's about to face Zez's real face. Velria pushes Zez to step out of the shadows and reveal who he really is, demanding he prove his identity and their connection right out in the open. Zez stalls for a second, then Valria spots something weird in the mask and blurts out comments like she's cracking a secret. Zez finally yanks off his mask, laughs that it's cursed, then immediately drops the act and admits he was just kidding. Even after Zez's reveal, the demon sneers at his face. Then fury hits as Velria realizes she picked someone who's way too unimpressive. Zez insists that a man's worth has nothing to do with looks, and the demon just can't wrap its head around how Velria was able to accept him. Rage blazing, the demon snaps that Zez is twisting Velria's mind, and swears something shameless must have happened between them. Velri cuts in with biting sarcasm, blurting that Zez grabbed her from behind in public during the final match. Rage rattles through him, his demon eyes sharpen to a blade, and he snaps that he'll kill Zez right now. Zez starts to talk, but the demon, shaking with pure fury, swears it'll slice him down right away. The demon figured one thing: if he ended Zez Velria's victor, he'd lock in the real power and become the stronger suitor. Velria fires back with a sarcastic grin, and the demon's face lights up. He's convinced victory means he'll win Velria's hand in marriage for good. Fury snarling from his throat, the demon lunges forward, throwing vicious insults about Zez's race and where he stands. Zez plants his feet and roars at the demon's prejudice, demanding everyone remember his name when the battle hits. Zez finally rips off the mask. Zeolith is his real name, a slave merchant who owns it with pride and a blazing, unshakable resolve. The demon's face twists into a wicked grin, practically begging to smash Zeloth in an open fight. She skips into the hall, winnings in hand, grinning bright. Then her smile dies as she realizes the money will disappear, paying off an old debt. Spotting a crowd outside, she pushes in to investigate. Then a shouting man barrels past, screaming that danger is coming. Demons burst into the world and the chaos keeps climbing. She just stares numb as word spreads about the Demon King. Panic erupts all around her. Then a desperate man grabs her attention and screams for her to flee, because if she doesn't, death is coming. She spots the chaos and the money booth left wide open, then smirks, like the perfect window just opened for her to swipe, bolt, and disappear. Shackled between greed and her conscience, she freezes in place as temptation crashes down near that abandoned treasure booth. While everyone else scrambles to run, she wrestles with inner urges, and as the bystanders shout, a sudden jolt snaps her out of her plotting. Elsewhere, a noble scoffs at the protagonist's title, and he steps up with deadly calm, ready to throw down. The noble unleashes a lethal forbidden spell, and just when it hits, the protagonist surges into the fight and starts copying it on the fly. A brutal explosion detonates between them, and from a distance, one more figure can't ignore it. This fight isn't normal. Velria fires off yet another devastating spell, and the protagonist throws himself into position, barely dodging the blast before it can wreck everything. Both fighters are visibly cracking under the pressure, and the protagonist realizes just how brutal the mana cost of those demonic spells really is. Velria tips her hat to the protagonist's skill, then snaps back. Magic by itself won't cut it against someone like him. He snaps both spells into action at once, hurling lightning and fire together in a jaw-dropping blast of raw power. Stunned, the protagonist realizes both are peak-level magic, but then clocks it. They're still weaker than Velria's original spellwork. Lightning erupts like a thunderstorm as Velria finishes his incantation, blasting the entire arena with pure, destructive power. The hero shoots back with the exact same moves. Then both of them lock in, standing like stone while crackling magical pressure snaps through the air. Velria's jaw drops. His opponent copies his exact spells, no chanting at all, then fires both at once like it's nothing. The protagonist digs deep and claims he's got this even while the pressure crushes him. Then Velria smirks and starts cooking up an even bigger technique to fire back. Velria can't believe it. The protagonist just casually blurts out his secret spell, the demonic flame inscription, even naming the midcast like it's nothing. Velria's ally panicked. He was sure the boy got hit with forbidden magic and he blamed Velria himself. Not knowing where the boy truly came from, he can't stop wondering if this nightmare-level strength is actually a hidden demon wearing his skin. But when he clocks the imbalance, rage flares in his fist, so he grits his teeth and holds back for now. The boy snaps into holy magic and blasts his enemy to the ground. Then that blazing light spills out the truth, proving beyond doubt that he's human. With panic roaring in their chest, the enemy hurls a wild, all-or-nothing physical strike, charging straight at their target with every last ounce of strength. The enemy flails with zero technique, and every instinct-driven swing turns dodging into a desperate gamble. He leans in and taunts Zez face to face, and right when the standoff feels locked in place, a massive ally bursts into the arena and freezes everyone in their tracks. Rage blazing in her eyes, the girl snaps at Zez to stop messing around and finally throw down for real. He sneers at her judgment and vows he'll end Zez right now, then he turns his sights on her. Right before he can finish, Zez lunges in with a brutal strike, and the enemy gets instantly smashed into submission by that crushing hit. He smashed straight through the wall, and the enemy froze in shock, utterly baffled at how something hit him that hard. Zez taunts with calm menace, ordering the enemy to get back up, then tightens the pressure, offering nothing but control. Elsewhere, the allies feel every hit land, and the second they realize Zez is in the fight, tension spikes and worry takes over. Sensing the danger creeping in, they slam on the brakes and pull back. One person leads the rest away from whatever might be lurking nearby. They burst into an exit passage, relief washing over them, until caution kicks in so they regroup fast, while Zez keeps fighting on, holding the battlefield like a wall. The elf tells them to stop and stay right where they are, insisting it's safer to regroup and wait for the others to catch up. With the whole room locked on her, she finally blurts out the question she's been wrestling with in silence for way too long. Eyes shut tight, she demands the proof right now. No delays, no distractions, no exceptions. She drops the bombshell. Her hunch is right. Zez isn't just Zez, he's Zeolith, and he's been hiding behind a fake name to keep his real identity locked away. The whole group snaps into shock. One can't believe it, another's rattled, and the rest side-eye the truth, while suspicion spikes and the tension climbs fast. A bold girl straight up calls Zez a Zeolith, and the whole group freezes, shocked, baffled, and totally thrown. Even with protests and denials flying everywhere, doubt keeps creeping in. Then Nasha, of all people, nervously confirms that Zez might really be their master. Patty remembers Zez calling her by that nickname, and it's what seals the deal, because everyone else buys it instantly, believing only Zeolith could possibly know a detail like that. Lady C beams as she confirms the identity, visibly moved by what she's just realized, while everyone else is left frozen, staring in stunned silence. The whole group panics when Lady C blurts out too much by accident, and the confusion turns into pure, humiliating embarrassment. The girls can't keep it in anymore, so they spill the whole secret. Patty's reaction hits like a punch as hurt and betrayal flood her heart. Zez, yeah, the real Zeolith, slipped into the tournament in secret to guard Patty, never once letting her feel like she owed him anything. His plan blew up in his face the second everyone found out. Patty insists it happened because Rizé was hit with too much emotion and couldn't hide the truth anymore. Lady C tells Patty that her breakthrough hit the moment love recognized Zeolith. Because Patty didn't just like him, she cared with her whole heart. Red-faced and caught off guard, Patty blushes hard at the truth, while the others burst into laughter as she panics and desperately swears she doesn't mean it. The girls are sure Zeolith exposed himself on purpose, dropping Patty's nickname like a deliberate wink to prove he meant to send the message. Another member blurts that the girls are being brutal, but Nasha just grins and doesn't argue back. A fresh-faced woman spots who Zeolith really is, strides up like she owns the moment, and Zeolith immediately busts out an awkward sneeze at the sight of her. Those two look like they're about to clash, sharp, fierce, and staring straight through you. The fight finally ends with a thunderous shout of victory, and the winner stands tall right in the middle of the rubble. Bloodied but defiant, the demon fights through his wounds and declares he's nowhere near done. He punished her without hesitation. Then she swung and struck him down, spitting that his dishonor was pathetic and his dignity was gone. Ashamed and raging, the demon rockets out of there. Watchers freeze in silence as he bolts away, wings spread wide. Dark energy coils around the woman as she lines up her next spell, ready to unleash something absolutely devastating. She erupts into a blazing divine giant above the battlefield, and the demons scramble back in pure terror. The demon starts crumbling in midair, stunned as a wall of overwhelming magic slams into him and rips him apart. Snared mid-flight, he's slammed into the woman's burning grasp, screaming as panic and confusion crash over him. She blasts a brutal beam attack, and the whole area sears as the crowd clutches their breath, bracing for the hit. A brand new guy shows up out of nowhere, staring around in pure shock at the wreckage, and the moment he takes it in, awe hits him like a punch. Just like that, another demon drops in, and the woman stays cool as she declares that Oman is gone for good. The demoness blasts Valeria for breaking the treaty, but Valeria shoots back. She insists she had nothing to do with Oman's death. To dodge the blame, Valeria snaps that Zeolith killed Oman, and Rui and the others are hit with stunned silence by the accusation. Caught off guard, Rui shoots a nervous glance to the side, feigning innocence, while her way-to-revealing outfit screams distraction. The demoness recoils in disgust as Varia declares Zeloth her chosen consort, while it's obvious he wants absolutely nothing to do with it. Valeria's claim hit like a punch, and the demoness scoffed so hard it was pure disbelief. She found the whole idea absurd and downright ridiculous. Valeria taunted the demoness for being jealous, and that snapped her into furious accusations over childish romantic tastes. The demoness pivots fast, then drops Oman's death right into the hands of Shamahari's kingdom officials, sending political shockwaves straight toward catastrophe. She demands Valeria return to Galda and give answers, but he refuses and then quietly summons Mudu. Maudu agrees to come back alone, sure this is how it'll go, and he's stuck handling the whole mess the diplomatic way. He grabs Zeloth by the truth and warns him. One wrong move could spark a brutal war that shatters the line between demons and humans. Maudu leans in and fires off a blunt warning to Zeolith, demanding he remember exactly what his choices can cost. The demoness vanishes in a burst of magic, swearing she'll report Oman's death. Then Muru gears up to leave right behind her. Valeria snatches a contact orb that warns her, "Don't you dare call me during nighttime hours." Zeolith stalls the moment he's asked where they're headed, and Valeria shoots back with total confidence, like the answer is painfully obvious. She insists they're rushing to their love nest, and Zeolith blares, "No way," so embarrassed he practically can't breathe. Zeolith could sense the incoming soldiers, and once the dust settled, a massive armored unit marched straight toward their location. Paranoid about getting spotted, Zeloth snaps into a teleport and vanishes before those soldiers can even clock who he is. Not knowing where to go, he triggers a teleportation spell, speaking the incantation like a reckless dare. Pitch black darkness closes in on them. Then a mysterious voice snaps back, warning they've touched down in a place nobody should be and trouble might be waiting. Valerius perches atop Zeolith, smirking at the hilarious mess their sudden teleport just caused. They crash into Zeolith's room and Valeria smirks at him, like she knows he dragged her there on purpose. Zeolith panics and snaps back at her guess, but Valeria smirks anyway, then boldly offers herself, only to make his whole misunderstanding and embarrassment worse. Crushed by the relentless pressure, Zeolith shatters and collapses, blurting out frantic nonsense screams while Valeria just stands there, totally bewildered. Suddenly everything goes haywire, Zeolith crumbles or straight up disappears, and Valeria yells his name in pure panic twice. Zeloth hears a distant voice rolling through the dark, and he slowly stirs awake. Confusion hits his senses like a wave. He snaps into an unfamiliar void, completely blank on how he even got there. A glowing presence snaps into focus, shouting that the clock is running out and that his questions will have to wait. Zeolith's voice spills the truth. His soul is crumbling from blasting dangerous magic nonstop, and every second is putting his life on a knife edge. Just before it vanishes, the voice spills a jaw-dropping secret, saying it's got the exact same soul as Zeolith. As the power vanishes, it leaves Zeolith reeling with one desperate request: protect someone named 7th Zeolith. Lith jolts awake in bed, staring up at familiar faces that look at him like a miracle. Relief hits them hard now that he's finally conscious again. He interrogates his own memory about that collapse and then realizes the others stayed close, watching him the whole time. More girls rush in, buzzing with excitement. He's awake now and they've been waiting nearby the whole time, greenlit by the dorm. Zeolith is left reeling when he realizes he's been out cold for 3 whole days, and the panic around him hits like a wave, with everyone freaking out over his safety. Zeolith stares at the weird crowd and demands answers. Then his friends confess they made friends with the Demon King while he was asleep. Valeria slips a lie into the air, swearing she saved Zeolith, and just like that, she calms everyone down and steals their trust. The girls drop yet another bombshell. Patty realizes Zeolith and Zez aren't different people at all, they're the same. Zeolith's plan to keep Zez's identity secret collapses in his face, and Patty already has every piece of the truth. The girls snap their attention to him, warning that sleeping for 3 days straight was a terrifying sign of danger. Zealot insists he's totally fine, but then he admits he's been haunted by the same strange voice in his dreams over and over. He lays out his dream with full seriousness, and the others go silent, hanging on every word, trying to crack that cryptic look on his face. He says he's sharing a soul, then, as the girls stare back at him, he pulls up those old visions and their shock hits. His words match what they've been living. The priestess snaps her gaze forward. She can see 4 souls, and while 2 still stay nameless, they're already wobbling, unstable, and fading fast. Zeloth finally admits the souls vanished after that. Then he reveals their last request was deadly simple. He had to protect someone named. 7th Fulraya snaps into a rush of emotion the moment he hears 7, demands proof on the spot, and feels like that name is tied to him personally. She drops the truth. The 7th isn't a name she chose, it's the nickname her late brother, the Demon Emperor, gave her alone. The others start snapping the pieces into place. 1 soul in Zeolith can only belong to Velria's dead brother. The crew confirms that Zeolith is holding 4 souls, Velria's brother among them, and it all starts ripping at his spiritual integrity. Zeolith swallows the fear, then admits he's been clocking clues, and he's starting to suspect who the others really are. Zealot decides to spill every secret to the group, fully trusting them as he braces to unleash the hidden titles he's been keeping locked away. He snaps the truth right into place. He's not just some slave merchant, and even turns to Velria like it's a power move, speaking with real authority. Zeloth drops a bombshell. He admits he's been juggling titles like Demon Emperor, Great Sage, and Hero, all while running with Slave Merchant. The girls stare in total shock as Zeloth calmly offers proof, pulling out his official identification card like it's nothing. Velria boasts about his power, and the others stare in awe, realizing he's way more extraordinary than anyone ever dared believe. The priestess panics, rambling as she tries to explain everything, while Velria presses hard, demanding to know what forbidden spells Eolith unleashed during that battle. Zeolith calmly slaps a name on it, Soul Spirit Dual Transference, while everyone else remembers how he once dropped to the ground after using it. Velria watches his collapse happen and bursts into laughter, because the whole mess is somehow hilarious to him, and his reckless streak only makes his absurd mystique even stronger. She breaks down the spell's true nature. People usually drop dead the second it activates, so Zeolith surviving isn't just lucky, it's downright miraculous. A mysterious woman leans in and warns that soul spirit dual transference always ends with the user dying. They all freeze in shock, and Yu breaks into a shaky laugh, because the moment hits him, something is seriously wrong. The woman snaps back and explains it. The spell is demon-made, and humans were never supposed to touch it. You process the truth, then the demons slam the spell down as broken, because without the full knowledge it turns lethal fast. Admitting he'd messed up, he can't stop wondering how he's still alive. She just thinks his soul is twisted in the strangest way. 3 unstoppable souls living inside Yu's body might have been the only reason he didn't get wiped out by the forbidden spell. He survived, but the scars are still there, plain for everyone to see, and now another ally steps in, begging for permission to try a risky solution. Elf girl Patty jumps in with a secret healing magic idea, but she can't shake the doubt. Will it really work? She snaps that this method is forbidden and can cost you your life, then quickly apologizes for throwing it out there too fast. Touched by Yu's help from before, Patty swore she'd back him, no matter what, especially if he ends up carrying her ancestor's soul. Yu stares in shock as he realizes Patty is the direct descendant of the legendary elf sage, Elzed, long ago in the second Fredio. Patty cut through the confusion and called out the misunderstanding. She wasn't talking about a stranger's ancestor. She meant you'd mixed up where her staff really came from. They realize this room isn't just packed with one legacy. It holds descendants of both the Demon Emperor and the Great Sage at the same time. The others roast him for hero lineage, and he fires back no, he's not one, because his father never once brought it up. To cut the tension, they bring out tea right on time, and everyone takes a breather, stunned by how unexpectedly good the brewing was. The girls kick back and trade tea talk and certificates, gently roasting each other while stealing a rare, calm moment before the chaos hits again. Yu realizes he's out of choices and straight up demands that Patty unleash her magic. Patty nods instantly, no second thoughts. Then the other girl adds that this rare talent could even pull in national support. Yu realizes they'll have to ditch Jill's, and Patty panics, wondering how much longer his body can actually take it. They waste no time, soon they're gone. The priestess throws a warning in their faces. Time is running out, so pack up now and leave right away. You agree to seek out Professor Nils, and right away, another teammate pushes the idea of hitting the guild office first. You're totally baffled. Why would the guildmaster drag you in? She's been chasing you non-stop, sending urgent call after urgent call. The guildmaster erupts in rage because Yu is late, and Yu stammers out a messy apology, completely swamped by the whole situation. Alina slams the room shut, and the guildmaster rages that they're still understaffed and drowning in work again. He admits they pushed for people to join, but Yu crossed the line so hard that now even the church is getting pulled into it. Yu feels the danger spike, things are spiraling fast, while the guild gets official requests demanding to know exactly who he is. The guildmaster lays it out, Juventus' shocking reveal of Yu's secret involvement is what truly blew everything up. The church has been chasing that man title for years, and the moment the Demon King falls, they snap into action right away. Even while acting clueless, the guildmaster leans in and reminds you, he's got a debt to pay, and this situation is deadly serious. The church won't fold. Headquarters sends word that an investigation is coming, and danger is right on its heels. The church knights are about to roll in, and you and your allies snap into alarm at the news. A blazer snaps a warning. Once those official church agents seize control, they can't shield anyone anymore. If the church digs into their records or spots Seha, the whole crew is one step from getting exposed. Blazer tells him to send Jills away for now, making it crystal clear this isn't a command. He's just pressing it hard as a strong suggestion. You nod and agree because you were leaving no matter what. Then a cup shatters in the silence, like a warning that chaos is sprinting straight at you. The whole crew is left reeling by Yu's sudden choice, and his ally blurts out, "So are you coming back?" Yu says he's heading out in a few days, but for now nobody knows if he'll ever come back. Just as they're about to go, Alina stops them cold and hands him something personal, right then and there, so he can stay safe. It's a flower-shaped hair ornament, one that used to belong to her sisters, so she demands he clutch it like it's priceless and handle it with absolute care. You protest, yelling it's too precious, and Alina snaps back, "Relax, I'm only lending it, not handing it over for good." Alina promises she'll get the ornament back, and a warm smile lights up her face as she begs him to return safely. Alina whips around to Nasha and pours out heartfelt encouragement for her to take the journey right alongside you. Nasha fires back with pure determination, and Elena cheers them on like she's silently rooting for something more. Fans can practically feel the sparks between Nasha and Zeloth. They team up and head out, locking in on their next stop, Professor Nils's place, so they can get the answers they need. Right before meals, they bump into familiar faces. Old friends light up and start asking how their health is holding up. Yu hears the chief master is coming, and he immediately agrees to meet because he's got urgent info to get out fast. Zeloth and Patty burst into the room, and the women already gathered their freeze, because whatever they were dealing with just got way more dangerous. The women admit they'd been hunting for Zeolith, and they smile because his arrival couldn't have been more perfect or more thoughtful. Zeloth explains they're talking about the rescued comrades, and then right outside, the men start to secretly eavesdrop one by one. He blurts out whether the comrades are finally heading home, and the elf woman hesitates so hard you can practically see it on her face. She says they'll fake the comrades as slaves during the trip to dodge the real slavers who would come hunting them. Zeloth gets why enslaving allies early is the smart move. Snuff out any doubts fast so they can't rise up later and turn into a real threat. Patty slams the truth down, those slave chains have to be broken. And then she declares she'll ride with the toothless Black Panthers herself. Tina and the others huddled together to hash out what was happening. And now Zeolith finally gets Patty's warning from before. Zeolith snaps that they're coming for him, and Patty adds that urgent news just hit the guild. Right now, no delays. The talk snaps straight to the tournament, and Zeolith confirms the guild info is tied to that event. No doubt about it. They're terrified the church knights will move the moment Lady Zha's survival is exposed, because trouble is already creeping in and won't wait. Ortina offers to send Patty along with Lady Zha, but Zeolith immediately shuts it down, snapping into leadership mode and blasting out timing issues. Ortina hatches a plan to hand the command to someone else while they're gone, so the toothless Black Panthers don't lose their leadership in the meantime. Zeolith leans in and asks Zha what she thinks, and she just nods, calm, confident, and totally ready to jump into the next journey without a second of hesitation. She admits she's no fighter, but she refuses to sit still. She's going to help any way she can. As the plans keep piling up, Nils interrupts, raises his voice, and demands to share his idea, instantly flipping the whole conversation. Nils confirms both students are about to head out, and Zeolith blinks in panic, scrambling out an awkward apology because he knows this goodbye hits them way too suddenly. Nils buys their explanation, but he still can't shake the regret of missing their proper graduation, especially after seeing just how insanely talented they were. She suggests a final exam, escort the rescued elves all the way home safe and sound. Zeolith gratefully nods. Then Niels blurts out a sudden, teasing jab that catches him completely off guard. He snaps the misunderstanding right out of her, swearing he never invited her into any kind of harem. Zeloth leans in and orders Nils to crash the auction, then buy a slave for him. He tells them he usually dispatches his most capable slaves to work freely back in his hometown, Kadatsu village, where they're allowed to live and work on their own. Nils shot down the request, pointing to the sheer distance, the auction rules, and how impossible it'd be to spot the right candidates without someone guiding him. She says that without teleportation between the Jills and Kadatsu, even trading documents would crawl way too slow. Zeloth pitches the plan. Nasha steps up to be the dependable messenger, carrying word between Nils and the village. Nasha's jaw drops at the sudden announcement, and she erupts in loud protest, drowning in the weight of responsibility she never saw coming. She refuses to stay quiet. She argues with Zeolith's call, demands to go with him, and challenges him hard on why he thinks he gets to decide everything. Zeloth insists that only Nasha can take on this role, hammering home just how crucial her assignment is. Nils confirms Nasha's lifelong slavery to Zeolith's face, then turns and grills him hard about how he's been treating her. Nasha steps in to shield Zeolith and declares, "I've never seen you mistreat her," brushing off every expectation about her station and what she's supposed to be. Nils blurts out that Zeloth has to treat Nasha like she's special, and he stumbles over the words but insists it's 100% true. Nils hypes her up. When someone special crushes a task, big opportunities are about to come their way. Nasha, fired up and all in, enthusiastically grabs the task and yells her full commitment like it's pure adrenaline. When the chaos finally calms down, Nils leans in and tells them, "I want full payment and a bonus for getting Nasha on board." Zeolith agrees to pay Nils, but she demands that Nasha prove she'll handle it with care and make it work for real. The group locks in the plan, departing in 4 days, so everyone gets just enough time to gear up and get ready. Patty slams her instructions down. Grab every supply you need and be ready to bolt the moment departure hits. Ortina slipped into the blacksmith's shop with a heavy burden in her arms, and Zalman greeted her like he'd been expecting her all along. Zalman demanded to know how the young swordsman was doing, and Tina swallowed hard, then finally breathed out. Thank God he was still alive. Tina hauled out a pile of smashed armor and demanded repairs, and Zalman leaned in with focused, careful hands to inspect every piece. The armor crumbled the second it was touched, shattering into nothing. Both of them froze, stunned by how brutally it fell apart. Ortina's apology trembled with sorrow, but Zalman stayed ice-calm and urged them to forge ahead again, because even the best tools can break when the fight gets ugly. Ortina snapped that the armor got wrecked from sparring with a sword saint, nothing to do with a monster. Zalman's excitement exploded, and he praised the cut as the perfect reference for testing swords and forging armor. Zalman decided to forge brand new armor for Ortina, completely free, because the damage lit a fire under him. Elsewhere, the team slipped back safe and sound, and Lucas was already plotting to sit Reese and the others down and spill the full strategy. The cat girl bounced up in front of Lucas and demanded his promised reward, chirping with unstoppable energy while Lucas just stared on, defeated. Zeolith came back, and the moment he stepped in, Velria and the others greeted him like royalty, while they kicked back on the bed, just waiting. He said the real reason he came back so fast, everyone they needed was right there nearby, so updates could fly out and the next moves could get planned on the spot. Velria got praised for her sharp knowledge, and Tina couldn't ignore it. She'd already started to blend in with the group fast. Tina asked about school, and Velria leaned in, eyes wide. Then Zeolith braced himself to spell out what was coming next. Zeloth finally said he could graduate, then everything snapped sideways, and now they're set to jet out for Luciphilia in just 4 days. Patty jumped into the escort mission to Luciphilia, ready to reunite with the elves she once risked everything to save. Ortina and Judd jumped onto Zeolith's mission. Safe escorting the elves was the one thing they had to nail to finally graduate. Zeolith finally declared they were leaving the dorm, reluctant as all hell, but the rest of the group swallowed the truth. They were never really staying forever. Ortina voiced serious worries about moving the freed slaves, and Zeolith shot back that Professor Nils would take over from here. They locked in the news. Nils, their old teacher, would step in and handle the tasks while Zeolith's crew hauled off and left soon. Zalith pushed them to consult Professor Nils about Kadatsu's needs, because she had no clue what the local world required. Tina fretted over how far apart the cities were, but Zeolith stepped in and promised the problem was already dealt with. To everyone's shock, Zeloth announced that Nasha would stay put, standing by as their communication liaison. People doubted Nasha's place, but she shot back with a confident grin and didn't care one bit about the role they pinned on her. Nasha boldly declared she'd stay behind, driven by her own reward, not by orders or duty. His friend T. Zeolith pushed Nasha into a full-on fluster. Then he snapped, insisting it was nothing like manipulation at all. Velria nodded and said she'd leave too, locking her plans to the group's 4-day departure deadline. Velria dug in her heels and demanded to go. She'd be Galda's queen on the ground, stepping in to negotiate straight with Lucisphilia's rulers. She boldly called herself Zeolith's wife and demanded to ride with him, and Zeolith instantly panicked at her claim that they huddled over Valria's funding, then admitted the prize money might not cut it, especially if buying slaves along the way eats the rest. Velria stepped up and promised to pay for everyone's trip to Luciphilia, Zeolith included, no hesitation, no questions asked. Even with Zeolith protesting, Vorya stood her ground with a proud smirk, like those outrageous costs were nothing more than spare change for a queen. She demanded the finest luxuries and non-stop entertainment for the journey, loudly declaring, no shame at all, that it was exactly what she wanted. While Zeolith fretted over the cost, everyone else leaned in and said, pull this off with respect and your reputation will skyrocket. Laughter ricocheted through the room as Nasha practically yanked Zeolith's attention. Don't forget the magic communication item you nearly left behind. A jittery Zeolith swallowed hard and asked Velria for a favor, one that meant using magical communication to reach Nasha. He asked for another item just like Muto's, and Velria tore through her stuff, hunting for a spare. Even if it didn't happen right away, Velria promised she'd set it up soon, and Zeolith snapped into grateful relief at her help. Velraja flaunted the item's insane long-range communication, no matter how far away they were, and everyone else stared like it was pure magic, because stuff that rare doesn't just show up. She lit up and bragged that it was a Galda exclusive, something every nation on Earth was hunting for. Velria laid out the loot so insane in value that it could have bought an entire small town all by itself. Everyone froze in shock. Nasha's whole body trembled, and Zeloth couldn't believe it as royalty brushed shoulders with wealth like it was nothing. Elsewhere, an elf girl collapsed in exhaustion, totally oblivious to the heated conversations and frantic preparations swirling all around her. She floated through a haze of visions and memories, her mind cracking as her body and something unseen inside her kept changing in ways she couldn't explain. She glanced out the window and spotted something moving, so curiosity sparked in her. She blurted out, "What's going on out there?" A priestess sensed dangerous magic wobbling inside the elf, and the elf blushed as he nervously requested a consultation. They sat together and shared tea, and Tina, along with the priestess, warmly urged her to spill her real feelings. The elf couldn't find the words. Her heart sprinted for no reason, so she stumbled through the moment, utterly confused and on edge. They leaned in and pressed harder, and the elf finally stalled, then slowly cracked, revealing the real root of the tension. Blushing hard, she finally confessed it only ever happened when Zeolith crossed her mind, leaving Ortina absolutely stunned. Ortina finally learns from the priestess that her weird feelings for Zeolith aren't random at all. They're love. The priestess spoke with calm power, admitting she'd embraced her own feelings, and urging Ortina to look inward without flinching. Tina straight up says she hasn't accepted Zeloth's love, but she's also not about to call it rejection. The priestess leans in and tells Ortina the truth. Her hesitation isn't confusion at all, it's fear gripping her feelings. Ortina finally realizes she's terrified of what other elves will think when they see her love for a human. Suddenly, a snobby noblewoman storms in and starts yelling that Ortina's crew is guilty. Then she demands a showdown right there. The elf council bows in shame, then tells the freed girl one brutal truth. She's being shoved back into slavery. An elder speaks softly, telling her that if she returns to slavery, everyone stays safe, and the whole group finally locks into unity. He tells everyone humans will join them, and he gives full credit for freeing the elves and bringing back the vital spirit staff with respect. Eyebrows twitching, the elder distrusts their kindness, grilling their so-called generosity like it's hiding a motive no one's brave enough to name. The girl fiercely stands up for the humans, swearing their support is real, and demanding they're treated with respect. An elder grabs Patty's attention and warns her. If she ties her heart to a human, it'll pour fuel onto the elf-human rift and make everything fracture even worse. Patty, lost in her own thoughts, gets yanked back when her companions shout her name during their planning meeting for the journey. They need 28 carriages, but their pockets are empty, so they can't shell out for top-tier replacements for the journey. Even with those heavy money bags shoved in, the total still falls short, barely scratching half the budget. Stunned by the shortfall, she halts mid-breath and rechecks everything, then realizes just how brutal the price tag of those preparations really is. The crew gasps when they realize the coins aren't just coins. They're rare, insanely valuable white platinum, the kind you don't see unless you hit the jackpot. They swear every single coin is 100% gold, an insane fortune that leaves everyone in the room utterly speechless. While everyone else grabs the money, Patty slams it back and declares that the trip's cost should belong to Luciphilia. She snaps that Valria shouldn't be paying the bills, and Valria grins, teasing her for being stubbornly stuck in her ways. Valria snaps at Patty to loosen up her rigid mindset, before Zeolith gets fed up and her patience finally runs out. Valria taunts Patty, and as her flustered denial about the Zeolith crumbles, it hits. She might be hiding real, deeper romantic feelings. Blushing, Patty won't say a word as Valria lays it out. Loving a human can brand you as a risk among the elves. Patty finally admits the rumors are true, then spills her biggest fear, that her own people will judge her for it. She battles the pull of social pressure that keeps her from being honest, and Valria taunts her fear like it's nothing at all. Valria stands her ground and declares it loud, True love can't be buried, not under anyone else's opinions. A worried companion challenges Velria's sudden bond with Zeolith, demanding she prove her feelings are real, and that her intentions are respectful, not just quick to grab. Velria fires back with total confidence, saying she respects Zeolith's raw power, and that one answer instantly ignites admiration, pulling her closer to him. Suspicious of Velria's real motives, the knight presses her, wondering why she's bending over backward to help her love rival, almost too selfless to be true. Velria swears her feelings are real, yet she still accepts that Zeolith might love other people, or take concubines. She keeps her cool and declares, "I'm not here to hoard your zealous love, I'm here to back you and let your heart breathe freely." Velra finally bears her ultimate wish. She wants to have a child with the strong man she loves. Her bold confession hits like a thunderclap, and everyone freezes, stunned, speechless, and totally overwhelmed by that sudden truth. Another woman gushes over Velria's love, calling it beyond words, transcendent, pure, and something everyone should admire and celebrate. Velria snaps at them for their reactions, but Patty and the knight fire back, saying she's just as wild, unpredictable, and downright strange. Rhys bursts into the room out of nowhere, panting and flustered, and the whole place snaps to attention in an instant. Rhys, panting hard, blurts that Velria moved so fast it left her in the dust. Rhys snaps into place and confirms the group's fight is really about Velria's money, something she already told them about back at the dorm. She spills the truth. Velria acted alone, terrified chaos would erupt. Then she barrels in the moment the others hesitate to step in. Velria poured out her own money to fix Zeolith's reputation by treating the elves with real respect. Patty finally gets it. Velria's intentions weren't showy at all, they were genuine, meant to boost Zeolith's name in front of the skeptical elves. Patty grapples with her pride, realizing she misjudged Velria's sincerity, and how fiercely she truly loves Zeolith. Patty's told to fight for love, so she clutches the money like a thank you token and accepts it right there. Rhys is thrown into shock when he realizes Patty has real feelings for Zeolith. His face twists with disbelief, and alarm blares through him. Still reeling, Rhys demands proof, and Patty lines in, swearing her feelings are the real deal. No pretending. Rhys bursts into panic, shouting that Zeolith is a pervert, but Patty stays icy calm, denying that label and defending him like her life depends on it. They'll riot with questions at all this commotion, while another girl shrugs and insists Zeolite is a little perverted anyway. Rhys gets asked if she likes Zeolith too, and she instantly freezes up. Everyone else laughs and teases her with sweet, affectionate jabs. Elsewhere, a cat girl feels the heat of romance snap into place and declares, "A new rival is here, right nearby." She sat alone on the bench with her sword within reach, lost in silence as the weight of every choice came crashing back. Her friend's encouragement clanged back in her mind, hammering the truth into her heart. Real strength starts with one unshakable decision. Staring at her hand, she felt every earlier choice snap back to life, built in flashes of pure conviction. She tore herself away from her homeland, threw herself into brutal tournaments, and even played with fate by trading lives. Every single choice demanded a kind of courage she wasn't sure she still had. She clutched her chest, feeling the fear still hanging on, but now she was going to stare it down and take it head-on. She couldn't stop worrying, praying her heart for Zeolith would finally be welcomed by the other elves. With a fresh burst of resolve, she straightened up and went still, eyes locked in, ready to move right now, no hesitation. She put duty on top, pushing to get her people safely relocated to Lusisphilia before she even let herself think about anything else. Suddenly, a voice she knew inside and out blasted her name, and when she spun around, she froze, stunned and completely thrown off by how and why it was there. Zeloth burst into view, panting hard from a full sprint, and she just stood there, calm on the outside. Yet her heart raced like she couldn't explain why. Zeloth shows up out of nowhere, and Patty's instantly on edge, asking what's wrong, because she can feel the tension in his shaky, hesitant look. Zeolith finally spills why Rhys is acting so weird, because now she won't stop calling him a pervert over and over. Patty listens, flustered out of her mind, and blurts that Rhys is way too energized. Then her thoughts start snapping into place as she tries to figure out what's behind it. Zeloth's trust snaps, and he drills right into Patty with hard questions, because he's sure she knows exactly what sparked Rhys's sudden change. Cornered and mortified, Patty spirals into panic, blurts out lies to Zeolith, and thrashes to bury the fact she knows everything. Another girl barges in, and Patty suddenly looks on edge, while Zeolith's suspicions spike at every shaky reaction. With a bright smile, the girl drops the plan to move the villagers, then walks right out and leaves Patty to deal with it. She strikes a teasing pose, walks off, and Zeloth and Patty lock eyes, half amused, half utterly drained. They hash out the temporary split, and yeah, it's gotta happen, but both admit it right away. They're going to miss Rhys, Fam, and Nasha like crazy. Departure is seconds away, and they're laughing like crazy, joking that their one super loud buddy is still lingering behind, just to keep the mood light before they finally kick off the journey. Zeloth stared at his life like it betrayed him. One minute he was chasing peaceful village dreams, the next he got dragged into the unthinkable world of a slave merchant. He admits he picked the role just to stay under the radar, unlike the heroes or emperors who get swallowed by fame. Even as trouble chases him, he keeps his head up, pouring everything he's got into building Katatsu Village with the very profession he chose. Patty can't help but quietly admire his sincerity and kindness, because deep down, that's just who he is, always pushing him to step in and help. Zeloth swings a goodbye wave and says Reese is waiting, while Patty stands there in silence, locking her lingering feelings deep inside. They decided to split up for now and meet later, and she let out a gentle smile as she waved him away. Just as he was about to slip out the door, she blurted his name, hesitant and shaky, but fighting to get out something truly heartfelt. She blushed hard and squeaked out a weak good night, while he smiled back warmly, completely oblivious to how much she was fighting inside. Velria burst onto the scene, taunted Patty for stalling and shot back a blunt question. Why in the world hadn't she confessed? With unwavering courage, Velria grabbed Patty's attention and pushed her to stop dragging her feet, then finally spill her real feelings to Zeoloth. Patty insists no rush. Zeloth isn't anyone's, not yet, but that smile of hers is hiding a storm of doubt. Velria watches Zeoloth stay totally clueless and wonders when he'll finally clock what Patty's feeling. Then she fires off one sharp warning. She fires off a bold claim for first place in Zeoloth's heart, goading Patty's hesitance with fearless, confident provocation. Velria strides out like it's no big deal and Patty's left frozen in shock. Her goodbye hits like a warning. Move now or you'll be left in the dust. All alone again, Patty quietly mouths the words once more. But inside, she's fighting the terror of slipping into second place and falling behind. Patty slams her fist down and declares it. She'll be the #1 zealot no matter what it costs. While the final preparations click into place, the carriage is hauled into position, because this crew's name lives or dies on one mission going perfectly right. Patty tells Zeoloth the group's ready, and he nods with a grin, like all the worry finally lifted off their shoulders. Some players stay back, hearts pounding, swearing they'll guard the village, while the rest break off fast to chase rewards. Zeoloth steps forward with total confidence, and the whole group locks arms in unity as they launch into their brand new mission. Their next stop hits like a reveal, Lusisphilia, Patty's far-off elven homeland, and suddenly everything is leading straight to it. Squished inside a packed carriage, Zez blows off steam about being trapped on a long ride with nothing but men. His gripes get shut down fast as the men heap praise on their female allies and focus on the work they've got to do right now. Zez sinks into the aftermath of their brutal month-long journey, and everyone stays on edge because ELF conflicts are flaring nearby. At a lonely rest stop, Zez gets cornered by curious travelers who want answers about a wild rumor tearing through everyone. A shady impersonator keeps popping up, swearing they're Zez. Every single time, they somehow get tied to that notorious arena incident. Zez shrugs off the imposter, loving the quiet, while everyone else nags him to go straight at the fraud and expose him. Zez panics as rumors pile up about the imposter's church connections, and he's desperate to keep that link off the radar at all costs. Right in the middle of the stop, Velria suddenly pops into the carriage. No warning, no announcement, and leaves everyone staring in shock. Velria challenges the church's grip on everything, and suddenly you can feel how messy it really is. Because once you start looking, everyone sees it in a totally different light. They reveal the church runs adventurer guilds worldwide, hauling everyone into line and making them obey the Pope's orders, no exceptions. Every guild-affiliated adventurer gets summoned, then ordered to serve the church like obedient military gear. The church's power is so massive that even royalty pause before daring to go against its will. Even with the church looming over them with fear, some people still questioned its power, wondering if its threats were just way more exaggerated than the truth. After their brutal trek from Baltio, the whole crew finally stumbles into Sandal, desperate to crash and breathe for once. Sandal hits them like a punch. Towering stone giants loom over tight, winding streets, and the whole city buzzes with non-stop motion. Zez and his crew stride into Sandal, this massive city that's basically built on a booming slave trade. Slavery is out in the open all across the city, and the locals act like it's totally normal. Even though Zez runs a slave merchant business, he still can't ignore how sick the whole system makes him feel. He just knows it's needed. The group argues over splitting up. Some will scout away inside, while the rest fan out to grab city intel on their own. To dodge the spotlight, Zess orders the wagons, the elves, and everyone else to stay tucked out of sight for now. Velria can't wait. He barrels into Aleth's group, demands to come along, and swears tagging along is a total honor for him. The team splits up fast and they warn everyone, don't let Velraja wreck the outing. As Zeolith and Velrian stride forward, they spot a commotion up ahead and rush in, drawn by the crowd gathering thick and loud. A booming promoter rips through the crowd and wrongly hails a masked man as Zez, claiming he's Baltio's arena champion. The imposter puts on a huge performance, swearing he's a world-saving hero. Yet Zealoth and Velria just stare unimpressed and eye him like he's hiding something. Zealoth shuts the impersonator out, certain the crowd will never spot Zess's real face. Velria snaps out and calls the imposter's lies, unshaken by his pumped-up physique or his overhyped hero talk. She shoots holes in his disguise on the spot, full confidence like, "Come on, there's no way you're the real Ziz." Velria leans in and admits she fought Zez herself, so now there's no doubt she knows exactly how he looks. Cornered, the imposter snarls that he'll battle Velria to prove he's the real Z. Zealoth strides in like a storm, slams his arm up to block the imposter's punch and leaves Velria, and the whole crowd watching stunned. Velria smirks because she baited Zealoth on purpose, counting on him to finally snap and make his move. The imposter laughs at Zealoth's interference, then realizes too late that the calm force behind that grip is absolutely crushing him. Zealoth clocks the imposter's flashy act, then crushes his hand with effortless, terrifying calm that doesn't budge an inch. Zealoth doesn't even hesitate. He swings in with one razor-precise kick and drops the fake Z's cold. Everyone reacts their own way. Velria's amused, the announcer's panicking, and the imposter is shaking with terror at Zealoth's sheer strength. The crowd goes quiet as Zealoth confirms it. Zez's imposter was way too weak to pull off the act. A wealthy onlooker strides up, gushes over Zealoth's fighting skills, and shocks the whole crew by clocking his real potential. After hearing what he's dealing with, the nobleman makes him an offer, Zealoth employment, right alongside a fellow slave merchant. He even opens his massive mansion as a place to stay, but Zealoth freezes, because that stranger's generosity hits way too fast. A nobleman lavishes praise on Zealoth's brute strength, swears the slaves deserve real care, yet his smile turns oddly sinister. Velraja snaps up the offer way too soon, and Zealoth wastes no time. He demands a moment to huddle with his crew. The nobleman sweeps away with his maids, then smirks and tells them he'll be waiting for their answer at his mansion. Zealoth's gut twists. He spots the maid's face and his mind starts screaming, "I know you," but he can't remember where. The crew rolls up to Andrei's massive estate, and the whole place welcomes them with open arms. Then they stop dead, staring at how enormous it really is. Even with the host's warm hospitality, Patty's still clearly furious, and the whole group can't help but wonder, has her anger never really faded? They remember how Patty fought the decision tooth and nail, but the majority still voted to back Andrei's proposal. Even though Patty's annoyed, praise hits her and she eases up a bit. Then she panics, tries to play it cool, and awkwardly brushes the whole moment aside. As they walk, they can't shake Zealoth's weird trust, wondering what flipped the switch and got him to agree so fast this time. A maid suddenly draws suspicion, and while that tension spikes, Andres quietly splits the slaves from the guests before heading straight for dinner. Patty spits in the face of nobility's privilege and chooses to sit down with the slaves, declaring loud and clear that she won't be separated from her companions. Even with tension crackling in the air, the crew trails Andres straight to a perfectly arranged, formal dinner. Over dinner, Marie tells Zealoth the comms device landed safely with Nasha, and the worry that had been gnawing at him finally slips away. Zealoth reassures her that the device is safe in his hands, so Muto can't mess with them, just like she warned. Zealoth digs through his bag and finds lace accessories, and that single glimpse snaps him back to a face from his past. He freezes in place, because the maid's face looks almost exactly like his long-lost sister, Alina. He can't shake the feeling the maid is Alina's younger sister, torn apart from her during those heartbreaking childhood years. Andre catches Zealoth staring at him with a smug little tease, like she knows he's only looking at the maid out of slave lust. Andre tries to sell the maid like she's just a deal, but Zealoth clocked something way more personal, something nobody else can see. Andre throws out a $2 million offer for the maid, then slashes the deal down to a one-night rental. Zealoth panics when his companions twist his words, and even Marie starts offering to pay herself, like that'll fix everything. Andre demands the maid be sent, but Zealoth spirals into embarrassment and fights back, panicky stammers, while everyone else scrambles to explain why he acted like that. But Zealoth slips away for a private chat with the maid, and she introduces herself as Mayuri, so he answers back carefully, step by step. Just as the tension finally softens, Velja crashes the comm, uninvited, acting like she owns the moment, announcing she's here to wait her turn. Zealoth panics as the others totally misread the situation, and Mayuri's anxiety spikes when she blurts out that nothing inappropriate is happening. Zealoth finally spills his real motive. He's convinced Meyer has an older sister out there, and her name is Alina. Myril apologized and admitted her childhood memories were gone, and Zealoth sank into quiet disappointment, but he understood. Velria proposes a daring magic spell to mend shattered, missing memories, leaving Zeolith and Myri stunned. Even though Zeolith doesn't trust elf magic, he can't stop himself from listening as Velria reveals a rare spirit memory spell. Velria tells him the light element spell brings back memories with spirit power, but after that, he's got to master his own control. Zeloth stared at spirit magic like it was a myth, then froze. Velria's knowledge was way too deep for someone so young. Velria snaps and fires back when they roast her over her magic obsession, and Zeolith rushes in to smooth the awkward mess before it blows up. Even though Zeolith just learned it, he throws himself straight into the memory spell and shocks everyone with his bold, unshakable confidence. He raises his hands to cast the spell, clinging to one desperate hope: Myril's lost memories finally dragged back into the light. Zeolith hurls a memory spell, and magical energy snaps around Myra's mind, making her jerk back in pure shock. The spell lands instantly. Bam and Velria and the others freeze, shocked by Zeolith's effortless control and terrifying potential. Zeolith tells them his power was there all along, and Myri nods like, "Ask away, I'll finally talk about my past." She remembers getting snatched from her village, shipped to Andre like merchandise, and spending her whole life treated as nothing more than property. Zeolith leans in and gently demands the one answer that matters most. Does she remember an older sister? Mori bursts out that she really does have a sister, Alina, while Zeolith realizes the missing link is finally in his hands. Zeolith lifts the treasured hair ornament to her, and Mare gasps. Recognition hits like lightning, snapping her emotions into perfect focus. Tears crash over her face, and Myril clutches the ornament like it's still from her childhood. Then, at last, the memories start bubbling back to the surface. Zeolith lets them know Alina's still out there searching. Myri grips the ornament tight, whispering one etchin through tears that won't stop. Myril's true identity is finally confirmed, and it hits her like a punch. She forgot someone vital: her sister, her family. Myril blurts out that she wants to reunite again, but the chains of her slave status slam the door on any escape. Marie suspects Andre's price was rigged, and she's convinced freeing Myril might be a trap that's set to be impossible. With sheer determination, Zeolith fires off his plan. He's going to help Myri break free and escape Andre's control. Yudo dug into Andre's past, and all he found were rotten rumors, so he decided to hunt for the cracks they could exploit. Velria slapped Yudo's strategy down, calling it sneaky and useless, then demanded an all-out aggressive plan right now. Velria pushed for a beast to be summoned and unleash chaos, and it left Andre scrambling, begging for rescue. Yudo's stomach dropped at how brutal her plan was, and a terrifying thought hit him. Velria might actually be a demon lord hiding in plain sight. Valria admitted she couldn't cast the magic herself, but she swore Yudo's weird, unique body might be able to survive it. Yudo finally confessed he couldn't cast, or at least couldn't copy everything, and Velria immediately pressed him, demanding to know exactly which spells he couldn't pull off. Velria brought up a brutal spell from the tournament, one Yudo had seen before but couldn't ever recreate. She guessed Yudo's powers were fueled by the souls trapped inside him, maybe even the Demon Emperor's own. Velria snapped that the spell Yudo botched was forged only after her brother died, so copying it is flat-out impossible. Yudo realized with a jolt that neither he nor Velria could use summoning magic, so their whole plan instantly collapsed. They huddled everyone together and laid out the plan, praying the spellbooks would finally point them to a real lead. Myril looked completely lost and overwhelmed, even admitting she never actually grasped the strategy they'd been talking through around her. Yudo swallowed his pride, apologized for leaving her out, and promised he'd finally lay out their real rescue plan the right way. Mary finally let out a breath of relief when their promise hit. She'd be reunited with her older sister, Alina. Everyone threw in their support for the rescue, and then they froze when they found out Mary was Alina's younger sister. The crew dug into Alina's past help, and after they traded stories together, Mary's lit up with a warm, relieved smile. Yudo rushed to apologize for the mix-up, and once the others finally understood what Mary's was going through and why he did it, they let it go. They pulled out a spirit magic grimoire, praying it held summon spells Yudo could actually use. Yudo told everyone to stick with mid-level spells so nobody wiped themselves out, and they couldn't believe his wild, one-of-a-kind replication power. He believed that with the perfect trigger, he could unlock the legendary figure's terrifying magical power. The crew argued about kicking off the operation, but Yudo cut in and demanded they negotiate with Andre one last time. Yudo nodded. If the talks collapsed, they'd go straight to summoning, and everyone else hurried off to alert the team. Andre smirked and demanded 5 million gold for Mary's, more than twice what they'd even talked about before. Yudo slammed back at the sky-high price, while Andre pointed the finger and blamed the damage to justify the sudden jump. When they refused, Andre swung back with a brutal offer, trading Velria instead, and the whole room went silent at how offensive it was. Patty slammed her fist into the table, seething with rage after Andre insulted her, and the whole room snapped with tension. Yudo begged her to stay calm, but Patty, furious at the offer, snapped that they needed to use summoning magic right now. Yudo finally clocked their scheme, wipe everything out, and agreed that casting the spell the moment they saw it was exactly the right move. Meanwhile, Andre let out a confident laugh, sure Yudo couldn't hurt him, and it turned out Yudo had him completely outplayed. Andre finally showed his greedy colors, plotting to squeeze out 10 million gold by using fear and deception. Andre let out a smug laugh, totally oblivious that the summoning had already kicked off. Then the building shook as destruction barreled in at breakneck speed. A hulking skeletal beast smashed through the wall and instantly crushed the building under its terrifying, unstoppable force. Panic exploded in Andre's as he screamed. He couldn't make sense of where the monster came from or how it suddenly showed up. Zeloth slid in like nothing was wrong, but Andre's panic exploded as he babbled, "I'm innocent." And when the monster suddenly showed up, chaos erupted everywhere. Begging for help, Andre dangled 2 million gold. Zeoloth pretended to hesitate, then backed away like he was scared. Zeloth shut down Andre's begging on the spot, demanding Marais and a cool 5 million gold, leaving the greedy merchant stunned. As the monster's roars swelled to a terrifying roar, Andre froze in pure fear, then caved completely, handing over the gold and Myril just to stay alive. Cornered and shaking like a leaf, Andre begged for mercy, screaming at them to stop the summoned creature. Right before anyone could even speak, a brand new beast lunged into view, then chaos erupted, because nobody had a clue where it came from. A masked figure stepped out and introduced themselves as Shigur, claiming they were here to free every last slave. Shigur thrust their blade toward Andre, roaring that slavers would face judgment. Fire in their eyes, justice in every word. Eyes narrowed with fury, Shiguro swore he'd hunt down every last evil slave merchant and end their lives. After they crush the monster, the whole crew huddles back inside to regroup, while the nobleman throws a wild celebration, clueless about what they just survived. A masked warrior bursts onto the scene, seething at the nobleman's slick scheming to trap the girl for money. The masked figure leans in and threatens him straight to the face. Then the nobleman panics as a lethal strike rockets toward him. A nobleman's hands start to shake as a warrior yanks off his ornate headgear, snatching it like proof or a harsh punishment. The protagonist drove a punch into the nobleman and dropped him cold, while the masked warrior just stared, silent and shaken, because that interruption came out of nowhere. The boy drops the truth. He's bargaining with the slaver, and he says it like it doesn't even matter what anyone thinks. Rage blazing behind his mask, the warrior lunges forward and roars that slavers and collaborators both deserve the same brutal punishment. Still shocked but locked in, the boy yanks his sword out and plants his stance, ready to stop the ambush dead in its tracks. He spots the warrior's ploy, one kunai, thrown just to lure him into lowering his guard. Both of them slam straight ahead. Then the boy steps into the attack head-on, all in for the sudden duel. The masked warrior somersaults backward to shake off the moment, while the boy keeps his guard up, ready to slam in another strike. The boy realizes this opponent isn't just strong, he's deadly accurate. And now every move gets messy because protecting the slaver throws the fight off balance. He barks orders to Velria to protect the noble, and she grins. Then she barrels into Andre and knocks him down. The masked warrior snaps into a brutal counterattack, and the boy barely throws himself aside, stunned that the fight's tempo flips so fast. Realization slams into the warrior. This whole clash is powered by deception and sudden bursts of movement, not raw strength, and that's why you never see the next move coming. The boy snaps at the masked warrior, and then it hits him. Every single blow was a shield and he'd been protected the whole time. Viria lays it out. Zeoloth shows mercy, refuses to kill, even if it risks the same danger crawling back again later. With a smug grin, Valria demands the noble's assets as payment, and it knocks him completely off guard. She demands that all his slaves throw themselves at her protection plan. Then he panics, terrified that it'll wreck his finances and topple everything. She snaps that she'll shut down the negotiations, just as the noble freezes, caught between death and poverty. Under crushing pressure, the noble finally breaks, handing over his money, surrendering his slaves, and tossing away his pride for good. Valria snaps up a swift contract, and Patty bolts to draft it on the spot so nobody can object later. Zeoloth tells the masked warrior straight up, agree to back off and the slaves walk free. The masked warrior snaps with rage over the compromise, because in his eyes, slavers don't deserve talks, they deserve punishment. When Zeloth realizes reasoning won't budge him, he decides the only move left is to hit him hard and knock him out for now. Zeoloth spots the enemy's distraction for what it is and quietly sets up his next counter, ready to shut down yet another thrown weapon tactic. An explosion tears through the place with brutal force. Patty freezes in panic, staring like she can't even comprehend what just happened inside. Through choking smoke and deadly quiet, Patty screams for Zeloth. She's terrified he got caught in the blast. The masked warrior locked eyes with Endre and barked a threat, "Back off, or you'll regret it when death comes for you." Zelith slips in behind the masked warrior unharmed and calmly calls out the one fatal mistake they just made, right before it costs them. Zeolith hammers the masked warrior into the ground, stopping them cold. No weapon drawn, no real damage done. He rips into them for their reckless tactics, then grits his teeth and admits, against his will, that he used magic just to survive the earlier explosion. While he's giving that lecture, the warrior quietly presses for his release. Everyone else watches, finally realizing exactly how this conflict is going to end. Zeloth grabs the wrong spot by accident, and the now unmasked female warrior erupts in a furious, mortified shout. The whole team just freezes in silence, and you can feel every reaction hit at once. Some chuckle, some pity him, others get annoyed, while Zeolith frantically blurts out apologies for that brutal, awkward accident. Zeloth begged her to pull back peacefully, promising the slaves would get their freedom. No more fighting, not another day of war. Shame makes her tremble as she relives the crushing defeat, the humiliating exposure, and how the mercy that saved her also shattered her purpose. Saying she can't take it anymore, she reaches for the end. Then Zeolith panics and rushes in to stop her. As she begs for honor and death, the rest keep scribbling on their documents, totally ignoring the chaos she's fighting through. Zeolith tears into her extremist tactics and admits she messed up, saying she's clumsy, sure, but she's still dead set on justice. Zeolith admits some slavers are pure evil, but he insists not every one of them deserves to die. He insists he pays people to help them, not chains them, never turning them into true slaves. He lays it all out. Their mission is to rescue the captives and bring them home, and even Patty slips in quiet help behind the scenes. The masked warrior's cheeks flare with a sudden blush, because it finally clicks. Their mission is noble, even if they go about it in the strangest ways. She vows to end the slayings of slavers, and Zeolith seals the deal, peace locked in, their pact forged with mutual respect. With raw sincerity and iron resolve, the masked warrior drops to one knee and pleads to join their ongoing journey. Everyone freezes in shock. Zeloth looks utterly lost, and the others just gawk at her request, stunned they even heard it. Solo Kunoichi Nils steps up, begging to join the crew, but the leader shuts her down on the spot. The crew insists their party's pact, but everyone else keeps fretting over rivals and ignores the real limits staring them in the face. Even with everyone hesitating, she refuses to back down and insists on going alone, because the group still remembers their past fights and won't let her in just yet. She offers freedom, but he shuts it down without mercy, so heartbreak hits, and she slips away with a soft final goodbye. With the tension hanging in the air, the noblewoman steps in, shifts the spotlight, and the commanding figure roars that their real mission is waiting right ahead. The noblewoman orders every slave contract ripped up, and the owner panics, then scrambles to offer a partial surrender just to stay alive. Zeal orders the slaves dragged together, and the crew braces for a huge turnout because that estate is massive. The slave owner snaps in rage, claiming they're his property, but the more he shouts, the louder the room gets, because nobody listens. She shuts him down, barks orders to free the slaves, and Zio clocks the grim truth. No supplies, no shelter, and still not enough to go around. Zio pushes for them to be sent to Kadatsu village, but the women challenge his resolve, because it isn't just about helping, it's about how far he's willing to go. They dig deep into how humans crack when it matters, because in this world, survival isn't powered by pure strength, it's fueled by compassion. Zio pushes to spend the money on transportation, and after a few nervous stares, everyone reluctantly nods along. Velraja steps up and pays the carriage costs herself, insisting that's what's expected when you're Zio's traveling partner. Zio humbly pours out her thanks to Velria, and even though her cheeks burn from embarrassment, she still leans in and pushes for more praise from him. When they press him about logistics, Zio leans in and admits he's already called in allies to handle the transport. Cork gets grilled about safety, and the crew fires off theories about magical communication while sizing up an S-rank monster. They weigh the zealot's health and tight time limits, and honestly, waiting for Nasha from that distance sounds completely unrealistic. Zio confidently declares reinforcements are on the way, but the whole group snaps to attention when a familiar face barrels toward them in a panic. Nasha drops out of the sky on a dragon, grinning wide as she shouts to the stunned crew. Everyone stares, jaws dropping, as the dragon touches down so smoothly that the whole group's faces snap from shock to pure amazement. Nasha hops off her dragon and strides up to the group, while Zio steps in fast, throwing out a calm promise. "Don't worry, I'm with you." Everyone cheers as Nasha returns, her bright laugh filling the air while the maid just stands there, silent, stunned, and caught off guard. Nasha leans in and sniffs the maid up close, her beastkin instincts igniting as she tracks her scent and pins down exactly who she is. Nasha leans in and confirms it. The maid reeks of Lady Alina, while the other can't believe how insanely accurate her beast senses are. Shocked by the dragon, the maid panics. Nasha soothes her with a teasing smile as she checks on her Zio. Nasha gets introduced as their contract-bound trusted ally, and she's ready to escort them through the dragon. The maid grabs Nasha's help with shaky hands, but Nasha beams, reassures her like it's nothing, and swears she'll get her there safely, no matter what. Zio hands over a hair ornament to get things back on track, and the maid takes it quietly, hesitation and all. She begs Zio to keep it going longer, and the way she says it makes it clear that gesture hit way deeper than she lets on. Zio agrees to wait, and right before they set off, everyone silently gives him that heavy, heartfelt goodbye. Zio fires off a final set of instructions, then warns them to call right away if anything goes sideways. The maid pours out heartfelt thanks, and Zio makes sure she knows. He's wishing her nothing but joy as she's back to living with her sister. As departure kicks off, Nasha scans everything for readiness, while the maid fidgets like crazy, terrified, and thrilled for her very first dragon ride. With a thunderous burst, the dragon launches into the sky, and Zio's crew is left staring up, hands raised, stuck on the ground below. Nasha steers with total confidence, while the maid grips for dear life, shaking in terror as they rocket off faster than she ever expected. The dragon vanishes into the sky, and the whole group stands there in stunned silence, watching until they're sure it's really gone. Even with the chaos roaring in the air, they bet Nasha will pull off the impossible and get her to Jules safe and sound. Zeolith hurled a vial, and acid splashed everywhere, melting the hostile slimes that were creeping in to wreck the group's travel caravan. The melted gear spits out slime's damage, and the crew scrambles back together, still reeling from that corrosive slime encounter. 4 days after Sandal, Zeolith can't shake Andre's rage, and she's left wondering if their road to Eusophilia is even going to work out. Je tiptoes up to Zeolith and clocks his exhaustion, then flashes a forced smile, only to have pure fatigue leak through. They huddle together beside the caravan. Zeolith asks like it's no big deal, and Je answers softly, steadying him with calm, heartfelt support. Je hears the monster attack and rushes to see who's in desperate need of magical healing right now. No one gets seriously hurt, but C still panics, because the mana inside him is starting to act up and it's getting unstable fast. Zeolith gives C the power to truly listen, and for the very first time, C can't hold it in anymore, so he finally spills his burdens. He admits he's terrified. His powers don't feel earned, his spells keep sputtering, and he fears everyone else only cares about brute strength. He fears it the moment they leave him behind, helpless and frozen, as everyone he cares about walks off and he's powerless to protect a single soul. Zeloth keeps spiraling, but calmly tells him abandonment won't ever happen, then steadies his nerves with unwavering confidence. She says divine power only answers purpose, and that Zeolith's soul must have been carrying intentions worthy of it. With a soft smile, she praises him, says everyone came to him because of his kindness and true, noble heart. Jo admits that letting distrust sink in would break her heart, and Zeolith listens, then accepts her words, quietly but with unshakable resolve. With gratitude lighting up his face, Zeolith bows his head, apologizes, and swears he'll lean on his companions from here on out. Je cheers back with pure joy. Zeloth leans in, asking Je for a favor with perfect manners. She agrees on the spot, ready to jump in any way she can. Je scrutinizes his magic, and the moment he does, a spirit figure materializes. Then it confirms the disturbances every time Zeloth unleashes his advanced spells. Even with that flaw hanging over him, Zeloth can't stop feeling grateful, because advanced magic is still within his grasp, at least partly. Je fires off a warning about what's coming, then straight up asks for his permission to keep an eye on his mana, so he stays safe for good. He nods along, knowing that admitting the collapse would shake everyone up, and he quietly clings to that resolve, letting C help without a word, trusting her with his whole heart. Zeolith and just spot the crowned slime again, and it's still crouched right at the forest's edge, waiting to strike. Right when Zeolith is about to strike, the slime snaps into action and rockets into the woods, vanishing in a flash. Zeolith rockets after it, only to get stunned by the slime's insane speed and chaotic zigzagging. He keeps marching on blind until it hits him. The trail brings him right back to familiar ground, the group's bathing area. He bursts into the river clearing and trips right into the girls mid-bath just like that. Zeolith jolts in panic, whips around as the girls shriek, and one of them snaps at him furious. Some people snap at him while others grin and tease him, and that chaos turns the moment into an awkward, tense mess. Zeloth yells a warning about the slime closing in, but the girls are totally oblivious, unbothered, like they don't even see the danger coming. Just like that, the slime drops back in, and the whole group freaks out as it slams into them without a second thought. That elf girl didn't see it coming right as the slime lunged straight at her. Chaos erupted in an instant. A girl clenches her spell and goes to cast, only to realize the slime is real, and it's already rushing them. Zeloth's world flips. Panic hits hard as the girl yells at him, and he scrambles to help while he can't even see what's going on. Another girl snaps into action, dashes to grab her weapon, and stays icy calm while the chaos and shouting rage all around her. She snaps forward with razor focus and punches the slime bare-handed, smashing it to nothing before it can cause any more damage. Velria takes the thanks with calm in her eyes, then quickly assures everyone she's okay, because she shut the threat down without even flinching. The girls confirm Velria's success. Zeloth exhales in relief. Then someone suddenly screams his name out of nowhere. Under the weight of judgment Zeloth hears, "We'll talk later." Then he swallows his pride and quietly braces for whatever comes next. The squad corners Zeolith and demands answers, convinced he witnessed it all. Then the room erupts as everyone argues over who saw what. As tensions spike, Seiya snaps his focus to something new. Yet even as they close in, the bond starts to fray, and everyone's behavior turns unsettlingly unstable. Their road is almost at Lus Ipsilia, halfway to the finish, as they gear up to hand over the captured elves. The carriages slam to an unexpected stop at a guarded entrance, and the whole traveling group goes tense, curiosity and dread hitting at once. An elven woman spots the real culprit, and that intel sends them to a checkpoint up ahead, where the secured border grinds to a stop and holds them back. She spots a crest stitched into the checkpoint guards' uniforms, and that tiny mark screams that their travel plans just hit an unexpected snag. Church knights storm in, hunting the hero, and the moment they're spotted, alarms blare through the whole group, terrified they'll get caught. With church knights circling nearby, the crew quickly huddles up and sneaks Ja into the other elven captives to keep her hidden. To dodge suspicion, the protagonist spins a lie about hauling slaves, then plays down how tiny the wagons are and how few hands he's got working. The knight refused to believe the story, glaring at the stunning carriages they were using to ship slaves like it was all too well made to be just an explanation. Caught off guard, the protagonist freezes for a breath. Then the knight pushes past his excuses and demands to inspect the carriages anyway. A robed figure detects a strange burst of mana and snaps to the knights, "Search the wagons right now." The knight crew finally realizes they're hauling nothing but elves, and they break the news fast. Danger is creeping near Lusipchilia's fiercely guarded borders. A nervous subordinate slips to the captain and blurts out that strange mana is pouring in from someone lurking in the back carriage. Fuming and suspicious, the captain snaps at them for hiding something, and it clicks. His mage confirms there's an odd presence lurking. No matter how hard they protested, the knight insisted on ripping into the carriage, and this whole thing spiraled fast into a full-blown showdown. Inside, Lady C drops her act as a relaxed slave girl, totally throwing the inspecting knight off, because nothing about it makes sense. That night, the darkness recognizes Jo, then charges the group, convinced they snatched her away from the bandits earlier. The companion panics and insists, straight up, that the girl only looks like C and absolutely nothing else. A bystander blurts out, "Why don't you ask C herself?" But everyone else just assumes she'd crack and lie the moment pressure hits. The insult ignites her fury, and this young girl swings back to defend herself, because the tension between the two groups is skyrocketing fast. The protagonist sized up the chaos, saw that violence would only make everything spiral, and immediately started plotting a clean, no-drama solution. The confident woman snaps back that the girl isn't Lady C, and right then the knight captain's suspicions flip on a dime. Right out of nowhere, a ninja-like ally named Shiger springs onto the scene, and the protagonist's shocked, because she's been tailing them this whole time. The knight stared at her unmistakable presence, bowed, and demanded answers about her vanishing, completely clueless that she'd been on a secret mission all along. Shiger insists she checked the whole crew and clears them for good, then calls in the resemblance, saying it has to be nothing more than coincidence. The party backs up Shiger's claim and reveals they hired her as a mage straight from distant Jills. The elf raises a royal decree and warns that any more delay would shame Luz Upshilia. Then the knight backs right off. Sugar flashes her resolve and promises to tag along so they can track down Shilia for more digging, and the knight just nods along with zero complaints. Sugar finally admits she only went along with that church connection for convenience, but now she's done carrying that past and is choosing to walk away. People start doubting Shiger's motives, but when she admits she doesn't believe in the church, her real intentions get tangled up, murky, unclear, and hard to pin down. With C safe from being found, the group can't thank Shiger enough for keeping watch through the nights. Sugar shrugs off the praise with pure humility, and then the protagonist drops the truth. He's got his own reasons for steering clear of the church. He hails her to ride with them, but Sugar shuts him down. She's choosing freedom, and she won't stop chasing her goal. Right before they split, Shiger leans in and promises she won't report a thing, and the whole crew quietly thanks her as they part ways. With the tension finally easing, the travelers kick back inside the carriage, and they're closing in on the borders of Lusipsilia at last. Towering trees loom as they step in, and the elf softens into a peaceful smile, watching her homeland finally come into view again. At Luzapshilia's gates, the guards stop the carriages dead in their tracks and demand an inspection before anyone gets a single step inside. The elf leader leans in and swears the inspection won't hurt a soul, because here, the church has zero power. Even with all that confidence, doubt gnaws at her. She wonders if this so-called smooth entry is real, and whether the checkpoint procedure is truly as serious as they claim. He shrugs off every doubt, and his companion can't help asking, do elves truly mean the borders will let them through safely? The gatekeepers demanded caution, and ordered them to let their carriage be searched before they'd ever be allowed into Luzapshilia's territory. Panic hit the guards the second the elf they'd thought vanished walked back. Then recognition struck, and they dropped into a bow without even hesitating. With steady authority, the elven woman ushers them in like she owns the world. Then the truth hits. She's the princess. Zeloth and his crew barreled into the elven village, stunned to hear the bombshell that Patty isn't just anyone, she's royalty. Patty steps up and stands toe-to-toe with Zeolith, brushes off all the stiff formalities, and demands guild clearance so they can stay. The news hit like wildfire. Lady Pallas is back, and with her those enslaved kin are freed and brought safely home. The subordinate bursts in and tells the elder, Palastes is coming packed with allies, and he's ready to put everything in writing. The moment the mysterious figure hears the name Zeolith, their curiosity spikes, and they waste no time demanding a face-to-face meeting with him. Zeolith gets formally summoned, and the elf official steps in, locks eyes with him and puts their trust on the line, expecting him to cooperate. He strides up calm as anything beside Patty, and the elf official stares them down hard, clocking just how weirdly composed they're acting. Patty feels the heat of every stare, and one subordinate steps up to ask, politely but clearly, why she looks so worried about Zeolith's involvement. Zeolith steps in like a wall, calmly defending Patty, while warning that her tone could feed elven prejudice. Then the elf snaps to immediate respect and apologizes right away. Even with Zeolith's smile on the outside, she can't shake the feeling that Patty's hiding something, because that kind of open-mindedness is almost unheard of among traditional elves. Zeolith files the report, totally thrown by Patty's situation, and decides to corner her later for answers. The mission wraps up and then bam, Zeolith gets marched right up to the front, where they demand he stay for a private meeting. He's shocked when the guildmaster requests a private audience with him, alone, behind closed doors. Patty nods and confirms the request, but she's not buying it. She can't even guess why, while Zeolith steps in and accepts it, looking worried and totally lost. Patty's back at work and Zeloth tails the attendant, buzzing as he gets ready for the guildmaster's sudden summons. Zeloth storms into a private room and the official steps up to introduce him, then slips out without a word. Across her desk, a confident elven woman lounged in total calm, eyes locked on Zeolith as he approached in silence. She clocks him instantly, no doubts at all, and then, voice steady as steel, she orders him to sit down for a straight, no-nonsense talk. She's heard Zeolith's legendary reputation straight from Braza, but when she finally meets him, his humble look and calm demeanor completely throws her off. Zeloth shoots off jokes about his own looks, and she laughs at his weird reputation, then mentions how the Meardy daughter has taken a shine to him. Zeolith drops in stunned silence when he realizes Patty is from the elite Meardy family, tribe leaders of Luzaphilia. Stunned, he remembers guards shouting that she was a princess. Then the guildmaster steps in and promises to reveal where she really came from. The Meardy family runs one of 6 major tribes, and their political power rules the entire country. Palastes is their daughter and they treat her like a princess. Her status makes her revered, not just her bloodline. Zeolith replayed every interaction in their head, and the guildmaster snapped a warning. Humans better not act like they know someone that important. The guildmaster thanks Eolith for saving the elves, then abruptly drops the smiles and pivots into a grim, personal question. She grills him about the spirit staff, and the second the name is out, Zeloth panics, scrambling to swear he has nothing to do with its recovery. Even though Zez trained him, Zeolith barely knows anything, and the guild can't shake the feeling that Zez is secretly connected to whoever's moving around him. Zeolith deflects, lined in, and demanded to know one thing. Was the guildmaster really bending to the Crest Church's political power? She lays it out. The guild's elven control is fueled by Luciphilia's deep, hard rejection of any non-elven rule and sway. The guild master rips into it. Her god isn't tied to the Crest Churches at all, and the guild runs completely on its own. Zeolith lets out a breath of relief, quietly realizing his worry isn't random. It's proof they're tied to some secret religious work still happening. She studies him in silence, sharp, cautious, and judging every detail. Then she realizes exactly what he is, and her certainty clicks into place. Then she gushes about Zeolith's potential, calling him truly exceptional, right as she snaps her attention to him and asks for something straight up. Blushing hard, she shocks him with one bold question. Can you give me your seed? and the truth behind her personal desire hits like a thunderclap. Zeolith's panic spikes as the guildmaster lays out elven fertility troubles and admits she wants a line of strong genes. She shakes off his shock, squares her shoulders, and repeats her demand, then closes the distance fast, like she has nothing to be ashamed of. Patty storms into the room, seething at the scandalous scene, and barks out the guildmaster's name like a warning. The guildmaster just shrugs off the interruption like it's nothing, then smirks and says the conversation was finally getting good. Patty fires back and the guildmaster counters hard, claiming she's not just doing this, she's defending elven survival traditions. Patty snatches Zeola's hand and vows she'll never hand him over to that taunting guildmaster. As Patty walks off with Zeolith, the guildmaster just watches, realizing he should have trusted Patty's instincts and cursing the chance he let slip. The guildmaster grins, hooked by Patty's emotions, and realizes she's fallen for a human, breaking tradition at last. After the misunderstanding blew up, the elf girl blurted out an apology, then froze, startled by what just happened, while the boy quickly stepped in, reassured her, and melted the fear off her shoulders. She suddenly blurted out an embarrassment denial, shutting down any talk of wrongdoing, and even after that outburst, he stayed stone calm, quietly recognizing that she was just worried. As they strolled under the trees, he let her in on what he'd learned about her royal blood. And when he said it, she admitted it felt wildly uncomfortable being called a princess. She couldn't stop thinking about it. Her status made everyone tiptoe around her like she was fragile, even though she'd never given them a reason to treat her that way. Dreaming of freedom, she slipped out of her country even though it tore her up inside, because she knew living by her own rules was the only way forward. As Patty headed back to the village, she looked back on the road she'd crushed, every step forging friendships that mattered, especially the one she treasured most. Her unforgettable meeting with Zeloth. When they finally showed up, everyone greeted them like heroes. The freed elves had already made it safely home, and Patty got praised for everything she'd done. News hit the streets fast, then the real shock landed. A visitor had arrived and they carried a message straight for them. An envoy from Lucifilia's tribal chiefs thundered in with news of a meeting coming soon, and their arrival signaled that something huge was about to kick off. Zeolith realized the chiefs didn't just want to talk, they wanted to personally thank him for the rescue. Patty told everyone that Sahar, her father, was coming to the chief's meeting, and she couldn't wait to introduce him to the whole crowd. The meetup spot got locked in, just 2 hours away, so one of the guests stepped up and offered to lead them straight there. As Zeloth hesitated, the girl snapped, reminding him that this invitation wasn't just an offer. It was their thank you for everything they'd done. Her reason was way simpler. She lit up and bragged about the fancy tea and sweets they'd probably serve. While the meeting hall waited with bated breath, a stern man, probably Sahar, sat alone at the head of the table, all set for the talks that were about to explode. The whole crew finally burst into the meeting chamber, standing shoulder to shoulder with calm faces, ready for the long-awaited audience, right there in front of the tribal chiefs. Patty's father, Sahar, snapped to attention the second he saw her, beaming with relief that she was safe, praising every bit of her hard work and wrapping her in a proud, warm welcome. As soon as they reunited, Patty practically grabbed the moment and introduced her crew. Zeloth studied the man in silence and finally realized it was the very father she'd been talking about. Patty introduced Zeolith as her classmate and her fellow slave merchant, teaming up in the shadows to help liberate the captives. While the others talked like they owned the room, one girl stalled. Her words got stuck in her throat as she fought to finally speak up. Velria strode forward with zero doubt and declared, loud and clear, that she'd speak for herself. Then her iron resolve snapped everyone's attention straight to her. With a sly smirk, she introduced herself as the Demon King of Galda, and one of the chiefs immediately burst into laughter, mocking her looks and her outrageous title to her face. Velria didn't flinch. She snapped back with a blazing, threatening glare and words dripping with menace. The tension finally melted as another chief stepped in. Dayton seized the moment, welcomed everyone with open arms, and thanked them for showing up after that brutal long journey. Didon didn't just thank them, he personally praised Zeolith for the rescue, especially for how she tracked down and retrieved the spirit staff. Zeolith leaned in and teased Patty for maybe inflating her report. Then Patty's face burned as she blurted a fast, furious denial. Sahar's face hardened with outrage, and he snapped that only he, her father, had the right to call her Patty. Tension snapped in his chest the moment he pressed Zeolith about how he treated his daughter, and Zeolith stammered as heat crawled up his face. Then Patty cut in fast, swearing that every one of her companions always talked to her that way. Even with her father fighting her, Patty insisted she'd already asked Zeolith to go by that nickname. Dayton slammed the conversation back on track, brought up a message he'd gotten from Patty, and asked if they could finally hear her request out loud, officially in the meeting. With a deep bow, Patty threw out a daring demand. She begged to perform the rite of celestial soul on Zeloth, leaving everyone in the room stunned. Her father's face snapped into shock, clearly rattled by her proposal, and the ritual she mentioned sounded way too serious to be brushed off. Sahar told him the celestial soul rite was a forbidden technique, one only unleashed on people whose souls had already been shattered by brutal wounds. She admitted her report might have framed his efforts in the best light to back this plea. Then Zeolith overheard it and realized, deep down, she'd done it out of pure concern. Dadin gave Zeolith his full credit and shrugged off any complaints. Yet the forbidden ritual still demanded a vote, and at least 4 of the 6 tribal chieftains had to agree. A tribal leader shot her hand up and backed the ritual without a doubt, spilling that she's got a soft spot for strong men. And she raised no protest when Zeloth was granted the right of a celestial soul. Without even a pause, she blurted out a daring plan, telling Zeloth to offer his seed after the ritual. As the debate heated up, the other tribal chiefs slammed in their own takes. One boss flat out refused, refusing to back a single human. To settle it once and for all, a match was set, and Zeloth had to prove his worth by fighting. Even with all that hype, Sahar snapped into a frown as the plan came together. He hated the idea of crushing serious choices with brute force, and he couldn't shake the worry that this wasn't the right way at all. The chieftains slammed into a heated debate over their next move. One pushed for a trial to judge Zeloth's strength and character. But before they'd approve the ritual with 0 proof, they shut down any cooperation. They handed the job of judging Zeloth to Savit, one of the 6 chieftains, and he took it with a smug little grin, fully aware that his call would decide whether the ritual. Paddy spun to face Zeolith, hunting for his nod. Then, with quiet fire in his chest, he agreed to the challenge, fully locked in on how much was on the line. Sahar declared the trial would hit the mansion the very next day, then told Zeolith and his crew they could stay and rest there before it all went down. Right before they headed out, Sahar called out Zeloth for saving their kin and made it clear he was the reason they lived. A female chieftain leaned in and teased Sahar, warning him that Zeolith might be playing him just to get close to his daughter, and that one cruel jab planted doubts that wouldn't quit. Sahar, rattled, chose to watch the boy even closer. His smile faded, his eyes sharpened, and he stared at Zeolith from afar, dead serious. Seeing Zeloth boxed in by a bunch of stunning elves only cranked Sahar's suspicions higher, so he decided to catch the boy's real nature with his own eyes. Later, Zeloth pushed through the forest beside Paddy, and that old tension between them still hung in the air like a storm waiting to strike. Trapped in that suffocating silence, Zeloth stared into the awkwardness and realized he had no clue how to play it right. Zeloth stumbled into an elf woman so fearless that it left him reeling, because her blunt request shattered everything he thought elf culture was. Even after Paddy denied it earlier, her actions still haunted everyone, and Zeloth couldn't stop himself from replaying both encounters side by side. The image of Paddy in that revealing, tire-filled moment slammed into his thoughts, and suddenly he couldn't stop wondering if her calm smile was just hiding a far more daring side. That thought hit him out of nowhere and threw him off balance. Maybe Paddy wasn't what he'd thought at all. Velria sat there fuming while everyone else strolled into rooms like it was no big deal. Zeolith just stayed alone, and her irritation kept rising minute by minute. Cramped in their quarters, the group listened as strange noises bounced through the halls, then convinced themselves the trial had begun, until boredom slammed the door shut. Fed up with the waiting, Valria shot up and declared she was breaking free. No one could hold her back, and the others froze, thrown off by her fearless defiance. They all went tense, because one voice reminded her that any mess could light up Zeolith's rage, and none of them want to be the ones who have to face that. Accusations slammed into the room, so was rebellion what she'd wanted all along. Valria snapped back, cheeks burning but refusing to fold, her reasons tangled up in pride and pure, frustrated fury. A heavy dread hung in the room as the girls talked about Zeloth's sudden absence, and Valria's voice trembled with worry. She feared leaving him alone would push him toward something reckless and dangerous. Mortified by her own fears, Valria lashed out with denial, but her flushed face totally gave her nervousness away. CA softly told Valria that worry comes from love, and even with her face burning, she couldn't argue back. Her pride fought hard, but CA's sincerity still landed. Admiration for CA kept swelling as her steady kindness earned cheers, even when she had to face the demon lord head-on, because in a group full of chaos, she stayed calm when it mattered most. A bitter envy crept in as one girl stared at the ocean's warmth and started doubting where she truly stood. Zeloth sprawled on his bed, eyes locked on the ceiling, frozen in silent dread. As the minutes crawled by, boredom slithered in. He stretched out, sat up straight, and tried to recall the last time he'd had peace, even if it felt less like rest and more like being trapped. His mind kept slipping back to his crew. He worried about Nash's situation and wondered if Alina and Muriel were actually getting along. A sudden knock shattered the silence. Zeloth jerked awake, heart pounding, trying to figure out who dared come to ruin his peaceful routine. He could barely believe it. 2 elf women stood right at the door, dazzling him with their presence, smiling as they warmly asked if he was the one who'd recovered the spirit staff. The two elf women stood tall in front of Zeolith, smiling like they owned the place, and asked to be let in, only for their carefree charm to catch him completely off guard. Stiff with shock, Zeloth fired off questions about who they even were before his brain could catch up. Then they refused introductions and, bam, demanded his seed like it was nothing.